एंड अब पूरी सिचुएशन पर यहीं पर आगे जाके अक्षत एक पे आपको जोधपुर से टीम पे एंगल लिया, पता चलता है ऑपरेट हो चुकी है ओलंपिक्स में उम्मीदों का हाई जंप मारते अब पूरी सिचुएशंस बन चुके हैं कि 47 लोग और 14 टीमें बची हुई हैं। ओआर के आदित्य को भी बाहर का रास्ता दिखाया गया है और अब अगली दिक्कतें बीबी के प्लेयर्स के लिए जरूर बनती नजर आ रही हैं, जिसमें एक विन को डाउन किया गया था इविल स्काई। रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया करना चाहेंगे या नहीं, क्योंकि 7C शायद उनको पूरा टाइम ना दे और ये ग्रेनेड खराब था, काफी खराब था। हालांकि उस जगह से हट चुके हैं और यहीं पर प्लेयर्स धीरे आ रहे हैं। एक प्लेयर को डेफिनेटली टेक डाउन कर सकते हैं, वहीं पर डेडपूल ने अलादीन को डाउन कर दिया है और अब ब्लाइंड के प्लेयर्स इस फाइट का हिस्सा बनना चाहते हैं। क्या इसके बारे में पता चला यहाँ पर इविल स्काई को? वो अपने प्लेयर को, अपने टीममेट को यहाँ पर रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया जरूर देना चाहते हैं, बट देन अगेन सवितार उनकी तरफ से एक ग्रेनेड है। क्या वो अंदर आएगा? क्या वो इस एग्जैक्ट पॉइंटर से आएगा? इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। वेल, दिक्कतें बहुत सारी बनती हुई, हालांकि अभी भी वो सेफ एंगल पर रखा हुआ है। इस बार इनको ये चीज करनी पड़ेगी। एक सही ग्रेनेड गया है, एक सही एंगल पर गया है और इतना प्यारा ग्रेनेड गया है कि 7C को बाहर का रास्ता दिखाते हुए ACBC के प्लेयर्स, थोड़ा बहुत बीच में योगदान ब्लाइंड का भी था। अक्षत इस घर के अंदर रहेंगे, हालांकि खुद को ग्रेनेड से जरूर दूर रखा, जो कि एक सही चीज बन जाती है, बट वहीं पर गॉब्लिन डाउन हो चुके हैं क्योंकि इसके ड्रीम्स थे जिन्होंने थोड़े बहुत स्प्रेज दिए। प्ले जोन से प्लेयर्स डाउन हो रहे हैं, इनफैक्ट FS के प्लेयर्स प्ले जोन से वो डाउन होते नजर आ रहे हैं। यहीं पर आगे जाके अक्षत एक प्लेयर, 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन, कुछ चल रहा है बट कोई दिक्कत, कोई मलाल नहीं होने वाला है। खुद को सेफ एंगल पर लेकर के आएंगे और अब काइनेटिक के प्लेयर्स को सोचना पड़ेगा कि क्या ये रश सही था या फिर बस यही था।
जैसे ही उन्होंने मेड के पिन की आवाज सुनी वो बाहर गए खिड़की से, दूसरे को यहाँ पर नॉक करा और काइनेटिक के लिए काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल यहाँ पे बन चुकी है। 2 लोग अभी भी आगे जाते हैं, तीसरे प्लेयर को भी टेक डाउन करने की यहाँ पे कोशिश जरूर करी जा रही है। उनकी तरफ से गन चेंज करेंगे, दोबारा गए वहाँ पे, बट अभी के लिए काफी ज्यादा डैमेज को खुद भी खा चुके हैं। बाहर जाना बिल्कुल नहीं होगा, बट व्हाट वाज दैट? उनका पैर दिख रहा था, पैर पे शॉट दिया और डैमेज काफी ज्यादा दे चुके हैं, बट अभी भी एक कड़ी मुकाबला यहाँ पे देखने को मिल जाता है। इस लास्ट स्टार्टिंग एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पे नॉक किया जाएगा। इज टर्निंग द गेम कंप्लीटली ऑन इट हेड। क्या यहाँ पे अक्षत एक मैजिकल मिस्टिकल क्लच करके दिखा सकते हैं? एक सवाल बनता जरूर है, बट एचपी काइनेटिक के गॉड अपनी फुल कर चुके हैं। अटैक वो करना चाहेंगे 75% एचपी के साथ। इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू बी इजी, बट अक्षत भी यहाँ पे अपने आप को हील करते हुए और खुद आगे जाएंगे। धीरे धीरे इनको आगे मूव करना पड़ेगा। इनफैक्ट प्लेयर को मौका नहीं दे रहे, चांस नहीं दे रहे, टाइम नहीं दे रहे और उसी के चलते यहाँ पर आगे मूव करना चाहते हैं। 28 गोलियां लेवल 12 में लेवल 2 वेस्ट और धीरे धीरे आगे मूव करना चाहते हैं। फंसे थोड़ा सा, लेकिन दिक्कतें हो रही है। M4 पर स्विच किया हुआ है इस प्लेयर ने, हालांकि प्रेशर बनाने की कोशिश टीम पे एंगल लिया। पता चल चुका है कि जो प्लेयर है वो अंदर की तरफ को जा चुका है और इस घर के अराउंड ये आखिरी फाइट हो सकती है। 16 गोलियां इनकी M4 के अंदर, 2 फिनिशर्स निकाल चुके हैं। थोड़ी बहुत गोली और चलाई जा रही है, हालांकि तीसरा फिनिश इसके पास आ जाएगा। लेकिन काइनेटिक के गॉड जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेयर था उसको लेकर के गए हैं।
बट अभी के लिए स्प्रे गॉड यहाँ पर अकेले प्लेयर बचेंगे। ऊपर से WSF के 3 प्लेयर्स आएंगे, बट बीकन लेकर के ओपन में जाने की गलती, स्प्रे दिए गए, कनेक्शन बनाएंगे। अलादीन इज आल्सो डाउन। 7C पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर नीचे वो जो रिवाइवल का सिलसिला है वो स्टार्ट होगा, लेकिन गलत टाइम पे स्पॉट किया गया। टैंगो इजी उनको डाउन करेंगे और अब मात्र एक खिलाड़ी बचते। सवितार हेड चेस करेंगे टैंगो। एलिमिनेशन टीम 7C का। डैमेज दिया, बट अब वो जो बीकन का कवर है वो भी बन चुका है, लेकिन ये एक बेहतर ग्रेनेड। फील्स डाउन, 3 प्लेयर्स को वो ग्रेनेड डाउन करेंगे। एमजे What a grenade that was! एक आखिरी प्लेयर वहां पर बचता है, स्पॉट करेंगे। बाकी हैज टू सर्वाइव, बट एमजे अगर वो यहाँ पर पुश करते हैं, मुश्किलें बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ेगी। पंख एक कवर में वो मौजूद जरूर से रहने वाले, पीछे तो जो स्प्रेज है वो भी आएंगे। स्पॉट वाला के करण वो वहां पर डाउन करेंगे उनको। सेंसे वो डाउन होते हुए करण क्या वो चिकन डिनर लेके जाएंगे? लीडर ओपी अभी भी वहां पर मौजूद रहेंगे, बट टीम एक्सो वेल दे आर सर्वाइविंग। व्हाटएवर ही हैज करण वो सब कुछ यूज कर रहे हैं, बट रिवाइवल इनिशिएट एक बार फिर से प्रबल दावेदार चिकन डिनर के टीम एक्सो।
कहीं ना कहीं करण के इंटरवेंशन के साथ यहाँ पे टीम एक्सो को बहुत बड़ा हेल्पिंग हैंड मिला है। अब उनके पास पूरा एडवांटेज यहाँ पे बन जाता है। द नंबर्स गेम वंस अगेन। एक और रिवाइवल यहाँ पे कंप्लीट वो कर सकते हैं जरूर। एक नेड यहाँ पे आएगा जरूर। पंक यहाँ पे रिवाइवल पे ले जा चुके हैं। ग्रोजा उनके पास है, लीडर ओपी के पास एक परफेक्ट मौका था रश करने का, बट वो मौका वो गवा चुके हैं। स्पॉट तो यहाँ पे जरूर करेंगे प्लेयर को, बट कुछ यहाँ पे अभी के लिए कर नहीं पाएंगे। जोन का डैमेज उनको पड़ेगा जरूर और इसी के साथ एक शानदार विनर चिकन डिनर लेके जाती हुई टीम एक्सो।
13 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं और ये वीकेंडी का पहला मैच होने वाला है और अभी भी हमें नहीं पता कौन सी टीम निकाल के जाने वाली है। विनर चिकन डिनर बट रेज का एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड डायनामाइट को डाउन किया गया, जैक्सन वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया जाएगा, लेजेंड इसी के साथ वो भी डाउन हो गए। बहुत सारे पर्व होंगे जो हील बैटल के ले जाएंगे। देखना ये है कि उनके पास जो फर्स्ट एड है वो कितना हमें देखने को मिलने वाला है। ग्रैनिएक्स उन्होंने रेंज को देखा, स्पॉट किया, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा, बहुत बड़ी गलती ये हो सकती है ग्रैनिएक्स के द्वारा। बट इस वक्त आप देखें जो पर्व हील बैटल कर रहे हैं अपनी टीम को, क्या वो चिकन डिनर दिलाएंगे? और आदित्य अंदर मौजूद थे, प्रोन हुए, डाउन किए गए, शैडो वो भी खत्म हो गया। आरटीआर 13 फर्स्ट एड के साथ पर्व हमें देखने को मिलने वाले पहला विनर चिकन डिनर हाइड्रा की स्क्वाड हील बैटल करके पहला वीकेंडी का विनर चिकन डिनर।
ये जो एल मोड रहता है शेन के लिए दिक्कतें बन सकती थी, हालांकि वो बच गए बाल पता नहीं कैसे, बट खैर ब्लाइंड के रेज यहाँ पर खुद को रखना चाहते हैं। ग्रेनेड्स उनके ऊपर भी आ रहे हैं और ग्रेनेड्स वो भी बाद में रिटर्न करना चाहते हैं एज अ गिफ्ट, एज अ फेवर। थोड़े बहुत ग्रेनेड्स यहाँ पर कुक किए गए, अच्छी कुकिंग करी गई है, बट क्या ये कुकिंग काम में आएगी? वेल यस, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ मोलोटॉव किया है, लेकिन क्यों, कहां, कैसे, ये सवाल जरूर रहेंगे उनके लिए। खुद को वहां से हटना पड़ा। 50 गोलियां, व्हाट, रेज बहुत बेहतरीन नॉक यहाँ पर निकाला है उन्होंने। अब खुद को आगे की तरफ को मूव करना पड़ेगा। उनके पास जो ड्रम है उसके अंदर 50 गोलियां लगती है M4 के अंदर। अब बाकी प्लेयर्स ब्लाइंड के आगे मूव कर रहे, ग्रेनेड्स किए जा रहे हैं। बिलियन के बचने का चांस नहीं, जोकर शायद ना बच पाए। शेन कुछ तो करिश्मा करना पड़ेगा, बट इससे पहले उनको टेक डाउन किया। हालांकि एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया, खुद की एचपी काफी ज्यादा लो है और वहीं पर उनको भी डाउन किया जाएगा। आईएनएस बहुत सारी मुसीबतों में, मुश्किलों में यहाँ पर।
एंड दैट इज व्हाई हम बात कर रहे थे कि ट्रेंचेस और रिवर्स में रुकना इतना यूजुअली कॉमन नहीं होता है, क्योंकि वहां पे नेट का आप शिकार हो सकते हैं और वही यहाँ पे हुआ।
पता नहीं कितना कारगर रहेगा, बट ज्यादा भी नहीं तो ऑटोबॉट्स पर ही देखने की टीम वापस से आ चुके हैं। आरओ एक अलग एंगल बना रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल एंगल जरूर बनाते हुए शॉट करने की कोशिश करने की कोशिश, लेकिन आरू वहां पे उनको स्पॉट करेंगे, उनको नॉक करेंगे। अभी के लिए ऑटोबॉट्स अभी बैकफुट पर जाते हुए डीबो और आतंकी जो उनके मेरे ख्याल से एक ब्रह्मास्त्र साबित हुए हैं इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर। जिस तरीके से इस प्लेयर ने क्लचेस निकाले हैं, फिनिशेस निकाले हैं, वो इनक्रेडिबल जरूर है। बट ऑटोबॉट्स के जो प्लेयर अलग अलग डायरेक्शन में थे, स्प्लिट कभी कभी ना, यही चीज हमने एक बार पहले भी बात करी थी। ऑटोबॉट जोन के अंदर तो पहुंच जाता है, बट स्प्लिट इतना बड़ा होता है कि उनका एक जो साइड होता है वो खत्म होता नजर आता है।
आप बोल सकते हो कहीं ना कहीं जिंदगी के ओलंपिक्स में उम्मीदों का हाई जंप मारते नजर आते हैं धीरे धीरे, और जिसके कारण उनको भी काफी ज्यादा दिक्कतें होती है। बट खैर अब अगर बात करी जाए, जेली इस समय स्पॉट करना चाहते हैं। एक फिनिश उनके हिस्से में था, दूसरा शायद बिल्कुल सामने हो सकता है। यस वो होगा भी, और उनके बाकी प्लेयर्स साथ के साथ आ चुके हैं। 8-9 फिनिश निकाल चुके हैं, 10वां सामने रहेगा। बट वो 10वां इनको एक ग्रेनेड दे करके जाना चाहता था। हालांकि अब जेली की तरफ से भी एक ग्रेनेड जाएगा, क्या वो ऑन पॉइंट रहेगा? इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। दूसरी तरफ Esports वाला के प्लेयर्स को भी स्पॉट किया जा चुका है। जेली की तरफ से एक दूसरा ग्रेनेड जाने की पूरी पुरजोर कोशिश यहां पर रहेगी। ग्रेनेड अगर सही लगा तो काफी ज्यादा सही चीजें बन सकती हैं। एंड वेल इट वाज आदित्य नॉट जेली जो उस प्लेयर को भी फिनिश डाउन करेंगे। एंड अब बचती है 7 टीमें, 21 लोग जीवित, जिसमें ORK हैं, चारों धुरंधर।
UP50 एक बार फिर से जो मुश्किलें हैं उनकी वो बढ़ती हुई नजर आएंगी। आदित्य, हम यूजुअली देखते हैं कि अकेले बंदे बचते हैं टुवर्ड्स द एंड, बट इस बार सबसे पहले वो नॉकआउट हुए। हर तरफ से जो घेराबंदी है वो कर ली गई है, बच पाना थोड़ा मुश्किल। स्पेशली अगर हम बात करें अभी जो करंट फॉर्म चल रही है टीम UP50 की, अगर ये फाइट वो जीतते हैं कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत आएगा। बट बीस्ट ओपी क्या उन्होंने अपने ऊपर ये ग्रेनेड किया, चलिए स्मोक वहां पर आता हुआ नजर आएगा। बट KSR वो डाउन किए जाएंगे और एक पुश आएगा, स्क्रीम वो आगे की तरफ जाएंगे तो उनसे ग्रेनेड वहां पर थ्रो किया गया, बट कुछ खास फायदा होगा नहीं। एक और प्लेयर डाउन, रणवीर, well now he is the only man standing, but शायद ज्यादा देर तक नहीं। स्क्रीम उनको MVP के लिस्ट में सबसे ऊपर आना है, निकालने पड़ेंगे फिनिशेस। पीछे से कवर, आगे से स्प्रे, 2 फिनिशेस उनके खाते में। लगभग 280 मीटर का फासला। सवितार आगे गए, वहां पर फिनिश ऑफ किए जाएंगे। बट वही बात करें कैप्टन की, थोड़ा उड़ते हुए आए जरूर से हैं। साउथ इंडियन मूवी के स्टाइल में देखते हैं कितनी ज्यादा सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे। मार्कोस गेमिंग के प्लेयर अभी वहां पर मौजूद है, हील करेंगे अपने आप को। क्लोज बैटल रहने वाला है, लेकिन UMP का बेहतरीन इस्तेमाल कैप्टन की साइड से। एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया। ACBC पूरी तरीके से फाइट में जीतेंगे भी, 3 फिनिशेस उनके पास, और अब जोन के अंदर उनकी जो यात्रा है वो प्रारंभ होगी।
का सिचुएशन एक्सो 13 टोटल फिनिशेस के साथ इस मैच को अगर वो जीतते हैं, आप देखें कितना ज्यादा ऊपर जाएंगे। सेंसेस सबसे पहले शुरुआत की है इस खिलाड़ी ने, एक्सप्लिसिट डाउन किए गए और अब एक बार के लिए हम कह सकते हैं कि जो एक्सो का चार्ज है वो आता हुआ हमें दिखाई दे। हिटमैन उनकी पोजीशनिंग अभी तक एक्सो को पता नहीं, बट कम से कम क्लच वो पता है कि वो कहां पे इस वक्त रहने वाले। बट हिटमैन अपनी पोजीशनिंग को बचा के रखें, ज्यादा बेहतर रहेगा। बट एक्सो का सीधा रश और क्लच ग्रेनेड लेके पूरी तरीके से तैयार। बट एक्सप्लिसिट अभी तक उन्होंने अपने आप को हील नहीं किया।
देखना पड़ेगा किस प्रकार से वो अपने आप को हील करते हैं, क्या हीलिंग्स उनके पास मौजूद रहेगी। एक बार फिर से जो 4v3 का सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिलता है, बट टीम एक्सो ने क्या करामाती ये जो अपनी पोजीशनिंग है वो बनाई है। टीम एफएस पूरी तरीके से जोन के बाहर एक बहुत ही छोटा सा एरिया है जिसपे सिमट के रह गए एफएस के प्लेयर्स और अब उनके ऊपर जो बमबारी है वो की जाएगी। जो ओपनिंग है वो मिल चुकी है, 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन। हिटमैन वेल ही इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। पोजीशन उनकी भी रिवील है। टीम एक्सो इस टीम को स्पॉट कर सकते हैं। डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा इन्फिक्ट किया एफएस 12 अंकों के साथ इस मैच को खत्म करेंगे। स्पॉट करे जाएंगे, डाउन करे जाएंगे। टीम एक्सो एक बहुत ही उम्दा विनर चिकन डिनर उनके पास जाएगा। और अगर हम बात करें फिनिशेस की, वेल थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा वो जोड़ने में, क्योंकि इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग 16 फिनिशेस उनके पास आए हैं।
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile Pro Series powered by Loco. What an amazing day to be witnessing some amazing games. My name, of course, is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by XP or The Experiment. And with me, we have Amrit, but we know him better as Fixus or Daddy, if you're lucky. But again, so Fixus, you know, I mean, we saw some amazing games yesterday. Again, it is going to be day 2 in week 2. How are you feeling and what are we going to see today?
I mean, again, interesting matches because yesterday, comparatively with week 1 and week 2, we've had a lot of changes up in the order, right? Team EXO being one of the biggest names that really stood out for me, and so were the boys from Hydra officials.
Of course, and you know, a lot of games, EXO, if I can just talk about them for a quick second, the comeback kings, as you love calling them, and you know, again, it just goes to show you may be down in the game or in life, but you can always get back up. But now, of course, BMPS would not have been possible without BGMI Crafton. Thank you for giving us this wonderful opportunity, and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. But let's just focus on these bad boys in our hands. I'm of course talking about the iQOO Neo 6, and well, if you have the power to win, you can do anything. But before we get on with the show, remember the next few graphics are going to help you with that little quiz. So Fixus, what stands out for you?
I mean, might as well take a screenshot if it comes handy while solving the quiz. But of course, the Snapdragon 875G processor is something that we've been talking about constantly. But you know, today we're going to pay attention to that 1200 Hertz instant touch sampling rate. Now, with the latest smartphones, you need those because again, once you're into esports, you need those quick reflexes up, and you want your device to be up to the mark. It's not as if you're pressing the buttons and well, it does not get relayed instantly. Those little microseconds of you know, delays are going to cause massive impacts. And well, with iQOO Neo 6, you're not going to face a single glitcher.
Basically, lag is going to be a word that we use in yesteryears now, right? Because with these devices, like he said, you know, it's going to be instant, and you know, all these pros who are on the prowl, their reflexes need to be reciprocated with their device. And speaking of devices, 3 lucky winners stand a chance to win this bad boy every day. And Fixus, how do we do that?
Now, for all the new viewers, I'm pretty sure they would be keen to know that. Of course, you've got to head over to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, and partake in that quiz. And if you are lucky, 3 lucky winners today are going to be having this beautiful smartphone in their hands by the end of this evening.
Kind of matches my outfit as well. And have a look at that. If you just moved around just a little bit, that pearlescent color, it's going to be something different from every angle that you have a look. So if you want to look good out there, well, you better have one of these in your pockets. And
style statement.
Style statement. There you go. And of course, if you have a look at the gentleman to my left, the right of your screen, you matching up pretty well. I like the pink of the pink.
Oh yeah, I mean it's kind of royal color these days, you know, and gone are those days when you know it's just black for the boys out there. But I'm pretty sure today is going to be a very exciting day since we had the first game of Vikendi. So much to work around with, XP.
Well, of course, this is the iQOO BMPS, and this is what we all are fighting for. The massive prize pool. 2 crore rupees, 7 zeros after that too, where first is going to walk away with a big chunk of it, 75 lakhs, second gets 35,000, lakhs, well, 1,000? Come on, XP, this is a big thing. Third walks away with 20 lakhs and so on and so forth. You keep decreasing as you go down the line.
I mean, the biggest ever prize pool we're talking about in the history of Indian esports, ladies and gentlemen, and let that sink in. Shows how far we've really come, and it's just not about the team's positioning. We've got other prizes as well.
We made a mistake, Fixes. We should have been in the game. We should have kept on gaming, and maybe we could have been battling for all that moolah. But you know, I guess we are enjoying what we do, and it's always
time for the new era.
It's time for the new kids on the block, and well, the question always remains, you know, how do we decide who gets what? That is where the point distribution comes in handy.
Of course, I mean, for chicken dinner, you're getting 15 points. We've seen that with a lot of other teams, you know, just going out for the finishes because that really pops out over here, right? For every finish, you get that 1 point. Our teams like Global Esports rely heavily on such point standings as it has favored them. There are few teams that have prioritized a lot on those position points on which they are up the order. So that's something that we have to take care of.
I love it. You know, it basically means that all the fights are going to be a bit more ferocious. And speaking of all the fighting, well, you better be marking your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, because we are now in the second day of League Stage Week 2. That, of course, is the 27th of May. This is going to go on till the 29th. And again, I like that we give not just ourselves, but all the teams a little bit of a breather, after which Week 3 commences on the 2nd of June.
Yeah, it's quite important, right? Especially considering you've got the 3-4 days break in between. This is where teams get back to the drawing boards, work out on their mistakes, and come up with some fresh new ideas, which were quite visible yesterday as well. So many teams making those improvements. We've been talking about EXO, but it all comes down to being the top 16 and heading over to the finals, which are going to be starting from the 9th of June.
Oh, those are going to be some amazing 4 days, but now you are going to see the big change in the schedule as compared to Week 1. Of course, Sanhok is still going to be out, and well, Vikendi, a bit chilly over here in the studio, buddy, is going to be coming in. We are going to kick things off with Erangel as usual, and well, you know all the rest. We're going to come back full circle to Erangel once again. I like the fact that, you know, we do have 3 Erangels, which again is not only the fan favorite map, but I'm pretty sure all these teams are most comfortable in it. Do you think that is would you like more of Erangel, or maybe just, you know, put in Sanhok as well? What do you think?
Now maybe one Sanhok would also add up to the mix, because again, when we were drawing comparisons yesterday between Sanhok and Vikendi, it kind of came down to the same old thing, right? Where Vikendi, we did resort to a healing battle which went on and could not even happen because it was a 9 circle sort of closing in. 13 first aids on one of the players of Hydras over there, but it did not really make sense for him to go for such messes. It went up to 32 minutes of a game, the highest ever we're talking about.
I like that. It was RTX who were running around, who thought that, you know, this game is in our bag, and, you know, they were running around trying to look for the last person, that where could he be, and, you know, he was just patching himself up, you know. Probably not doing that in real life unless, of course, it's adrenaline and you really need it. But again, you know, just that little split-second decision is one of the reasons why they actually came in and won the game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, considering the fact that Hydra officials, like we've been talking about, then they made some impressive strides yesterday, especially when they were kind of in the middle order and finally back into the top 8. And this was quite unexpected if you talk about a team so new right now, especially when you're talking about Hydra or the other teams as well. So pretty sure looking forward to how they're going to perform today as well.
Speaking of Hydra and the other teams, the pre-match segment powered by Loco is popping up on our screens, and let's see if you can spot your favorite teams, because it is going to be Group A going up against Group C. And Fixes, I have a question for you. We have a few big names on either side. Global Esports, we've got Enigma, and of course Group C is, according to you, one of the toughest, the ones that are doing the best so far. how do these two groups go up against one another?
It's always interesting, especially when you start off with Erangel. The first day, you of course have eyes on how Team Seoul is going to perform, because of course the lead and the battle going on between Seoul and OR Esports for the first spot is still up for grabs. And then you've got the entirety opened up till the 15th or 16th position. It could just be anybody just having few good games. But this is where the attention again comes down to UP50 XP, where they're somewhere around that 50-point marker, and while other teams have already started crossing hundreds.
Now, of course, UP50 is something that we are going to talk about. I won't actually talk about Hyderabad Hydras, but we're going to have to hold on to our thought for a split second, because again, like I said, none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors iQOO and Loco. So before we get on with all the shenanigans, all the death and destruction, let's have a look at that cool video for the first time. Well, it's a new day, it's a new dawn, but it's also a new promo video. Let me just say one thing. It was like we were living that cascade cooling system. Ooh,
just freezing that end.
The entire, well, whatever beast this was. But again, a reminder, you all can grab one for yourselves as well. Well, 3 lucky winners every single day. If you do, head over to Amazon, search for the iQOO Neo 6, and there is a little quiz. Again, as Fix has mentioned, if you did take those screenshots early, you might just know the answers, and now I see what you did there. So I always was wondering, how is it that he's able to, participate in quizzes and get all the answers right? Now I know what you did, boy.
I mean, again, those numbers were a little difficult to crunch at the beginning, so it's always better to be prepared. And well, I mean, you've got to be lucky. It's just not your smartness that's going to be taking you there. It's a little bit of that, a little bit of a kiss on the forehead from Lady Luck, as Arka loves to say that. And if we have the stars align, you never know. And of course, this is one of those phones that's yet to launch. And imagine you're going to be having it before everybody else. Talking about bragging rights, here it is.
Talk about exclusivity as well. Of course, that is what iQOO loves doing for the Indian gaming community. Now, speaking of the gaming community, let me just bring up Hyderabad Hydras. 17 points in 4 games.
That hurts. That hurts considering how they played in week 1, the transition into week 2. I still feel, the communication was completely lacking. We saw in those fights the decision making, it was completely off the books. The way they have wanted to execute, even in the maps of Miramar, the rotations are fine, but the way they have been engaging in fights, that could be worked upon on a huge level.
Of course, we do have our little cheat sheets over here, so we know exactly how many points each team is going to be, off one another. But just to make it a little easier, by the way, his are pretty much blank. He's just want to make sure that it looks like he's got more cue cards. But now, the overall standings are going to be popping up on our screens. And, well, Fixes, what do you see? 2 points separating Seoul and OR Esports.
Oh, it's going to get so feisty today, right? Especially OR Esports. I feel, they're more composed as a team, where Team Seoul, they've been relying on a few of the individual players all around. So today it's going to be a day where Team Seoul need to work on having all 4 of the players inside the lobby, inside the final few circles. But for the other teams, if you talk about Team EXO, they did make some huge leaps and bounds over here, making it to the top 4. But Hyderabad Hydras, talk about them being at the top 3 and suddenly somewhere struggling for that 7th, 8th position. That is something that they've got to work upon. And Hydra Official, we've talked about them, but as we move along, this is still very open-ended, right? It just could be anybody's. Barely just 10 points separating the 9th and 16th.
And again, it's just half a game is what it's going to take for these teams, topple one another. But of course, Global Esports kind of slipping down to the 9th position. Just that one chicken dinner, but have a look at their finishes. Now, these boys, oh boy, they love living for that fight. However, positions have been a bit of an issue. But now, if we have a look at the 3rd page, we did bring up UP50 Esports. Fixes, do they really want this? Do they have that hunger? Do they have that drive?
At this point, I really feel they're starting to break down, right? Succumb to the pressure. They're trying out everything, and nothing seems to work around. And this is where they really do need to calm down, compose themselves, have a slow start, and then maybe make some bigger moves. I do not know what could be the exact answer. But for the other teams, of course, GOG Esports, I expected a bit more from their side. I really thought by the end of the evening they would have made it to the second page at the very least. But hoping to see some better games from their side. In even Team INS, if you remember the first week, the last day, they were getting chicken dinners, they were racking up a lot of finishes, but here they are still at the 19th spot.
Well, I mean, that is how the cookie crumbles from time to time. Initiative Academy also yesterday. I know I might get have a bit of a chuckle in my voice right now. Bad. I mean, not just bad, terrible start to 2 games. And it was something that they could have avoided because, you know, they were probably aware, as everyone is, about each other's drop spots. So that initial skirmish is not what they live for. 4 points in 4 games is not what we expect from a team that already has a chicken dinner to their name.
No, I went home and I started looking over to it, and there were a few pointers that we would, of course, raise up. But right now, I guess, again, if you're not lucky enough, you're not getting those 3 pawns, you still have chance to win the match, and XP is going to tell you how.
Well, you are going to see something pop up on your screens, and, well, it's obviously the BGMI merchandise that we're going to be talking about, but I like the fact that you can follow us on our links down below as well. I'm at XPcast, he's at FixesCasts, and there you have it. This is what 10 lucky winners stand a chance to win every single day. I'm still hoping that I get mine in the mail because we did give our shirt sizes, and, you know, you got to have those bottles to beat the heat, but how can they do that?
I mean, all you've got to do is support your favorite team. And if your team is the team that did accumulate the highest or maximum number of points by the end of the evening, 10 lucky winners. You've got to head off to BGMI official esports channel. Of course, in the description, there's a link, a form that you have to fill up. Otherwise, you know, like we said, ours haven't arrived and we wouldn't mind keeping yours.
Wait a second, let me just get that link. I see what you're talking about. It is there, but then after that, make sure that you do watch the English stream because, well... chances
increase.
Absolutely. It's all about probability at the end of the day. But now, what's going to happen is we are going to be we're going to stop yapping away. And although I do love us being on screen, we're going to bid you guys adieu from the studio because, well, we are going to be heading over to the green luscious plains of Erangel before, the way I love saying it, it's going to be covered in hot smoldering blood. And, well... let's see where we start off. Of course, this is that crashed bird to the north of the map.
Oh yeah, and that's created a huge trench around which a lot of teams love to play during their round 4s, of course, of the iQOO BMPS. But haven't really seen quite a lot of circles anymore in these particular areas, right? Majority of the shifts have been to the eastern sides, and finally, it seemed like XP, your wishes were granted yesterday. Finally, a certain circle. How did you feel?
You know, I mean, another caster has taken over the whole crystal ball thing, which I do believe I had once upon a time.
Yeah.
But the thing is, oh boy, I was on fire yesterday as far as the predictions came. And, you know, I am quite happy about it. But again, it is going to be an interesting thing to see what's going to happen, you know, in this game today. It is week 2. And, you know, let's just quickly talk about UP50 right now.
Okay.
Right? I have a question first. They are going to be playing the first game, which means the pressure is going to be a bit immense on them. What are they supposed to do? How do they come out swinging, buddy? I think they should just go for it and, you know, because they've got nothing to lose.
So let me break it down, right? UP50 loves going towards the Georgia Paul containers. So first of all, they would need to have the luxury of the flight path trajectory. And second, they need to start avoiding fighting against Team Soul XP. Because every single time while they're first rotating on that little area just beside the ruins, this is where they kind of tend to meet and eventually get caught in a third-party situation. That has to be avoided, and here we are finding it out. If it really favors, yes it does, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird takes it up to the skies, as we have the trajectory heading all the way from Katka towards Yasnaya Polyana.
Alrighty, here we go. The first game is going to be taking place right now. I like the fact that, you know, the plane path is kind of splitting the map in half.
Yeah.
Which means, you know, if you want to head over to your favorite destinations, you can. And, you know, drop clashes might be a bit fewer at this moment, especially if you want to grab all those vehicles for yourself. But Fixes, break it down for me. Where are these teams heading, and how do you think the first game is going to pan out?
Now, this is what I wanted to. This is where I really wanted to bring teams like Initiative Academy and 7C. Right, yesterday Autobotz was not playing in the first game of Erangel, and Autobotz at this point were not there. So again, both these teams did think that it's going to be fancy if we drop down there. We're going to have some good loot. Eventually went up against fighting each other. But today, Hyderabad Hydras have a lot to prove. It's the same goes for the players of UP50. They need to figure out how they have to get inside the circle. Do they play around the centers, or do they work around the peripheries? If they're doing that, they have to engage in fights.
Well, speaking of engaging in fights, I do see a couple of teams heading towards Georgia Paul. Now, we know it is the two Hydras, but there you have it. The first circle is going to be forming up on your screens. I like the fact we still have a little bit of the military base in play at the beginning.
Right.
But I doubt anything's going to be heading down south this time around. I want to see something, in fact, possibly near Potato Hill. It's been a while, Fixes. We've seen any endgame fights take place over there.
This is one of the circles that we've even seen after the update, right? It kind of ends somewhere on the western side of Shelter, like you've been talking about. Now, there is a possibility that it might end around Potato Hills, and this is one of the circles in which teams like Seoul, teams like INS can really thrive. Now, 7C, we've seen in these particular situations, they tend to take a lot of fights. Now, that has been one of those causing concerns for them, because they get those finish points, but the position points is something that they could really start working upon.
Well, that is something, of course, a lot of the teams can start working upon, but, you do need that little infusion of confidence coming in.
Yeah.
You do need that ball rolling in your favor. You need that momentum to push you forth, and let's see if the first game is going to be the case for most of the teams. Now, Team Seoul, they're looking good. Again, like I said earlier on, right, a new breed of Seoul on display for us on our screens. And, yes, of course, Goblin is going to be our leader as far as finishes go. However, it is a team game at the end, and boy, oh boy, are these boys playing like a tight-knit unit.
Again, there has been sort of a drop-off considering how week 1 went and how week 2 really panned out for Team Seoul. Yesterday, the start was not really pleasant for them, right? Again, that one Miramar chicken dinner, it was those two players who did get eliminated pretty early on, and Seoul, on behest of the fact that they had the higher ground, did capitalize on that situation. Otherwise, it was Team EXO written all over it. Now, talking about Team EXO, now there were a lot of fingers being raised at Sensei and his callouts because the rotations had been completely awry. But I feel that they finally managed to fix it. Now they're just going to be looking for the top spot.
Of course, that is something that you are going to be looking out for, the rotations. However, a few in-game decisions as when to take a fight, and all these kind of decisions kind of were a little off yesterday, except of course the last couple of games, and they did manage to get a few chicken dinners for themselves. But how does the zone kind of help them? Because I believe if the zone was not in their favor, they might have had a little bit of a tough time making it in. But I do believe, speaking of making it in, looks like a couple of teams are going to drive past one another, as Global Esports, well, they do have those fancy cars for such a big organization. They're going to be driving along the road, and I like that he's not taking it off the road. And just as I say that, that lamp was going to be scraped from beneath, isn't it?
Yeah, needs to go for a car wash pretty much sooner or later, especially once you head to Miramar, and that's where it gets really dusty. But again, talking about a team like Global Esports, we know these boys love to take their fights, and the position points is where they're severely lacking upon, right? Just 52 points from their positions is what they've accrued. Just that one chicken dinner that I can remember of, where, Joker just went all bonkers, and the circle kind of shifted to the resort hills we had. But apart from that, Team Global Esports today is one of those days where they could really work upon fixing on their rotations and all those aspects. But this is where they tend to thrive, right, in taking fights. And that has always been their own factor that you keep on talking about. And I'm going to expect nothing less.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case for them. But now, Hyderabad Hydras, boy oh boy, day 1 of week 2 was not in their favor. And again, like you said, a few indecisive decisions, in fact, were being made, and that confidence that these boys exude, especially on maps like Miramar, we didn't really have a chance to see that yesterday. However, let's see if today, if Striker, Ace Black, and the boys are going to do something different, because again, they're one of the few teams in this community, Fixes, that have been together for a very long time.
I mean, yeah, if you talk about Hyderabad Hydras, even in previous titles, they were together. They had a few changes. One of the primary changes being the inclusion of Ace Black into their roster, right? Ever since he's come in, he's been, delivering for his teams. That is where, the ego factor also tends to come in. New kid at the block. Now he's going to be calling the shots, and now a lot of fingers are going to be raised. You've got to deal with the pressure. I feel, he's one of those players, even if it comes down to how he frags. He's been putting up numbers on board. He's been bringing such amazing rotations, putting the players of Hyderabad Hydras in such situations. But the only underlining problem that they really need to address right now has been how they engage in fights, which has been a little off for them.
See, there's always two sides to the same coin, right?
Yeah.
Because, of course, if you are doing good, well, all the accolades are going to be for you. But if you are going to make a few mistakes, well, fingers are going to be pointed in your direction. Now, again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Most of these players are in their teens, and, they're still young as far as the mental strength is concerned. Now, that, I do believe, is another important aspect of this game. Because, yes, you might have the skills, but do you have that little mental finesse to, back it up? And, well, Eros, there's no one around and there's a single pole in front of you. But again, you had to go and bang into it. That just kind of, rubs me the wrong way because, I love my vehicles. And that little buggy is going to be a bit scratched up. But for now, he is going to make sure he visits the market as 7C Esports are going to be traversing around the farm. Now, 7C, again, not a team to shy away from fights. However, yesterday, we didn't see them as aggressive as we would have expected.
I mean, 7C, ever since the first week, they were kind of looking a little off, still trying to figure out where they stand inside the lobby. And the only thing the only answer they came up with was engaging in a lot of fights. Just try to free yourselves a little bit, try to be a little less conscious. And they've always done that. Now, Sarwing, Spraygod have been two of those players that have been in the top 10 leaderboards in terms of getting those finishes for their team. But like I said, it's a team that kind of follows the footprints of global esports, goes a lot for those fights, focuses a lot less on their positioning points. So that is another thing. If they can fix, I'm pretty sure they also might make it to the top 5.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because as of right now, 7C Esports are on unlucky number 13 as far as the overall standings are concerned. And, well, let's see if they are going to be pushing forth. Now, another team that is going to be languishing a bit towards the bottom are the boys from Esports Walla WSF. And 22nd is not good, especially since, they did show us some glimmers of hope in the past few games. But for now, they do have a good position atop their mount. However, I do believe they are going to be moving to greener pastures. Now, the circle is going to be closing in. I would obviously want something dramatic, which means I would like a little bit of a sudden shift. However, I don't think, my luck is going to be running high today. Let's see if that is going to be the case. However, at this moment, a lot of teams are coming in close to one another, and looks like we just might have some vehicular manslaughter. We might see some drive-bys, which, again, is rare because every single player has a vehicle to himself. But the circle is going to shift. Well, we still have some military action in play. Maybe we just might be heading down south.
I'm telling you, it's going to go to the western side of Shelter, just where Team INS are stationed, right at the Snake compounds. And that is one of those hot properties that all these teams are going to contest. Now, witnessing a few changes from UP50, they want to play it around the centers. Now, the only thing they need to do is try and avoid taking those early fights.
Well, now I guess, if they are going to be shot at from either direction, it's not early because they are going to have to defend their position. I like it. You did spot this out brilliantly, that they are focusing, they are gravitating towards the center of the circle, which means, maybe, just maybe, they might be taking a few shots at a few people going by, which is exactly what Evo from Enigma is up to. Now, again, Enigma Gaming, boy, they are Enigma because, they play so wonderfully at times. They show such amazing gameplay. They've got the strength to back it up. Hold on. UP50, we were talking about you moments ago. They did kind of sense someone is in the compound, but looks like, once again, they're going to be, well, not tucking their tails, but maybe they're just going to go to another position and set themselves up over there. But the thing is, during this movement, during this migration, that is when they start getting shot at from other teams.
This is what I've been, really bugged about when it comes to UP50. They need to start solidifying a compound, right? INS, of course, taking a majority of the Snake buildings. Now, this is one of those fights that they could have really engaged. Now, they're all, scattered. They do not know where to go. And this is where, the numbers are going to start dwindling down, and again UP50 objective clearly missing, and teams like EXO, they're gonna bank upon it and capitalize.
Now they do have that one little visitor down there, but again they're going to be shot at from Enigma, and now they're going to come back, and maybe probably even another team is going to be shooting them from a third direction. Speaking of Enigma, they're going to be laying down shots on Team EXO, while 7C Esports once again, and as soon as they realize, have a look at that, a few shots being fired, 2 members of UP50 down on their bloody knees, and on the other hand, Team EXO are going to be laying down a barrage of bullets in their direction. Again, maybe they should have taken the fight. Anything, again, the similar thing we've seen from UP50, and for some reason I'm getting a bit...
What they could have really done was take a fight against Team INS over there, especially considering how the players were scattered. Everyone was just holding one compound. Try and get that one player of INS and hold the entire compound to yourself, because otherwise the other players of INS are anyways not going to push at you. Now, you've got to the worst possible situation now where your only objective is to pray and survive for as long as you can. Now, you being shot from both directions at 7C, the moment you step up, someone's going to blow your skulls open.
We've got 7C at one end, we've got Enigma at the other. Global Esports are coming down on a little bit of a high ground towards their north, and of course, Team EXO's Fierce is laying down lead, racking up those finishes for himself. So again, UP50, I might just count them out right now because, like you said, they need to take those fights.
I was really happy when they made those early movements, right? Those early rotations coming in of them, and I really thought they were going to that compound, man. The moment they realized that there's someone else, they instantly wanted to retreat. They wanted to go somewhere else, and that is where all the other teams were rather quicker than what they intended. Now, this is one of those spots they never thought that they would go to, but this was the only spot they found that there's nobody else, and that is how the cookie starts crumbling for them. And from here onwards, even if they need to disengage, how do they do that? Their vehicles have been blown apart. Everything's just gone. The moment we witness a hard shift, they're basically done for.
Well, speaking of taking on INS position, looks like Global Esports' Manya is doing that all by his lonesome now. Crazy Soul and the boys are going in. Shane is going to be coming in from the right, while Billion is going to patch himself up. But Manya, in fact, is still going to be on the outside. We did see his teammates up on the hill behind him, which means if anyone pops their head out a window, chances are they might just get shot. There you have it, Knuckle from afar, making sure he tries to save his teammate down there, but Manya's position has been given away. Crazy Soul has an idea where he is. The grenade is going to go boom, and, well, it is going to mix. However, Crazy Soul is going to be brought down, and now have a look at this. This is confidence mixes. He's one man standing, but he's going in, and it looks like another team wants to come and party. No, it's going to be Joker from the other side. Switches his weapon. Unfortunately, that HP was just a bit too low.
Indeed, and this is where the other players of Global Esports do charge in. Already Joker being taken down. This is Global Esports. Everything has started falling down for them as they are in tatters. The only last player surviving for their squad has to retreat, has to get back to a different position. But can he make it? That's the big question.
Well, lucky for him, Mother Nature kind of helped him out because that tree did obscure the vision of Shane. But again, have a look at how Team INS were ready for this fight. They made sure they had a few flanks set up in the form of Joker OG. Now, of course, we do love calling him a loose cannon. One of the smarter players out there, and he was anticipating, as soon as that first man from GE went down, a push is going to come in, and this is what practice, this is what basically all that experience comes in handy, because no one would have expected anyone to be in another building, but now the circle is up on our screens. AJ, the last man from Global Esports, right in the center.
What Global Esports could have done better in that situation was have 2 players stationed in for the compounds. Should have thrown grenades from multiple direction. Again, the moment they got those 2 knocks, both of them pushing in, the chances would have been better, right? Manya just got shot from 2 different directions. The backup could not arrive in time, but look at Team Soul and Ari. Jadu just having that vehicle right beside them, and this is a push again coming in by the players of 7C.
I just saw this right now. I saw Sarang was heading over for a little bit of a flank, and now he's going to take the fight right at the enemy. They know that they are in there, and they can't do anything. There you have it. Shots are going to be fired. The last man is going to be brought down, and once again, I might sound a bit cocky as expected. UP50, well, they dug their own graves, and for now, they can rest peacefully up until the next game. But as soon as I saw movement from 7C's camp, I was like, I'm pretty sure they're going to be heading in for the finish. And like you said, how long can UP50 last? Because A, they have no utilities. B, no meds. I mean, how much can you really get in that Wizard Tower?
it's just them being helpless there, and there you have it. The circle shifting and Team EXO right at the heart of the circle. Now this is something that Team EXO needs to understand. That is not how they like to play, but they're open to changes, right? They are open to, you know, adapting to various different situations, and if anybody could do it, it could be Team EXO.
It could be, because it looks like a few teams are going to be heading in their direction. And ooh, have a look at that. The Autobotz are going to be driving past AJ's position, and he is not going to move a muscle or make a sound. The team that is going to make a lot of sound is Team EXO. Again, they have a good position, and you know they're going to try and use those strengths. And Soul is going to be taking the fight once again to our Esports. Hector getting a long-distance knock on Rockstar, and looks like he knows that, you know, they are going to be calling in the cavalry. However, I wonder if this is the right fight to take right now, Fixes.
I mean, at this point, you know, Soul can afford to do that. And considering, if I know Team Soul, they are going to pick it no matter what. Look at Akshat. He's, you know, he's trying to create different flanks. He's trying to find different angles. One more knock, and they go dashing in. But finally, the players have been revived as Retribution RD. It's going to be Doody who gets the better out of KU over there. Would instantly want to cook up a grenade. Does it land though?
Well, it does look good. It does look optimistic, and it is going to be brilliant. However, it does do a lot of damage. In fact, his teammate Eros is going to make sure that Bayo is going to be brought down to his knees as well, which means looks like RTR's days are pretty much numbered. And if I'm not wrong, they are out. Oh, sorry, Kinetic's days are numbered, and I don't see them anywhere on the map. They are done for. Again, you know, a little bit of mishap happening with them. They should probably not have hit that tree, but what's going to happen over here is Spraygard is going to try and lay down some lead in Sol's position. However, he's going to be brought down instead, which means now they are going to be charging in. In fact, Sarang is going to be in a different vehicle. Salvatore is going to go all by his lonesome, and I do believe Aladdin is going to be staying behind, making sure he still has that little ground for himself. But now Sarang playing a dangerous game. Sword on one side, he is going to make sure he backs up all this finishes. Hero trying to be the hero for his team, putting him at bay. However, his position has been given away, and this is where we might see a little mini red zone.
Of course, now our Esports, they're looking a lot sandwiched over here in this particular situation. If they do not have those smokes deployed, they might find themselves in a whole world of trouble. But Sarang, I love the positioning, right? He's not overextended in the situation. He still has got that little bit of a ridge to work around with. Still has his vehicles intact in one suit as Esports WSF. They are fighting it out against INS. Grenades are going to be tossed over from both the sides. Dango and Karan, they have to make the magic happen.
Well, it is going to be a little close quarter combat for these boys, because they can hardly see each other, but looks like they are going to be in each other's grills. As Shane is going to let his UMP do all the talking. He tries to duck, however, looks like this time around WSF do have the upper hand. Curran on a sliver of HP does need to go up against one man, and that is 1 in a billion. I'm talking about billion SDK. He's going to come in, he's going to shoot, he's going to connect, and that is going to be it for WSF. So close, yet so far away.
Oh. INS, I mean, just surviving by the whiskers. Now, this is the point where other teams could also capitalize on the situation, right? 3 of the players are on their knees, and the next nearby threat has to be Hyderabad Hydras. But the only cause of concern is they've got their attention diverted elsewhere.
Well, the Hyderabad Hydras are going to be taking the fight to their namesakes by the look of things, because Hydra are going to be right besides them. And, well, let's see what is going to happen. Wait a second, it's only one man who was a bit far away. I did make a little bit of an oopsie over here. Hydras are going to be a bit further away from their position, but the question is, buddy, how do they make it into the circle? Because have a look at your mini-map right now on the top right. INS is still going to be behind them, so their backs are not secure. Enigma Gaming are still going to be behind them, which means if they do make a move here, well, chances are they're going to get a flurry of shots in their direction from behind, and well, let's see if they can survive. But the team that is surviving for now are the boys from Autobotz, but looks like Seoul are finally going up against 7C Esports.
Finally, they decide to take the fight, but again, at the same time, they have to consider that the fact that our Esports, they're still alive and kicking. They've got a few knocks, but are they willing to commit in this particular fight? That's the big question, because the moment they do that and have one of their players taken down, it's going to go all awry for them.
Have a look at what's going to happen now. They are fighting out over here, but we can switch our attention to another fight breaking out. INS's Joker is going to be caught out in the open, and Ace Black hits the deck in the nick of time, because from elsewhere we had shots coming with Gary. Relentless with that M4, gets a double knock, and he's going to make sure he capitalizes on what he started. because others are going to be trying in and trying to steal those finishes. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras, again, looks like they have been revamped a little bit, and from distance, Carry is to try and make sure he gets as many finishes as he can. But right now, Autobot's position is going to be taken on by RTR, but again, they couldn't really do anything. I love the fact, Fixes, that so much smoke is being deployed that, you know, everyone is basically just shooting pretty much blind.
You know, it was understandable considering the fact that they were kind of playing around the centers a little bit, but we have the players of Hyderabad Hydras instantly dashing in, and this is where they both kind of are not really sure where the other player is. Ace Black did have a little bit of a vision, but instantly got taken down over there. Now the backup needs to arrive, but the big question is, does it arrive at the right time or not?
They are coming in as Manti is going to be behind the tree. He is going to be lobbing a grenade. Question is, does he know where the Fox is hiding? Because the Fox has dug a little bit of a hole for himself. And let me tell you one thing, he is looking good. 3 finishes for himself. In fact, he's going to make sure that Ace Black is going to be burnt to a crisp. His position is pristine right now. Maxi, had that grenade been just a little bit longer, it would have been trouble for him. Now, Maxi is going to be focusing on another team in the distance, but this is it. I mean, he might just have a few first aids for himself, but sooner or later, buddy, he is going to have to come out, and I wonder if the Autobots are keeping an eye out on that kill feed.
For now, it's not the case, but look at the circle shift now. GOG, FS, they're going to be elated with the wave transition. Well, pointing out a little bit of a silhouette over there, capitalizing on it. Did not have a lot of HP to bank upon. Eventually gets taken down, and Hyderabad Hydras just 3 finishes. Pretty much an early exit for them at the 9 spot. Just to point out of it, 4 points from 1 game. That's not good.
That is not good at all, and what's not good is the fact that Savitar is going to go down from 7C. However, the silver lining is they only have 1 man to play around with, Enigma's Avi, but Hydra could be coming in, and speaking of Avi, he spots that the cavalry is coming in, he spots that Respite is coming in. However, he's going to hold his ground, because have a look at that, he doesn't really have any meds, he does have 10 bandages, while Legend from Hydra Official is going to be raining down death and destruction, and well, the Autobots did assemble in 1 position. However, you know, that was not the right cause over here, because they've been taken out elsewhere. We have fight taken out, so pushing up on GOG's position, and of course, you don't expect this fight going any other way. Even though Hector is down, 5 finishes to their names, chances are they're going to be back up and kicking as an entire squad. As FS Esports, they have a nice position, right? They can still make a few finishes for themselves.
Just when I was wondering that, yes, this could be one of those games where GOG really pops off. The next moment, they get decimated by Team Soul. Now, this is where, you know, even teams like FS Esports realize they are a little bloodied over there, lying on their knees, few good grenades. They could have actually committed, considering they've got such a beautiful spread of the map.
Now, K47, I get it. He's focusing on Soul, but 2 of his teammates have fallen down courtesy of Team EXO. Now, I guess they are going to cut their losses. Oh, that looks like a good grenade. He does take out a massive chunk of their HP, and well, Punk, you don't need to throw that, because it looks like Soul from the other end is going to make sure that Hydra are going down, and there you have it. Goblin, our leader as far as finishes go, is going to make sure, well, 7C are going to be bidding us adieu as well. 3 teams remain, and it is going to be Soul versus EXO versus FS Esports. And guess what? We have all 4 members up and kicking for each and every team. I love this. It's an even Steven Mexican standoff. But for now, Soul, they are looking good.
Yeah, and indeed, they already have one of those players of Team EXO knocked out, and they would want to capitalize on the situation, get a few more finishes. But they've got to be careful for FS Esports. The moment they show up their bodies from the right-hand side, they might just get taken down. Fierce still trying. He knows that Goblin loves to make those pesky moves. He loves getting up close and personal. And this one grenade could do the job, but it's going to be Sensei's arms doing all the magic. And now, finally, Soul, they have a chink in their armor, which can get capitalized by the players of Team EXO.
Well, let's see if someone does take advantage of that little chip, because that is where they are most vulnerable. Again, it is a bit of a mental game as well. As soon as Goblin goes down, so does everyone else. But for now, it does seem like they are still holding the ground as FS Esports. Although they are trying to pummel them with bullets from one end, they've got to be careful, because Team EXO, they do have the higher ground. And well, have a look at that Hitman. Not a single bit of medication on himself. But bandage from first aid. It could be problematic. And now Legend, of course, trying to tell his teammate, hey, buddy, could you just give me a little bit of cover over here? As Punk is going to make sure he does something. Oh, I think he could be spotted. Switches to the DP28 for that little extra stability. But looks like FS Esports, buddy, they are moving in. All that smoke is going to be dissipating through enough. But the question is also ready for an onslaught because the grenade has been flung. Akshat could be the one taken down. However, it was cooked a bit too much. Have a look at how they're making sure they still cover themselves with smoke as they move forth. Oh, buddy, this is dangerous. I think Seoul have no idea that someone is on their right flank because they are focusing a bit too much on the other. And there you have it. The push comes in. Hitman going in, bringing down Akshat.
Oh, there you have it. FS being the sneaky assassins, striking when the time was right now. It is going to be a 4v4 situation. FS somehow against all odds have made it inside the circle. But this is where the true test lies, as Immortal is just going to be going up for a soiree with his buggy. Went for a drive-by, but did not quite succeed enough. But it is going to be Hitman who opens it up. And now Team EXO, they really need to pick up on their paces.
They do, but now the thing is, all this smoke has pretty much obscured their vision and they have no idea where anyone is. And Sensei, I wonder what he was doing over there because that was a dangerous gamble that he just took. But for now, Fierce, he's going to make sure he holds his flank because if anyone pops out off that ridge like a mole, he is going to capitalize. But Hitman is going to make sure he finishes what he started, as Punk is not feeling lucky today. Uh-oh, a little bit of a loopsy coming in. Immortal gets taken down, but now this is where Sensei is going to be flying best. He does lay down lead in that smoke, gets a knock. However, he had to hit the deck because he was getting shot out from elsewhere. K47's position is beautiful, and speaking of his beautiful position, he is going to be in prime position to take those shots, taking advantage of that ghillie. And looks like, buddy, FS Esports on a one-on-one with Team EXO might just steal this away. He sees Sensei, he shoots, but no! It is going to be Team EXO with the first chicken dinner on day 2 of the second week as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco.
I can't believe what my eyes just saw right now, considering K47 having the best flank possible. He went a little greedy in that final situation, right? Got that knock, should have positioned himself in a better situation, could have gone a little bit side from the smoke and could have hit the final nail in the coffin. But Sensei, understanding that the only last player is going to push at his direction, has to be the MVP, as Team EXO do have that first spot secured for themselves with 29 points. But 7C Esports, look at those 9 finishes, and surviving so late has earned themselves the second spot.
Well, 4 of them came thanks to UP50. So again, that was pretty much a little, gift-wrapped present for them. Again, I am going to be critical about that team because I do believe they need to do something drastic if they want to even have a chance to make it to the top 16. But FS Esports, not high on the finish points. They did play for position, just falling a little bit short there at the end. And Team Seoul, as we mentioned, as soon as Goblin goes down, it's like they're kind of exposed, and one by one, they kept falling like dominoes.
At this point, the moment Goblin was sort of knocked, and he could not really figure out what to do, what Team Seoul wanted really to do. But I'm starting to wonder who the iQOO MVP is going to be, and here he is.
Well, of course, it is the master himself, Sensei from Team EXO, is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. 6 finishes, but oh boy, almost 1,000 points of damage.
Of course, now Sensei did everything that was needed in that final game, right? As we sort of transition into the top 5, we can see a few players coming out of 7C as well. There you have it, Sarang being consistent as ever, but K47, man, the last final few fights that he took, with that final flank, getting that knock on Immortal, and well, he could have just not gone in for that final finish, should have focused on Sensei rather. But Punk, Fierce, Sensei, Immortal, everyone sort of did their job, right? Especially in the final circle, the way the circle was really panned out. It was a more of a solid circle, but FS just coming out of nowhere, deploying all the smokes, just coming in and getting caught from behind. That is something that they'd never anticipated.
What a beautiful push coming in, as of course we are going to have a look at a few more facts and figures as the match summary is on our screen. 6 vehicle finishes here, man.
I did not see a lot of drive-bys, though. I mean, it's of course not captured, but it is what it is, right? Towards the end, we could also see the players of EXO trying to go for a few shenanigans. They've started feeling it, because the moment you take down a team like Seoul, you're going to start feeling hot and heavy. And, well, eventually they did turn out as the victors, having earned the highest number of chicken dinners in the iQOO BMPS so far.
Absolutely brilliant coming in for them, as we are going to have a look at the finish and damage graph. And, of course, a couple of teams are going to be, well, pretty much like tall skyscrapers amongst the others, but Kinetic didn't really have a good game. Our Esports didn't really have a good game. And, well, UP50 hasn't had a good tournament so far.
Oh yeah, I mean it just keeps on going up to the point where they're going to start questioning themselves. The IGLing has clearly not been up to the mark. But again, if you take a look at the figures over here, right, FS Esports, they were holding on to the circle for quite some time, right, just playing around the northern peripheries where there was nobody coming to at them, right. The only team that was in the nearby vicinity was Team GOG, who eventually got picked off by Team Soul.
Well, they were picked off by Team Soul, who did manage to get a few points. I wonder what the lead is, because the overall standing is popping up on our screens. And, well, it is going to be increased by a little bit, but keep one thing in mind.
Yeah.
The next game around, OR Esports are coming to town.
Oh yeah, and that's where, you know, Team Soul are going to be sitting on the sidelines. But look at Team EXO finally entering into the top 3, and the FS Esports as well making it to the first page. Now, we've been talking about how open the second page is, right? Anybody could get a chicken dinner, anybody could have a top 3 position with decent amount of finishes, and they're going to be making it. The distance seems to reduce, and now it's all open till the 5th position, till the 17th or the 18th spot.
Well, again, you know, even from somewhere around the 6th till the 18th or 17th, like you said, not a lot of difference over there, merely 20, 30 points. Again, one good game, and, you know, they might just find themselves in another position. Now, 7C Esports, not a single chicken dinner for themselves, but they are climbing that ladder slowly but steadily, as, of course, Global Esports, not a high-fragging affair for them this time around. They're going to be slinking down to the 12th.
Oh yeah, I mean, Global Esports, similar sort of mistakes that, you know, GOG made in the past against Team INS. It was against INS, and this time they defended the compound pretty well. But as we transition into the final page and take a look at all these teams, INS, few squad wipes, you know, one of them coming out of Global Esports, few other fights. I think one was taken against Esports Wala WSF, which really turned out in their favor. But talk about UP50, still not even a single point collected in this map. And what do they do? The numbers are starting to reduce. You do not have enough number of games. You have to at least hit that half-century marker to, you know, start off your journey. And it looks to be going pretty bad for them.
Well, of course, we're not going to be sugarcoating anything over there. It is going terribly for this team, but the thing is, they're not going to be playing the next game, after which they have 3 in a row. Again, probably just take a deep breath, you know, just calm yourself down. Again, they've got nothing to lose, in my opinion, right now. If they come out swinging, if they actually go for the fights, especially at that INS situation, right? Suppose they came in, because they were pretty much close to one another. Suppose they came in hot and heavy. There was only one man in the first building, Crazy Soul. The rest of INS was still kind of spread out in the building, but of course, you can talk about it better. They should have just hit the wall, whipped out their weapons, done a bit of spraying, you know, even if it's blind shots being fired, they could have maybe connected a little here and there. And again, they need to start taking fights. Right now, I won't say they're playing defensive, because, well, I don't see any defense.
It's their decisiveness while rotating, right? Like you said, it was picture perfect what you just explained, right? They should have gone for the first player, at least taken him down. Do not go after the entire squad. Take cover of that building and then think what you've got to do next. And them not being sure of it, heading off somewhere completely astray. They were completely caught stranded.
Well, they might not be too sure of themselves, but we are sure that, you know, none of this would have been possible without our lovely sponsors. I'm, of course, talking about iQOO and Loco. If you missed it, it's a pretty cool video. Let's have a look.
Watch it, earn it.
Good music there. I mean, we were just, grooving a little bit to it as well. But again, the question is, what are you waiting for? I think I know the answer because, before they start their journey on Loco, you better get yourselves one of these bad boys. I'm, of course, talking about the iQOO Neo 6 and fixes once again. How do we get our hands on these?
Head over to Amazon app, search for iQOO Neo 6, and that is where you're going to find a please notify me option, right? That's where you press and participate in a quiz, which is pretty much easy questions just about the specs and the features. And, well, 3 lucky winners, like we said, are going to get this big, beautiful beauty right on their hands. But more than that, and that is how you then start your streaming journey on Loco. Or maybe you watch your favorite players in action, giving all those nitsy callouts and understand what goes in the psyche of a player.
Speaking of understanding what goes on in the psyche, in the mind of a player, well, just break this down for me. UP50 again, so many options. We're going to talk about this, but look at this. They were getting shot at from every single direction you can think of.
They had no other option left, right? If they would have gone to the hills, it was Esports Wala WSF. if they would have hit the straight compound, it was Team EXO. Even 7C were in a compound nearby. Then understand, one drops up at farm, other drops off over there. And this is where Manya should have had someone else with him, lobbing grenades from a different direction. Now, he got those 2 knocks. He even received that cover fire from Nakul. 2 of the players were INS, were knocked out. He should have waited for the others to come. And the moment Joker comes up, it is already Manya being taken down. And that is the moment where Shane had no trouble in taking down Joker as well. And that is where Nakul had nothing to really fight with.
If you saw, the moment Nakul comes in from the right side of the house, from our point of view, he was shot at by Joker. He wasn't even expecting that.
Yeah, exactly. And that is where it all went astray for Team Global Esports. Now, it was just AJ, the last player surviving. All he had to do was make a run for his life.
UP50, man. I think 7C Esports, they got impatient. They're like, we know
it's
who's
UP50,
over there.
yeah.
It's UP50. Let's just go in and see the deal. But this fight over here, INS versus WSF.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, of course, once you get those 2 knocks, the ideal reflexes go to charging in. The moment they did that, they had to lose out on a lot of players. 3 of them were knocked out, eventually turned out as the victors over here. Now, the only problem with Esports Wala WSF, they were all clung to that 1 point. Few grenades, just spray around in that smoke, and you are eventually going to turn out. But Karan, some valiant effort being shown, but Billion still did have that HP advantage, out of which he really did capitalize in this fight.
Also, if you had a look, Karan was trying to go for that little first aid patch up, but it wasn't in his favor because, well, he was taken down in the blink of an eye. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, that was a good position where they did get a couple of finishes, which we did see. But, like you mentioned, transitioning into the next circle is what they need to work on. Now, yes, you are trying to back up your finishes, but you're giving your position away as well.
This is a similar situation that happened even with Hydra, right? The moment you're out of the circle, you're making so much noise, and of course, they got a few knocks. They wanted to charge in, like this situation, right? They had a few knocks, few players were knocked out. This is where they did not know where to stop. Directly go inside the smoke, and the player just spots them out and takes him down. The moment Ace Blacks comes out, he wants to scout out, he realizes, Fox is right in front of me, and the Molotov had already been dropped over. The moment he backs off, he gets picked off, and Hyderabad, Hydras, now even Team EXO, watching all this fight and commotion from afar, knew that this was the perfect moment to strike, which they did, and got those finishes to their names.
See, especially in hilly terrain, right? You know that there's high ground on one side or the other. You can't expect a single tree trunk to be cover enough for you, and you got to keep moving around, maybe have different positions, but like you said, the clumping is what was wrong. Now GOG over here wiped out in the blink of an eye. However, now this is where Seoul are going to be finding themselves, put 6 feet under as well. Lovely push coming up from FS. I want you to break that down when we see it.
Of course, it did turn out to be a Mexican standoff, right? This is where EXO opened it up against Team Seoul. There were trades being taken. FS realized they're outside the circle, and this is the perfect opportunity to start sneaking in, because 2 big guns fighting up against each other.
Huge
Nobody
grenade.
is going to be paying attention to where they are. Right? Look at the movement. Look at the movement. No one's looking at their direction where it was supposed to be Akshat paying attention. And the moment he realizes someone is up his tails, it is already too late. And that is where they get that knock. And finally, even FS start taking the driver's seat in this particular fight up until the moment Sensei changes it all up. What they could have done was just prone in and made those movements, but them not deciding to do that, that is where they kind of dug their graves. Now, K47 had such a good angle. He went for Fierce, had him knocked out, but this is where he should not have really overextended.
Finish.
Yeah.
that's what he did. He went for the finish, and there you have it. Sensei, on the other hand, he's like, hey, wait a second. He's shooting this guy. I see him. Do I give him a chance? He's like, I'm going to put some lead down range. And, well, the Team XO got the job done with, of course, as you mentioned, the maximum number of chicken dinners thus far, 5. And, again, what a comeback. I love the fact we're calling them the Comeback Kings because that is exactly what they did. Page 3 to page 1 once again.
Now top 3, right? Now top 3 is this is what we wanted to see. This was how the entire picture was painted, right? Especially what we thought of Team EXO being one of the prime contenders for the BMPS trophy. You know, that 75 lakhs is what they have their eyes on, and they're not going to be settling at nothing less than that. Now this is where the conversation really comes in, where when we're drawing comparisons between Seoul, between OR and EXO. Now I really feel that OR is the most stable team in this tournament so far. The way they've been playing, every single player is doing his job right, and now EXO have fixed the only issue that they were having was their rotations inside the circle. A little bit of a change from their side, even from Team Seoul. Now when you talk about Seoul, it's all about the aggression that comes in, and along with the positioning that they take, right? This time it was just mere 4 finishes. It was just that one fight they completely engaged in, the one fight against GOG, but from the but the others, like the one against 7C and our Esports, it was not a full committed engagement from their side.
Right, I mean, of course, we keep talking about these teams a lot because when you are at the top, you are going to be the one that is creating all that buzz. Now, if I quickly just have a look and, talk about the mid-table, another group is going to be coming in the next game.
Yes.
And I wonder what the boys from Nigma Galaxy are going to be doing because, they've had some amazing games so far, right? They are in a good position. And again, the name of the game right now is to just make sure you secure your position in the top 16, so not a lot of pressure on them. But again, we all know how our minds work in the Indian gaming community. We love our bragging rights. We love saying that, hey, I'm better than you, or look at you, or whatever, right? So do you think all these kind of things matter to big names like this?
Oh, they do. They do, right? Especially when you've got to please your fans, and it comes along with that. And it's just not with
you wearing pink, because you obviously got to dress up every single day for all your lovely viewers out there, huh?
Oh, we got to do. We've got to put up a show. But again, coming down to the discussion about Nigma Galaxy, I really feel they've evolved as a team throughout the entire tournament, right? The moment they come in the round 4 of the iQOO BMOC, they're one of those teams that, nobody had a lot of expectations from. They were kind of scared to take fights. They were relying heavily on those position points, stay around the edges, try to focus in the center. But this is where the maturity has started coming in, and now they're engaging in fights. They're not really backing off, getting chicken dinners, quite confident. 2 of those players, Dreams and MJ, both of them being in the leaderboards of the frags that we have. And this shows that Team Nigma Galaxy, they are here for serious business, and they're going to settle at nothing less than a top 3 at the very minimum.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because again, maybe, just maybe, we've got all those little additional special prizes.
Yeah.
Now, I know you have an idea of what it is. I'm completely in the dark in this situation. And, well, speaking of darkness, don't worry. Soon enough, the studio is going to be a bit brighter because, of course, the next game is going to be underway, which means I'm going to have to say bye-bye for one, after which I'll be back for the next 2. Now, before I do leave, I've just got to say one thing. UP50, again, sitting this one out, right? Should they be watching what's happened in the last game, or should they just be like, you know what, forget it, guys. I mean, let's just all have a chill pill, because I'm pretty sure everyone is going to be a little whatever. But, I'm going to hold my thought, because the pre-match segment powered by Loco is coming up, which means, well, I'm going to say bye-bye to you for now, and the son himself, Arca, is going to be sitting where I am.
And I'm pretty sure Arca does have his own pointers about UP50 engaging in such situations, being caught off guard. And this is where the confidence has been shattered. That is something that I think the desk unanimously agrees upon. Now, they're going to be sitting on the sidelines, of course, which means that we have the big guns from Miramar really coming up. OR Esports, then you've got Walkouts, you've got teams like Blind, Enigma, Galaxy, ACBC, who've all had good results in the desert. So, Arca, who do you think is going to have a good chance at it?
Somewhere I feel GOG again, because you saw them place themselves perfectly until they got down in the 6th position. It's just that, if not for Team Seoul, if any other team had rushed in towards them, I strongly believe that, they could have had a fight, because, Team Seoul was so clinical. they took 2 players down with just vehicles, and when that happens, it's going to be hard for you to even stand up against a beast team like that, right? So that is what I felt GOG should have worked a little better on. But at the same time, since their rotations are going fine in the map of Miramar, they have been doing things right. All they need is a little bit of a firepower. If they're able to do it, I think GOG will be able to get the first ever winner chicken dinner, which is very important for them, and they need it badly as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, for a team like GOG, it's going to be a little better for them considering they do not have the other big name in the form of Hyderabad Hydras playing inside this game. So the rotations are going to be rather smoother. But again, this is where I have a different opinion, right? They can't just be intimidated by Team Soul, right? Of course, now they're competitors. Gone are those days, who are you a fan of? Oh, yeah, Team Soul. Now you are the ones going up against them. You need to be unfazed. You need to be looking out for them. Try to go in for the hunt. And talking about trying to go for the hunt, well, of course, this big beauty in my in my hands right now, the sponsors from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now. It does not really feel like a promo anymore. It feels like a trailer, right? I mean, so much being done over there. All the animation brought in. It is something that you're all going to be privy to once it launches. But again, for all the viewers out there, you've got that little bit of an exclusivity factor coming in. 3 lucky winners can have their hands on this beautiful smartphone, and Arka is going to tell you how.
So ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to go to Amazon right away and make sure, before you go, as I said, you just don't have to leave. Listen to the complete instructions, it's important. You're going to head on to Amazon, you're going to search for iQOO Neo 6, okay? Once you're done with that, you'll be able to see below that the device and the CGs and the amazing work is over there. Click on know more about it, and they're going to ask you 5 questions about the specs of this phone. And if you correctly answer it, then you're going to be, they're going to ask your name, address, and whatsoever. If you fill all those things, I think you're going to be probably waiting for some phone calls to come your way, and if that happens, you're going to be very, very lucky.
Or you certainly are going to be. Now, if Lady Luck does not shine upon you, there's another chance you can do that by trying and participating in this merchandise giveaway that we have. Arka, support your favorite team. Team EXO is up to a blistering start. Let's assume EXO is going to be the top scorers by the end of the evening. All you've got to do is hashtag EXO in the chat and head over to the BGMI official English stream, and that is where your chances get quadrupled. And there's a description, in the description there's a link that you've got to fill up, and 10 lucky winners are going to have their hands on some beautiful sippers and cool t-shirts.
Now at the same time, when you say Team EXO, I mean, the way they're coming back into this game, and finally after a lot of days I was able to see that EXO which not only places themselves perfectly in the zone but also attacks when when the iron is out. I mean, every single time. Let's take the final fight itself. They knew that it's not going to be helpful for them to extend the fight with FS, even though there was an exchange of blows between both of them, but eventually they concentrate on the side of Team Soul, and they know that it was easier for them because the grenades were connecting perfectly today, the crosshairs were placed perfectly today, and as you said, might be it's Team EXO on the top by the end of the day itself.
Might be. Anything can possibly happen, but enough chit chat over here. So it's time to head into the dessert of Miramar. And well, again, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you guys out there, make sure you're also tuned into Loco, because if you do that, you're gonna get all that beautiful UC coming your way. The more you keep watching, the more your chances of redeeming them sort of increase exponentially. But now, getting back to the discussion that we're having, it's a game of Miramar. Now, this is where the other teams, Blind Esports, steps in, right? Now, Blind, again, their start into week number 2 has been really amazing so far. They're looking way more composed. They've been taking a lot of fights. They've been looking good over there as well. How do you think Blind will pan out today?
as long as the firepower is working, they're going to be landing in perfect places, right? So the one thing which I've observed about Blind Esports recently is the way they're able to take fights. And it's not just one or two players, it's all the players of Blind who have actually stepped up to their name. Let's not forget that Williams is starting to pick up the pace, Shadow is starting to pick up the pace. Let's not forget Rage as well. You know, he was actually living up to the name and being as angry as possible on this on the map itself. So I would want to see some more action coming in from the side of Blind Esports with finish points, because placement points is something which they can gain. With the experience they have, I think they can place themselves well.
Yeah, I mean, these certain circuit teams, they somehow have figured out how Miramar works, right?
Yep.
And from, I've been paying a lot of attention to the map. It's all about staying around the edges, around the peripheries, do not rotate pretty early on, which is in contrast to a lot of the other teams that kind of tend to take the center, the high grounds. And let's find out how the circle forms this time around, who becomes the victor. Because you talk about narrative, it is also about OR Esports. Can they take that top spot away from Team Soul? Because they're sitting at 289 points right now.
Yep.
And OR needs to get some 15-17 points to get themselves back at the first spot, as the flight path trajectory all the way from El Azahar towards Valdemar, and sort of dissecting the map into two halves. All these teams are going to be happy about it. Nothing really too awkward about the trajectory.
Now, at the same time, we have to look at some stats, right? Because Team Soul is dominating this map with more than 100 points. And that shows in the 200 points they have gained, it's the map of Miramar, which has always been their hometown, where they have raked up the maximum number of points. All thanks to Goblin, obviously, over here. We are able to see the numbers speak for itself. It's 28 finishes what he's gained, and he's got the right kind of backup as well. Hyderabad Hydras, as you know, as you have been speaking about them, this is also like their hometown. This is also like the home ground where they want to come and establish themselves as much as possible. Carry is able to do that for the team as well. But when we look at the left side of the map, that is where, we are able to see the teams who are at the bottom are actually not the teams which are suffering the overall points table. And let's not forget that, even the side of GOG, Hyderabad Hydras, Team MG, FS Esports, and let's not even forget the side of ACBC. All of them are having a good time in the map of Miramar.
I mean, well, at least for MG they were, right? Especially the way things started off. They were looking so good. They were looking so composed. But it was just about Miramar. And ever since then, they've kind of fizzled out. And we're still hoping to see, Dionysus and his team back in action. And talk about action. It is going to be right from minute one, as Jelly catching off one of those players of Autobotz who was prying for a vehicle, scouring across. And this is where it comes down to the RNG of the game, where OR Esports did prevail supreme.
No, this is the kind of start OR will need, right? Because we have been seeing this. I don't know whether you're observing this pattern. The team which picks the first finish in the map of Miramar always tends to survive in the top 3, or most of them have gone in to get that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Let's see whether this pattern is true, as we're going to be witnessing OR's domination from here on. 1 point already bought up. They just need 14 more points to dethrone this side of Team Soul on the top of the table itself. Now, one other team which I want to really speak about, especially in this map, is going to be the side of Team ATZ. That's going to be the side of Autobotz. So Autobotz are one of those squads which are, I would like to say, suddenly they transform into a beast, and suddenly they make so much silly mistakes that they eventually get taken on earlier itself. So what do you feel about the side of Autobotz?
Again, this is where Autobotz I've always felt about. This is one of those teams that tends to prioritize heavily on the centers, right? If you talk about the Erangel game, they drop off at Promotional, they instantly dash in for the central just when the curveball hits, right? And this is just them being a little unlucky, right? This is just them going out for some vehicles. Of course, they had to meet OR at their tracks, and this is something that can't really be helped, If the other player had a gun on his hands, then he could have done better. But again, now Big Brother Esports is one of those teams that has been making some huge strides, especially the new kid in the block, right? Scream. The way he's been playing, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to be, being offered a lot of luscious, juicy contracts once the tournament ends. A lot of teams would be wanting to have this, this prospect talent in their roster pretty much sooner or later.
Yep, absolutely. But at the same time, good thing for us to observe from Big Brothers is they are maintaining themselves into the top 10 every single time. They have been the contenders of our top 5 until and unless we are able to see that, if we keenly look into the top 6 as of the beginning of today, it's all those teams who are the previous pros, right? We have Soul, OR, Nigma Galaxy, Team EXO, Enigma Gaming, Hydra Official. I mean, there are very few names who are invited who are there in the bottoms, and they're also slowly picking up the pace. This shows the experience is something you'll need when the tournament is going to be something which is going to be dragging, and most of these invited teams, or most of these teams, the new pros, will take time to adapt to that kind of a gameplay.
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of them have, right, already. And yeah, of course, like you said, I completely agree with you. Enigma Gaming, the first week to the second week transition hasn't really been smooth for them because, again, them being one of those teams in the top 8s that had not even a single chicken dinner in their purse, but still have managed to keep themselves all high and tidy. But nowadays, we're finding them losing out players pretty early on, and towards those final circles, they still manage to survive somehow though, but not with a chance to win the chicken dinners, right? I think they come with an objective of trying to get that perfect balance between their position and finish points. Maybe transitioning into week 3, or maybe in the latter half of week 2, they might want to get a few chicken to their names.
Yes, and Hydra officials on the other side, right? This is one of those teams who used to play for placement points as much as possible. We know that they have hit the 100 marker when it comes to only position points, but rather when it comes to finish points, they're still having those doubts. They're still having those jitters, I believe. And I know that they're overcoming it because in the recent fights which we have witnessed from the side of Team Hydras, they're able to actually take the fight to the face of the enemies. And we saw that they had only 15,000 damage in comparatively to the side of Nigma Galaxy, who are having a very good balance of finish points and placement points. That is a 99 and a 99, hitting almost the 200 mark. And we can see that they have 25,000 damage, 10,000 more damage than that of Hydra. And that shows the kinds of difference. That shows the kind of difference we can see between two teams playing in this game.
Right now, Enigma Gaming, they are in pursuit for a fight over here. Tango has taken a lot of damage. Preemptive nades being cooked over. Bajwa, it's not going to connect at his direction. Avi has a slight idea of where Karan might be. Just steps out of his cover. This is where Karan is going to spike back. Dishes a heavy amount of damage onto its Avi as he retreats.
Now, that was very, very clever move coming in from the side of Avi, or rather, would I say that was a very good opportunity which was not grasped by the side of Karan itself. But they all know very well, right now it's the path of redemption. He wants to make sure that he converts a knock through those throwables, at least because the crosshairs did not work to that perfection. But he's just burning his resources. Again, we have been seeing this happen from most of these teams, the new pros, that they just burn resources with the throwables when it's not required, where the experienced teams are going to lurk out, find a perfect angle to throw what they throw best.
Now this is where I really feel Honey's position is going to be instrumental, right? If he kind of takes a little bit of a flank down there, maybe get on the back lines, and that is where Esports Wala WSF can look to turn the tides around, right? They can try to engulf them like an amoeba. Few good grenades being tossed over, and that could be the end of the story for Team Enigma, at least for in this game. But if they anticipate that flank, then that is going to be a whole different story whatsoever.
Yep, but at the same time, Enigma is very, very clever in looking at all 4 directions, and that is what has been the key for them, right? We have been saying whenever there's a person coming in to strike them, it's going to be much more easier. It's going to be like, a renegade, but there is someone else watching from the outside.
Oh yeah, I mean, now you're getting the Naruto references. I love that, Had these players had the luxury, switch on your Sharingans or Renegans, know where your position are. But, that would go against, the entire game. But would love to have maybe those features being added up, few abilities on these players. And but whatever it is, but for now, Big Brother Esports, right? They've started making their move from Los Leones. They've taken that southern route, and that is where they could lock horns against Team MG. Now, Team MG has been one of those teams that really stays away from the midst of battles at the very beginning. They kind of prioritize heavily on the position, stay a lot around the edges, and that has been their mantra so far. But now, GE and INS in the nearby vicinity, but I think they're gonna walk their own paths.
Now at the same time, the circle taking a very western shift. We have seen the circle yesterday itself, and we can see that GE is going to place themselves exactly where most of their position was placed yesterday. So this turns out a little bit like a deja vu for me, because ultimately we are able to see that most of those teams who are holding the western side of the map, like INS and also the side of GE, are also already coming in, and GOG still outside the circle, way outside the circle. We're going to take a very long rotation, probably come in from the side of Trailer Park, where they're going to be taking that maximum number of points when it comes to the overall healings of the day itself.
You know, INS is doing something that I absolutely love, right? They're doing what EXO did yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Take that very exact spot, and they're hoping or banking upon the fact that the circle shifts at their direction. And let's take a moment, right? Because look at what Global Esports are up to. I do not know if you could climb. These are not hills anymore, right? These
Exactly.
are mountains, and well, they're
Inclined.
just falling over. It is not going to be a vertical climb anymore. And Global Esports, someone needs to tell them to stop doing that.
I mean, I think they are a team who is trying to defy physics at this point of time. You know, they're like,
Defy
physics.
gravity
We don't find it in the game of BGMI. You know, it's everything. We are given the independence by the makers itself that we can do anything, think out of the box, and still come out bright. And at this point of time, that is what they're trying to do. But at the same time, somewhere far away, it's going to be Loki taking down the side of Hydras. What did we speak about this team? They were playing really well, but until they get into a defensive mode, and that is where they get taken down one after another.
Now at this point, you know, of course, this is one of those fights that does not really have any objective, right? It's all about just depleting the armors of their opponents. And Initiative Academy, I like that, you know, they're not shying away from a fight, because we do have one, which is where Walkouts are under an infiltration by the boys from Team INS as Balin gets taken down. And this is where the fight has really opened up. Mr. Spray coming out of his cover, tries to spray along, but has to enter inside the compound. But
Oh,
Beba
no.
are trying to spray over. It's going to be Crazy Soul who comes out on top, as the Brar is looking to provide cover fire from the backlines.
I mean, that's not going to be helpful, right? We have been speaking about this in the map of Miramar. A minimum of 50 meters is what you need to hold. But Cyan on the other side just closes the door on his teammate when he was trying to come in, and the revival was taking place outside itself. But ultimately, they had proper cover. There are some smokes to cover out in every look and corner, and they're able to sustain. But until it's going to be a Hydra from upstairs, they're going to be like, you know what? It's time for us to get some redemption, as we're going to pick up one or two knocks, or probably a finish itself.
At this point, you know, Walkouts have no other options, right? It is a last-ditch effort from Abrar. But the moment, you know, INS find themselves, you know, they're not being shot from elsewhere, that's where they're going to make the move. But Hydra official just, chiming in inside the fight. They've got that perfect high ground advantage themselves, and they're doing the right job, right? Just flatten out the tires of your opponents, have them struggling while they have to rotate inside the circle once the hard shift comes. And I love this. I love what he's doing at this very point, as finally we get to see where the circle shifts next. And
yes.
Global Esports, they're gonna love that. They've tried something new. I really hope it works for them.
Absolutely. And also, I just hope that they're going to defy physics and get on top of that mountain, because that is what they were also trying to do at some point of time. And we all know that this game is going to be turning out to be a massacre, as there's not much of hard compounds to work out for it. It's just going to be some ridges and the mountains, the corners of the mountains, where you would want to stay for some cover for yourself, or for some throwables to be thrown towards you. But at the same time, somewhere far away, INS are still not done. OR Jelly is going to be trying to climb up the same mountain where GE is. Nakul is going to be start spraying, and eventually Jelly is pretty much in the open. Could get taken down in a few seconds now, as he's just saved by a mag itself.
No, not anymore. This time, caught right in the open. Knuckle, he is gonna be pummeling him down with all that bullet. Finally, Jelly falls down on his knees, gets wiped out from the server, as finally OR know which area not to venture, but do IE.
I would say this is what, you know, is going to happen when you have height advantage in the map of Miramar, right? So it's going to be so hard for the opponents to actually come in and challenge the side of GE with the kind of angles they're holding. They can just fall back and wait for the opponents to come in, because third parties are going to be so inevitable at this point of time, as ACBC dare to climb up the hill, try to challenge the Kings out there, but Joker is making them pay.
Oh yeah, Joker, he's so well prepared. He knows of the threat looming right beside him as Rain needs to head back and try to get that revive on his teammate. Now, once he does that and Joker does not get proactive a little bit, then it might come haunting back towards the players of Global Esports, because they're now getting pincered by two teams, right? It is Initiative Academy trying to block the nades from down below. If one of them connects, it will be the end of the path, as Manya, he is going to be on a spraying collision course as he manages to find Loki knocked out. Will finish him off as Global Esports are already 3 finish stronger.
Now, this is the most important point. Knuckle shouldn't push his luck too much in case he falls down, and that is where Global Esports will come into a panic situation. Obviously, they do not want to lose a key player like Knuckle himself. But yes, they are being careful over here. There's not much attraction yet towards the center of the circle where everybody wants to get the control of this high ground. And we're able to see that from yesterday's gameplay that the teams have started to predict the zone a little more better, obviously. But GOG is the team right now who's going to be coming to the dead center, almost to the dead center. They're welcoming Enigma, who is still outside the circle itself. Gatekeeping is going to be inevitable, but how much more finishes can Global Esports take is going to be the next big question.
At the moment, now this is something that needs to be discussed about, right? Global Esports, they have that center of the circle to themselves. It is such a western shift. I've never seen circle go down to with such western territories, but it's going to be a little bit of a similar circle where, you know, Autobotz, they have a good control. Even OR, as a matter of fact, it's a 2-1 split. Had they had Jelly alive, that could have been even better, but Enigma, Blind, everybody deciding to rotate from that northern side, and that is where the fight start to begin. And Deadpool getting the better out of Evo, he's going to be wiped off, and this is where I think Team Enigma need to find themselves engaging in this fight for an objective, as Eggy is going to be spraying down a couple of bullets at the players of Team Blind. Still not succeeding though, as Rage, he is going to be making those proactive plays, but with the sliver of HP still survives up until the point Team Enigma Gaming is annihilated.
And that is what I say is when the Moa is moving through the grass, it's going to cut off everybody, and that is what exactly happens. What did I say when we spoke about this team? Blind, they just need that firepower, and that is what Rage is actually living up to. Williams is living up to, and look at this. The first one goes in, crosshairs. The second one again connects properly. The third one, he knows he was doing a little bit of a damage, but gets the right kind of backup, and eventually was able to put an end for Enigma. They were coming in, they were expecting something different, but this came out of syllabus.
Oh, and for GOG, tried to pull off something that they did yesterday. Hits them right back at the faces as Hydra officials, they're going to be getting the better out of the players of INS. Crazy Soul being already picked off. It all comes down to Joker and Billion, who somehow have to carry the mantle forward. But this is something that I really like about Hydra official. But the next thing that they need to keep in mind is they have to get inside the circle. And the big question is how, especially when you've got teams like INS and GOG and even ACBC, Global Esports from up top looking after you.
No, it's important for us to see the circle and find out what's happening. But at the same time, Hydras have been in situation before. They exactly know when to strike, which angle to look out for, because that is going to happen when you have a little bit of control of the high ground as well. That is going to be ACBC at this point of time, taking down the side of Blind. They're just being slaughtered as the team on the top is going to continue the domination.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, ACBC really using that vantage point to their benefits, as Jackson, he's got his eyes over at Joker, does manage to take him down. Barb not at the best of HPs, he needs to patch himself up, but still has to watch out for Haxer from the sidelines, as they know INS, they are bleeding right now. Just takes a jump with that hip fire. This is why I say the ump is broken, and that is where Hydra official get those 4 finishes up on board, and now they're still on the peripheries of the circle, still need to move 40 meters inside, and how they're going to do it, well, let's find out.
Now RTR Esports on the other side have a bigger chunk to chew, as they've got that WSF in the high grounds as well. No, it's important for them to take away this high ground from them, because that is the only way for them to survive from the crosshairs of the others, where somewhere far away BB versus Hydras have also been taken place. RTR on the other side is going to be probably on the receiving end, looking at the scenario of just a 3v4 situation, but still they're making it count. Eros 24 looks pretty much confident at this point of time, trying to move around, just keeping his crosshairs toward the horizon, not expecting a team to come in from. That is when Karan will be trying to fight, as he's going to find Doddy. He's going to fall back, reveal the location already. Who is going to be cooking a perfect grenade towards the side of Doddy? He's going to be rewarded with something bigger.
At this point, I believe he did not spot him out. So not really being, forcing himself with that grenade over there. But look at this shift. Now, this is what I was talking about. The moment it shifts away from teams like Global Esports, this is where it gets difficult for them to, jump off from the terrain that they've climbed, especially with OR seeking revenge for what really happened with Jelly. As we get ourselves back into the mix, it is going to be Retribution, RTR against Esports, while WSF as Tanko and Karan have created the perfect crossfire position as Karan just goes on the flank, tries to unleash a few mags from his gun, but does not pretty much succeed. It's it's a thin wall of smoke that's blocking these two teams off.
Yes, at the same time, what did I say? If Dottie was detected at that point of time, the story would have been different. And one loss of presence in mind has already started to make them pay a little heavy as Kinetic gets taken down, one of the key players out of the game. Dottie also gets taken down. It's going to be Karan doing a lot of damage at this point of time. He's going to be dished from far away from the side of OR, Autobotz as well, but still he's not going to stop himself as they're going to push forward and finish off the side of RTR, if I'm not wrong. And that is the end of another squad.
Yeah. Where Karan really needs to administer that first hit before really going in for the revive. As Esports wallow WSFs, it is turning out to be a really good game for them. As Autobotz, they've again managed to somehow get inside the circle, have the better of the zone, and now they're looking out for all those lurking players, just bleeding on their knees, bruised and battered, trying to get those important, crucial finish points to their names.
The corner in which Autobots are holding, just hoping that the circle is going to keep gifting them that importance of taking those finishes for themselves. It's going to be Enigma Galaxy at this point of time trying to push in. They see the smokes coming over here from the side of BB. They want to rotate around, finds OP over there, and OP at this point of time gets taken down. Zen OP had to do something different, but eventually did not watch out for it back, had to pay a heavy price, as MJ is going to be cooking another grenade towards the side of Hellgod. If this connects, this could be the end of the story for the side of BB, but no, it's going to be MJ who's going to be pushing in with the crosshairs plays, is going to put an end for the side of Big Brothers.
So methodical in that particular fight as Enigma Galaxy get the better of the situation, as Knuckle, not at the best of HPs, though still relentless.
Oh,
take that fight
nice!
Against Blazy, directly just hammers him down with that beautiful grenade as Joker. He's going to be getting the better of the players of ACBC, who've also been eliminated by Global Esports. This kind of confidence exuding out of the bodies is what they needed for such a long time. Now what they've got to do is they've got that perfect high ground situation going for themselves, lob a few smokes on the eastern side and look for the players that are down below.
No, but at the same time, they also have to watch out for the western side of the map, which we keep speaking about, right? There is the side of WSF. Let's not forget the side of Enigma Galaxy at this point of time. The zone is also shifted towards the side of Team OR as well. So early rotation, trying to, respect the zone and trying to make it inside the circle is also one of those things which GE have to look out for, as now all they have to do is get down from that high ridge, either get the compound OR is holding or Hydras are holding.
I mean, at this point, I think they might not want to go for the compounds, right? They want to be around the rocks that they have for their covers. But Hydra officials, they've somehow, at least with one player strong, made it inside the circle, but he needs to survive at least till the top 4 or the top 3 to have enough position points. Now they've got the minimum finishes that they wanted. 5 is a good number. If they could get 5 also out of the position points, or maybe 6, then this is a perfect game for Team Hydra. As look at the circle, it has completely panned out at their direction, but Team MG finally, making it to the top 7. They have a little bit of a room to work around with, but now Esports Walla WSF charging at Mr. IGL's direction. One player being put in on by 3 over here, gets that finish, but instantly has to reposition himself. But can he make it in due time?
I think he can. He had that high ground advantage, which he put off best use. But at the same time, he had a blessing in disguise for another team from far away, of the teammates itself who came in for the right kind of cover fire. But let's not forget that from now on, it's going to be WSF in huge troubles, because there's going to be carpet bombing coming in from the side of ABCs. Hell is also throwing a grenade, which might get connected. The previous one did connect a lot, and at this point of time, everybody are going to have ears, right? All ears are going to be eyes as well. They have to make sure that they detect the footsteps perfectly before placing those crosshairs.
Finally, the cavalry has arrived. Edge charging in, gets the better out of Honey over there. Two more players still standing strong. As Karan, he's going to get himself picked off as well. As Dango, the final member surviving as Autobotz. They keep marching on. They arise to victory. 7 finishes already to their names, and they are looking nigh unstoppable.
Now, this is what we were speaking about Autobotz. Once they go in, once they go all in, they're going to make sure that they get that winner chicken dinner for themselves. But OR on the other side are also looking strong, right? They've got 8 finishes comparatively to the whole room right now. They have the highest number of finishes and also the highest number of chances of taking this home. And look at what Autobotz are doing. Viewing in all different directions to pick up as many finishes as possible. But now it's the big balls locking on as Aditya is going to be the first man getting taken down. He sees the next player over there, but Fox is going to keep his patience as the smoke is going to be restricting and given a lot of space for Athanki as another grenade is going to be cooked in towards him. Who is going to be exploding first is the big question.
I think Fox might have dished a heavy chunk of damage, but no, that's not the case. Needs to deploy that smoke right beside him, but it is, of course, Aditya and Aru both screened off. Gets to their own smoke. As Autobots, they have a really beautiful control over the map right now. Beautiful spread coming out from their sides, and OR Esports, they really have to pull off something out of their magic hat right now to try and get into the circle center.
Now, that you know, I would like to name this magic rabbit coming off the hat. That's going to be crosshair placement and also mid-range battles, which is important for them. At the same time, capitalize on things like this, which they do not, and give an opportunity for the side of ABZs to actually take this game completely. Oro on the other side is going to be cooking up a grenade, a very low toss grenade, according to, you know, trying to lay down flat on the belly. Brother, if he had gone in for a jump toss, we know how much distance it could have reached. But OR is strategizing, as we can see. Probably two of their players, or one of their players, is planning to go for a heal battle. If that's the case, then I'm going to be happy with my predictions.
You know, OR, I think they might resort to such measures. But, you know, good news for all the fans of Hydra out there. They've made it into the top 3, collected some very good points for themselves as, again, Hydra officials, they are playing out of their minds. Now, Path, the solo survivor. Now, the big question is, our team OR aware of him? Because now he can take down not just one, but 2 players. Does manage to get the better of Athanki, though. Did go after Aditya. But this is where the Autobots also can capitalize at this situation, because Team OR, they are at their weakest right now.
Now, this is what I said. Firepower is all that's going to rely on, and OR, we all know, is the strongest when it comes to this lobby. I wouldn't say that, you know, ABCs are not, but at this point of time, looking at the kind of composure they're holding, I do believe that they can take this home. Athanki on the other side is going to heal up to his fullest potential, converting this into a 2v3. They're going to come in as a pack of wolves, obviously. I don't think so it's going to be a bait situation coming in from one player, but ultimately, because both the players of ABCs are holding one corner, the same mistake we have seen happen by these underdogs before, they're going to pay a heavy price for it.
Now, this is where Aru, he's making the moves. He knows that this chicken dinner might be in the bags for him, as he's now going to reposition himself, but the shots coming out of hell, getting that knock on Athanki is now going to be turning the tables over here, as hell needs to patch himself up, but gets spotted off by Aru, as the trade needs to follow suit, but does not happen, as it is an easy peasy chicken dinner for OR Esports, with a lot of finishes to their names, as we, ladies and gentlemen, transition into the post-game segment powered by Loco, as OR Esports reclaim the top spot.
Reclaim the top spot with a difference of 20 plus points is something, you know, which we have to look out for. I know Team Soul is going to be bouncing back harder as well, but from here on, every chicken dinner is going to be building that space between the first and the second position. But let's not forget that, you know, the valiant effort coming in from the side of Autobotz to get 8 finishes for themselves with 12 position points, a total of 20 coming in. Hydra officials trying to survive. As you said, the fans are going to be so happy that at least they were able to put up 10 position points, a total of 15 for them. Then from there on, all we have to say is that Global Esports getting down in the 5th position was something which I was not anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, considering from the very beginning, they were going all guns blazing. They took the best spot inside the circle, had that higher ground to themselves. I mean, a position point is something that they still need to work upon. As ladies and gentlemen, we have to take a look at the iQOO MVP, and this time it is nobody else than OR's Aditya making those big brain plays, despite the fact that they did lose out on their IGL. Still did emerge out as the victors. 811 points of damage, 4 finishes, 3 assists. He's done it all.
I do believe that, you know, we couldn't expect anything lesser when there was Oro on the other side who was actually taking it all on his shoulder, right? Because the final moments of the game, the composure kept by this guy was the key for success for the side of Team OR, is what I would like to say, as the finish is going to be 5 from him with a total of 452 damage, and most of it came in the final battle itself. Let's not forget to thank Nakul for the kind of contribution he has put up for the side of GE, and ABCs on the other side have also done an amazing job. As we look at the match summary,
2 airdrops looted. Yes, that's what I'm gonna take. 9,000 points of healings. I mean, we've seen this is pretty standard, right? This is typical Miramar Nox finishes. There's been good conversion ratio out there. 4 grenade finishes. Nothing out of ordinary, but the 375 meters of Nox by Hellgod really stands out.
Even me, because, you know, I never expected to see a 350 plus meter knock or finish from anybody, but eventually somebody has done it and risen the bar, and now we'll be looking forward for a 400 meter finish any second soon. But yes, FD Graph shows like this. This was Global Esports with their high ground trying to dish the maximum damage they could. It's just that, you know, they were not rewarded enough for their hard work. But on the other side, Team OR were trying to be as clinical as possible to pick up all those knocks into finishes, convert all those knocks into finishes. But for me, the team which had the best time over here will obviously be the side of Blind. With 1000 damage of 5 finishes, I think they played enough for the position they're holding in the overall points table.
You know, I love the fight that they took against Enigma Gaming, right? They knew that they were coming from the backlines, capitalized upon it. They're slowly but surely climbing up. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment of truth has come, as OR Esports are your table toppers. Almost, you know, 9 points of difference. And this is what they've done, right? 21 games played, 5 chicken dinners have equalized the tally. And you could see, right, how things are getting so competitive for the top 3 spot over here. But the top 2 still, they're standing supreme.
No, I made a small mistake in my math, right? I thought it's going to be a 20 plus raise, because the last time I remember that, you know, it was a 2-point difference. That was the beginning of the game. I just forgot the points raked up by Soul previously. But still, you know, 9-point difference is also a very good thing. And we're going to be seeing this arrow mark, which is going to be changing colors next to the side of Team Soul and OR every single time. One is going to be going up, the other one is going to be coming down.
Look at the finish points though, it's 143, 143. But if you have to talk about the other teams, finally we get to see Autobotz back into the top 8. Now that is something that I absolutely love. And you know, they've been struggling so lot, right, lately, considering they've always been one of those teams focusing on the centers. This time, them picking up those fights, of course, they messed it up a little bit. As we move forward, talk about a few of the other teams. Global Esports, we know we love them for the kind of plays that they make, especially in those early games, the fights they engage in. But that was again a cause for concern, because now Global Esports, I told that from the moment they took that spot, the moment the circle is going to shift away, they're going to find themselves in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's look at the third page, the most important page. 143 points was the position points, which was the total points you need to be on the 16th position, and the next one is going to be 134. And we all know that RE Sports team, INS, Retribution, RTR are still in the competition right now. Probably one good game is more than enough for them to make sure they settle themselves into the top 16, and this close fight encounters are going to go on for a really long time. But GOG, the kind of opportunity they had to put up at least 10 to 12 points in this game, and the way they just let go of it even in this game yet again shows that, you know, consistency should be one of the most I wouldn't say priority to be specific, but the first thing in mind for the Nigeria.
GOG, they try to do the same old thing, right? This is somewhere, they kind of were read like an open book, and the other teams really capitalized, They were trying to get inside the circle, the same exact spot they took yesterday, because it was a similar Miramar circle, right? Nothing too fancy, nothing too out of the books, and them losing out on majority of the players while trying to get in. Hydra official getting the better out of a few from the sidelines, and that is how the cookie crumbled for them. But this is again comes down to the discussion where Autobotz, they had this game in their pockets, but suddenly threw it away. Harka.
No, that is what I said, right? So over the horizon, you're trying to go and cover yourself behind the ridge. When it comes to the final circle, and also you're making sure that every time you want information, you're not in a distance with the ridge where you're sticking close to it, right? So you're going to be a little away, and every time you come out for some information about the opponents, you're going to get tagged off, and it's going to be your helmets which is going to be tagged, and that's more than enough for the opponents to take you down.
Oh, indeed, it is going to be more than for the opponents to take them down. But, again, it was such a beautiful game of Miramar, and exactly OR needed this at this point. But what you need is this beautiful phone, and we have our sponsors from iQOO with a special message for you guys just about now.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, there it is, right? What a beautiful video, man. I mean, they're just getting me all riled up, all excited, and it is going to be launching on the 31st of May. And make sure you've got your, everything pre-ordered and everything all set, because you do not want to miss out on this beautiful smartphone right in my hands. And well, 3 of you lucky people out there watching the English stream might have a chance to get it, and Arka is going to explain you how.
Ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is head over to Amazon immediately. Make sure you search for iQOO Neo 6, and after that you're going to click on No More, and you're going to be playing a small quiz over there, trying to whether you know the specs perfectly. If you do know the specs perfectly, you're going to make sure that you answer it correctly, and after that your name, your email address and your mobile number is going to be given, and after that you're going to notify that when the device hits in, you're going to be coming back to check who are the winners.
Oh yes, and now it's time to take a look at the highlights. Of course, Autobotz had a pretty rough start, and this is something that even we missed out, right? They had the little chance at redemption, but eventually it was OR Esports that did prevail supreme. Now, a lot to talk about this fight where Walkouts were just ambushed by the players of INS. Now, we've been always considering them as the loose cannon in this tournament, right? They kind of take those risks that are needed, sometimes really come up top, sometimes get slapped right back at their faces. But this time around, they got the better out of Walkouts, didn't they?
Yeah, but at the same time, we also have to thank for the team from far away, and probably that was the side of Team OR or some
Hydra.
Team Hydra, who was actually, dishing some damage for the Walkouts as they were trying to come out of the cover. But at the same time, Global Esports, we did have a small discussion or small speculation telling that they need to hit the hard cover immediately, but you said that sometimes it's also important for them to use those hard covers as well. But it's just that between those rotations they had to pay a very heavy price, and it was so heavy that they had to get eliminated off the game itself.
But the silver lining for Global Esports was those 9 finishes. Whereas, Enigma coming in just like that, every single player congregated to one little spot. It was a finish galore for Team Blind, and especially Rage, the way he's been picking up pace, and GOG trying to do the same old thing. But this is what I love about Hydra official nowadays, right? They're not shying away from fight. Now this is something, or rather this is exactly how I want teams like UP50, how teams like Esports Wala WSF to really play. And not talking about Esports Wala WSF, I think they've had a pretty decent time in this map as well.
Yes, agreed. Completely agreed on this point. But at the same time, we'll be going to be looking at the final moments of one other player. As you said, the UMP is going to be one of the most dangerous gun to own for yourself. ACBC on the other side, at this point of time when I look at them, they had a very good chance to make it inside the circle, but still they were busy picking up those finishes, not respecting the circle, due to which again they had to pay a heavy price. But look at what happens from WSF over here. They could have executed this kill even more earlier, but they delayed that fight, and due to which they had to pay a heavy price with other teams trying to rush in towards them.
Oh yeah, I mean, for now, it was all under control for Autobotz. It was all a merry-go-land for them. They were looking quite comfortable. They were looking quite good. And this is where, the discussion comes down to Global Esports. They still have 4 of their players alive. Finally decide to get inside the circle, and that is where every other team was looking out for them. There's someone draining all that damage from above. Eventually, once they fall, that is where the teams are going to pick up pace. And Enigma Galaxy, they were looking to be in a really good form, had some really good fights for themselves, but towards the end, that is where even they got picked off.
Now, this is the most important thing for us to watch out, right? The position of Enigma Galaxy was so vulnerable because of the circle they were holding. They were just depending on this one ridge in front so that they can rush into the hard cover, but least did they realize that there were more than one crosshair towards them, or more than one team crosshairs towards them, and they were all hungry wolves picking up those finishes whenever possible. And let's not forget that OR Esports also, with that high ground, was able to execute such perfection with that mini that it was end of the story for them.
Now, the best part about OR Esports was those little compounds that they had to hold on to, then those witches are following suit. Now, this is where I love what Autobotz did, right? They kind of disengaged from the fight a little bit, waited for the cavalry to arrive, and once it did, absolutely shredded Esports Wala WSF apart. And that is where I really started believing that they might be the ones who get the chicken dinner in this game, and that is when they make the next mistake, right? They were well spread out, and suddenly they decide to, get themselves back together. And this is where, Hydra official Parv at least made things a little bit easier for them. But till then, it was already too late. The players have already been picked off. Mr. IGL going into such predictive locations. And OR Esports made sure that they are going to be punished for, such moves.
I did speculate, and you also agreed on this point, that it's all going to be frontal battle. It's all going to be gunpower rather than anything else, right? So we were able to see that, exactly that is what the side of Team OR proved to us. They are one of the strongest, and I really love the way they can jiggle around but still place their crosshairs perfectly in one spot. And we have been trying to analyze this more often than now, that most of these teams are pretty much capable of doing it, but the composer, when they have to predict this, it was a wide horizon, right? But they exactly knew this is where the head is going to be popping up, this is where the team is going to be popping up, and that is how they were able to lay those bullets.
Yeah, of course. I mean, those preemptive fires really coming into handy, and this really comes with experience, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you've been in that similar situation, the exact spots from where a person can peek over. And OR Esports, despite having their heads cut off from the start, they somehow still managed to get it. And what a storyline we are having. It's Team Soul suddenly coming back, taking that first spot, then OR coming out of nowhere, getting a chicken dinner. It's just blows after blows being exchanged. And I'm pretty sure, as things get a lot more, cold right now, because we're going to be venturing into the tundra as of Vikendi. Now, this is where we've got teams from groups A and C participating right now. Again,
before we step there, have one thing to say.
B and C, my apology,
Before we step in there, now do you agree that there's a pattern in the map of Miramar? The team which takes the first finish always ends up getting that winner chicken dinner.
I mean, could be, right? And we haven't, not a lot of sample size for me to be really coming into such conclusions. But then again, now this is where I think finally the scores are going to be settled, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We have OR Esports coming in. Now it is Team Soul also going to come in, and they're going to be joining forces, and they're going to be fighting it out against each other. I think it's the first game for teams from Group C coming in to play. And yesterday, considering how the circle was quite centralish, right? There was nothing to nothing too bizarre, no circles, going to the water lines, 30%, 40% submerged, and it was around the Port Boston area. But today, I mean, if I have to ask you, which is one of the circles that you would love to see towards the very end, which could that be?
That's going to be Dino Park, and especially those small caves inside the Dino Park. That is where the final circle should be. Every team is going to just, they're going to be scared to go out and take that fight, but rather they'll be wondering, do I have the enough kind of medkits to go in for a heal battle? Do I have enough throwables to make sure that I predict the projectile properly into the next wall? It's going to be so close to one another, but yet so far, and such kind of fights is what I'll be looking out for.
And RRQ Dino Park circle is what Arca wants, but ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time as we head into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, where I'm going to be, taking a little bit of a break, and my big man XP is going to come in, but in the due time, right? Of course, this is where all these teams come in. It is going to be fierce. It is going to be feisty as finally he is already starting to threaten you.
Obviously, it's going to be the legend hitting back the desk yet again. I would want to see what is he going to credit more about the map of Vikendi itself, because yesterday when we were casting it together, it was really amazing, right? There was so much of time, but one more important thing for me in the map of Vikendi was this, that it was the longest map to be played in the tournament so far, right? Almost 32 minutes is what it extended to. What is your take on that?
Well, first of all, I came prepared this time for Vikendi. I took cues from you and Fixes yesterday. I've got a little bit something extra on because it does get a bit chilly out there. But, again, it was the first time that we witnessed Vikendi in the iQOO BMPS powered by Loco. So, teams were kind of taking it easy. I like the fact that it went down to the final circle. I like the fact that it went down to the last HP. And, had RTR had a bit more at that time, even though Hydras was passing himself up, it could have been a different story altogether. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda is what I like saying. And let's see what this map brings to the table today.
Yeah, with Team Soul coming back and this banter between them, or I would like to call the stint of the top position between two teams of EXO as well, Team OR as well as the side of Team Soul. I know EXO is creeping up. I did tell from the first day itself, do not worry, they're going to be the comeback kings, and every single time in any tournament I've seen, they act as if, they're not going to be in the competition, but at the end of the day, they're going to be reaching on the top. So, OR and Soul, which team do you think will be on top by the end of this week?
I like that back and forth that's going on right now. Normally, you hear stories of David going up against Goliaths, but this time, forget David. David is nowhere in sight. It's only the Goliaths that are basically, pounding it out with one another.
Yeah.
I mean, you win one, OR comes on top. Then Soul comes in a bit strong, then they go on top. So I love the fact that, it is razor sharp, and all this close-knit competition is what makes this entire tournament a bit more exciting. And Team EXO, of course, creeping in, the comeback kings, as we like calling them. But another couple of teams have kind of made a little bit of an impact in the last couple of games. Autobotz, for example, making it, towards the end in Miramar, almost getting the job done. But OR Esports, boy, oh boy, they definitely got the job done. Now, speaking of getting jobs done, we are here doing our little bit. But none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crafton for, giving us this platform. And, of course, our wonderful sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And you know what's coming up? We're going to be talking about the Neo 6. Let me tell you one thing. I love this new video. Let's have another look and have a look at him slaying the dragon. Arca, there have been times when I've been fighting a game, right? BGMIs, everything's on the line, and suddenly towards the last circle, the last battery drains down. I'm like, why is this happening to me now? That is where that 80-watt flash shot comes in handy, because it goes 0 to 100 real quick. But you, watching at home, well, 3 lucky winners every single day, stand a chance to win this bad boy for yourselves. But the question is how? I'm sure you already know the answer, but Arca is going to go over it one more time.
Yeah, a broken record, but I believe that I would like to add a little bit of that DJ thing as well. But yeah, coming back to the simple rules and regulations you guys need to follow. First, head on to Amazon. Make sure you search for iQOO Neo 6. Then after that, click on No More. Answer a few questions. All the specs is going to be on the English desk over here from the beginning itself. So, but if you missed that out, all you can do is click on the subscribe button and come back tomorrow when we come live again. And the two casters are going to be sitting over here, going to tell you the specifications. Then later, you can go take that quiz, answer all the 5 questions correctly, put your name, your email address, and your mobile number inside, and click on notify me. But once this mobile hits the market, which is going to be very, very soon, that is when you might be getting one of these devices in your hand if you're lucky.
Well, if you're lucky, or if you're not on this particular day, hold on, we have some more things, some more goodies in store for all you lovely people, because, well, here at BGMI Crafton, we are going to be giving away merchandise, some beautiful t-shirts so you can go and support and basically show off your favorite game in public. And of course, summers are upon us. We need to beat the heat. How about a cool bottle to go along with it as well? Now, for that, all you have to do is make sure you head over to the Esports channel. You can come back, you can switch and forth, because again, you know, we are all one big family, one big community out there. Hit that link down below, fill out the form, make sure you put your information proper, and, well, don't forget to spam just a little bit hashtag and your favorite team. But you got to be careful. It's not just the favorite team. It's the team that is going to be on top every single day as far as points are concerned. So you better be getting your calculators out. But again, you know, us Indians, we can do maths just a little bit quicker than most. So I think we all are sorted. But anyway, you know, the match is going to be underway shortly. We are heading to Vikendi. He's got his jacket on. I've got a little something else on as well. Get your hot chocolates, because the game is going to be underway in a few short moments.
And let's not forget, a new group is going to be playing this, right? So there's going to be some new, I would say, jitters in the game, or it's going to be a little bit of a difference. But for the team which has already played this, their strategy is an open book. So the new teams already would have seen them play previously and known their weaknesses by watching them, how they're played. But the new teams coming in, what is one thing you would like to say about them for the map of Vikendi?
Well, this is where they were acting like Davids going up against Goliaths yesterday, because one of the newer teams on the pro scene did, in fact, you know, grab that chicken dinner, and they were persistent, they were patient, and they basically kept their discipline right until the end. In fact, you know, we did kind of think a heel battle in the 9th circle, it's kind of unheard of, because, you know, the blue zone is going to be chipping away at your HP tremendously. However, the little gamble paid off.
Yep, and that was the side of Hydras who thought out of the box and took that winner chicken dinner, the first ever in the map of Vikendi going their way. But at the same time today, it's going to be a different story. Obviously, we have OR coming in, we have BB, we have IE. Let's not forget that Walkouts are also making it this time.
It is going to be Group B going up against Group C, which of course all your favorite teams, if you have been paying attention, are going to be playing. But all eyes are going to be on the big 2, or rather the big 3, because OR Esports are going to be in this game. Team Soul is going to be in this game, and well, Team XO, who are really a thorn in their side now, you know, basically cementing the little podium finish, are going to be playing as well. And this is where we're going to see who actually edges past one another, because for now, you know, OR and Soul, they've had an equal number of games. And after this, we're going to have a little bit of a shuffle. So let's see what that curtails for the remainder. But for now, we are going to have a look at a few beautiful spots in all these snow-clad mountains. Of course, the tundras are going to be just a bit chilly. However, here at BGMI, we make sure we send all our players kitted to the guilds. And all that clothing might look a bit less at times. But let me tell you one thing. It is warm.
Now, there are a few questions which is coming on my head, right? So, this view...
Is that a picture, or is that like an in-game graphic? Because it looks so beautiful.
And so realistic as well. Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going to be stepping into the map before I could even throw that question at you, as the flight path is going to be coming on our screens. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second time in this tournament we'll be witnessing and playing Vikendi from the side of Hot Springs, ending up towards the side of Cosmodrome, giving the western side of the map the maximum land area or the real estate. So if teams have to travel towards the side of Viha, they have a long journey up ahead of them.
Well, they have a long journey for sure, but again, I've kind of noticed one thing, you know, some of the teams that drop off towards the end of the flight path, they're going to wait and see where that circle forms. And, you know, I've seen a few directions change every now and then, but for now, I do believe The boys from OR Esports are going to be heading to their favorite spot, and let's see how that is going to pan out for them later on. But as all the teams are going to be dropping from the heavens above, there you have it. Drama is going to be in for a view over here. But for now, it's Team Soul going up against the Hyderabad Hydras. Now, right over here, speed is of the essence because the one with the guns is going to be dishing out all the damage. Of course, the circle 50% in water, which means, well, everyone's going to have to get in each other's grills really soon.
Now, this is the best part. Oh, this is the best part where Hyderabad Hydras have started to take the fight towards the side of Team Soul. Retaliation is going to be coming in anytime soon. But at the same time, let's not forget that Striker is trying to push his luck too much. And Max OP is going to be trying to support it and make sure that we get that early finish, which is the most important thing. And let's see whether this format is going to continue as the first team to take the finish. Will they be getting that winner chicken dinner?
Well, the head of the snake we know as Soul has been cut off. Goblin is not green anymore. In fact, he's going to be a bit blue right now. But Maxi, oh boy, your position here is going to be given away. You might not want to be running into that, but another fight is taking place elsewhere at, well, we'll have a look at this. Big Brother Esports Zenop is going to make sure that Kinetic is going to be brought down as the Villa is going to be lighting up with gunfire and not with parties just yet. Zenop's position has been given away. He comes in, he shoots, he gets that connection because, well, the Uzi is just going to be a little bit faster. However, his job is not down. Soundset is going to be pristine over here. He's going to make sure he has that pre-fire coming in and a DBS to back him up. Now, Bayo, he knows where the enemy is. He is going to try and take a few shots. In fact, he might just go out. Is this the right weapon? I think it just might be. Unfortunately, his position was given away, and then there was just one.
Now it's going to be Beast, the final man. Stanley comes out. He's got that M16A4. Not proper trigger discipline is going to be ending in a very, very bad note as Kinetic is going to be surviving by the skin in the teeth.
Well, against all odds, it is the god himself that touched the earth. And, well, Team Kinetic off to a good start despite losing KU and Onyx. And let me tell you one thing, the Villa is theirs for now. But, on the other hand, a team that has been struggling just a wee bit, Initiative Academy, up on the rooftops. I wonder if that's the best case right now because, well, I think it is. No one else is around them except OR Esports, and looks like they know exactly where they are. But again, coming back to the few fights that we have seen, you don't really expect this in Vikendi at the beginning because, well, you know, everybody tries to go to their own favorite drops, and, well, drop clashes is something we haven't really seen or been privy to in the past. But boy, oh boy, what stands out for me, buddy, is that circle. Half of it in the water, and, well, looks like the action might be coming down to the winery, and I am not complaining.
Exactly. This is what I said, right? With the overall map, let's look at the positions of each and every team to see where they're standing. It's going to be Walkouts way towards the side of Port, and they'll have to come down a long way. And let's not forget 7 Seas as well as going to do the same thing. But the very good thing for us to observe in the northern side of the map, the teams know there's not much teams near them, right? So it's going to be limited amount of team, and they're spread around the map. Towards the side of Cosmodrome and Coal Mine, we are able to see that, you know, this team blind spread out towards the side of Trevorno, and probably to the southern side of it, we have the side of Team 7C spread out towards the side of Port. We're able to see that, you know, Zabawa as well. It's going to be the side of Walkout spread out. So they're going to get an ample amount of loot to make sure they come into a fight, as right now Akshat is going to be looking at the side of Hyderabad Hydras as the strike has already begun.
Well, the strike has begun, but now the thing is Akshat is in prime position to be on top. But have a look at that. Ace Black, his vehicle gave his position away, and Akshat is going to be on the defensive. What is Ace Black doing? I'm sure he might have heard a few footsteps come his way, and Akshat is going to pounce without letting loose any chances overhead. Team Hyderabad Hydras once again at the receiving end of things, and despite losing their main man Goblin, Team Soul are looking good. However, their work is still not done. We still have Carry, we still have Maxi, and, well, they do put up one heck of a fight, but the position has been given away. But look at Striker. Ooh, he is in prime position just a little bit too late, but this grenade could be devastating. The information is going to be given out. The grenade is going to be flung. Oh, wait a second. Did he just cancel it?
I think he did cancel it. I think it was not in the right projectile, and this is the moment where Team Soul is going to be capitalizing on everything possible as Striker's HPs come down to 50. The second one is also going to be cooked. No, this time it's a Molly, giving him a small ray of hope going for revival, and Carry is also healing up to his fullest potential. A 2v3 situation against the side of Team Soul. Who's going to be taking it home?
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out because lo and behold, another team is going to coming in from behind. Team MG heard all the commotion. They're like, so whatever we see on the kill feed is probably happening over here. Let's go and mop up whatever is left. But Striker's position is going to be compromised, and I do believe that is the right decision for him to back off for now. Team Soul, 2 finishes for themselves, and the circle is going to start closing in. But again, for both these teams, they don't really have to worry about that just yet. However, shots are going to be fired, and I'm having a look at the map that we have on the side because, well, you can see Dionysus, the god himself, and all the boys from MG just lurking, waiting for an opportune moment to strike.
Now, Carry on the other side is just going to stand still, right? He doesn't want to do any kind of hasty moves. He knows that even if he tries to get into the other building, he's going to be struck, right? No helmet is going to be the point of concern for him. He has to be very, very careful about that one thing. But at the same time, the number of finishes taken by the side of the Hydras is just going to go in vain, just in case they take this fight forward, as Akshat is going to be cooking up a grenade, puts it up in the right direction, doesn't do much of a damage for Carry because he's going to be outside the building, waiting it out. Shots are going to be fired as well. This time, this grenade might be doing the job as Akshat's grenade does it, and Omega is going to be pushing in.
Well, they are going to be leaving no stone unturned. They go move around basically the enemy that is fallen on his knees, and well, Hyderabad Hydra Striker can't really do anything but hold his position and maybe come in and strike. But look at this Team Soul. Oh boy, these boys are fueled up. They are fired up. They know where the last man is, and even if they get a knock, they are going to go in for the finish. And there you have it. 4 finishes for Team Soul as Hyderabad Hydras once again find themselves eliminated quite early. Elsewhere, wow, UP50 is actually dishing out damage, and I do believe they have the first finish for themselves. Maybe, just maybe, what we said earlier, they're finally waking up, and well, that is definitely going to wake him up as Blazy is going to send them in a blaze of inferno, and that second grenade could say it all for them. But they have it, cover coming up from up top in the form of KSR7.
Now, this is what exactly you need to do. Make sure you're in close proximity. Give the cover fire when required, especially for the throw builds, because ultimately that is going to give few seconds gap between yourself and the opponents. We're going to heal up and then take the fight towards the opponents. And Aditya is going to be rushing in as well. They know the damage which they have dealt, and they know the angles which they are holding, but Aditya has to be very, very careful. If he doesn't look to his right, then things can go wrong. And look at what Sarkar is doing, trying to be over smart at this point of time and try to come through the waters.
I like it. I like it. Finally, it's not Initiative Academy that's taking the initiative. It's going to be UP50, but now the position has been given away. He heard something. Ayush, you better not go too far out to sea because someone is going to be lying in wait. Now, I wonder if they have a grenade because he is going to have an idea exactly where that man is. There you have it. Rage God from the other side could be doing just what I think. And, well, the grenade is going to come in. Now the shots are going to be fired. And UP50, boy, oh boy, they are surrounding their enemy. Look at that. This is a revival that I was waiting for as Rage God is going to switch to his Tommy gun and go gangster on IA. And, well, looks like only one man is going to be left standing. And, well, DG, we're going to see you soon because he is going to have to run away to fight another day.
Now, at the same time, there's going to be another team coming into the fray. It's going to be R Esports. They know the position of UP50 exactly, and now they'll be trying to rake up as many finish points as possible because they have been waiting, right? R Esports in the previous round just got placement points for themselves and no finish points whatsoever. But this time, they're trying to turn things around. They're going to go a little offensive. But how much is it going to help them out in this point of time? Because Circle is going to be forming up any second soon. I know they're pretty much safe inside the circle, but you know, taking a fight at this point of time, is it necessary?
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out because looks like UP50 are back up on their feet as a 4-man squad with a few finishes to their name. They are looking good. The shots are going to be fired. And if I can actually have a closer look, I do believe they have a few options to circumnavigate this position. Amazing time coming up because the circle is going to be on your screens. And have a look at that. This fight is taking place south of Podwasto, just north of the castle. So UP50 still have a few options to coming in from the left. But keep an eye out on Team Kinetic. They are going to be literally in one of the towers leading to the castle, making sure they hold down the fort, so to speak, as all of the teams are going to be making their way towards the center of the circle.
Now at the same time, Team Blind and 7Cs have made it late rotation, right, to the either corners of the map. And let's not forget, Walkouts have also relied on the same kind of strategy. Now, somewhere I feel these are the teams to watch out for, because eventually they've already traveled, they've got the right kind of farming, rather than the teams in the center who have been holding the same position for a really, really long time. But EXO, on the other side, has a vague idea of where Marcus Gaming is. And in case the circle is going to be forming in towards the side of Winery, as you said, there's going to be some underground battle as well, which we rarely get to witness in the tournament of BMPS.
Oh, we've seen battle take place up top mountains. We've seen, underground battles as well. I mean, once in a while we've seen something take place at the shelter, but not so often. So this time around, it is going to be funny, as we are going to pit these two teams up on our screens, up against one another, with Team EXO having a clear advantage as far as finishes go, 105 compared to pretty much nothing. But now the circle is going to be shifting down. It's still going to implode in on itself. The Winery could still be in play. We're going to have to wait and find out where it goes next. But teams are making their way in, and well, there you have it. I was expecting this fight to be breaking out. Kinetic are going to be putting up a little bit of a blockade, but ladies and gentlemen, UP50, oh boy, I believe they've done a bit of talking. They've had a little chat. They've sat down. They're like, guys, listen, we've got nothing to lose. Let's go for those finishes. And as Fix is pointing out earlier, that, that is what they need to do. They are doing it well. 5 finishes for them already, with all 4 members still alive and kicking.
No, I heard an old man once said to me that, when things are not going right, have a shot or two and then try to see life in a different perspective. And that's what is going to be happening over here, as Walkouts is going to be rushing towards the side of ACBC, where Walkouts are going to be a pack of bulls, but rather ACBC are going to be spread around as Beard Baba lands the first knock. He's going to make sure from far away he's dished the damage, as Hexa is going to be confirmed as well. And an exchange comes in, obviously, from the side of ACBC. Rain, as with that AUG, he was able to take the person down. Now, Rain on the other side is cooking up a grenade, where Walkouts need to watch out for this. If not, they might end up in a very, very bad rotation.
Well, they could, but the Wolves right now are going to be cornered in a little bit of a house over here. Let's see if they huff and puff and blow it away, because for now they are going to be lobbing hot potatoes at one another. Now Capron's position is given away, but again, I'm kind of not sure, or I'm actually kind of sure that they're oblivious to how it maps out inside. Now ACBC are going to have one of the members down, and it looks like the pack is going to be whole once again. Beard Baba is still holding on to his life by a thread, but now Yuva's going to go in. He sinks his bangs in. He hits the deck. Unfortunately, he is going to be taken down in a rain of bullets, courtesy of ACBC's Rain, and now he is not done yet. That AUG making it quick work for the boys from Walkouts, and now Spray is going to go in from the other end. He is going to be taken out. In fact, I do believe it was Shadow from afar who is going to do some damage from the team Blind Esports, which means, well, ACBC definitely have a few Guardian Angels looking over them. And speaking of Guardian Angels, from atop, does he know where Aurora is? And, well, that was a nice angle. However, it isn't going to do much damage. Mr. Spray is going in for the kill.
Now, at the same time, it was important for them to put up a smoke amongst all these fight to save their fellow teammates, which they don't do, and Blind is going to try and capitalize on that. And we all know, once Blind starts to pick up the pace, they're not going to stop until they clear off squads together. And over here, Walkouts are having a bit advantage, but at the same time, ACBC is also upstairs trying to heal one of their teammates, as Mr. Spray is holding with their teammate.
Now, keep this in mind. Have a look at what Blind is doing. They're leaving no stone unturned, as I said earlier. They're going to make sure they have that little bit of a ridge to play with. And now ACBC and Walkouts are going to have to turn things around. ACBC's Capron up top with his teammate, while the Wolves, who have been depleted to, I do believe, two lone Wolves, they're going to have to hold their ground, as Blind are now going to be pummeling them with a few grenades. And this is where it's going to be exciting, because I wonder if they know what they're already have. There you have it. Evil Sky does not have that evil eye, because, well, he was blown to smithereens.
Now, at the same time, this is a time where Walkouts can go and get those finishes for themselves, but rather they're going to be holding on to their nerve, expecting the side of Blind to actually come in, as Deadpool puts a grenade perfectly, but eventually it's not going to catch up, as the Molly is also going in from the right corner. It's going to be them burning out at this point of time, as Evil Sky might get finished off with these flames, as Capron is going to be healing for himself. Mr. Spray is waiting it all out, waiting slowly to creep in towards the side of Blind, as he might hit them when the iron is hot.
Well, the iron definitely is hot. He does get out, he shoots, he sprays, and he's going to be living up to his name. But the thing is, there are 2 more Wolves charging at him. He does get the reload in. He does get a little bit of a peek over there. He does shoot a bit blind. Unfortunately, well, his blind side was not covered, and Blind Esports are going to be on a bit of a high, mopping up whatever was left from this fight before, as other fights are breaking on elsewhere in the map. Enigma Galaxy taking on on 7C Esports.
Oh, look at Williams' mobile screen, you know. The brightness was so much that it was literally bleached, and I could see the light hitting out his face. But yeah, some players do tend to, you know, keep the brightness really high to check every look and corner of the screen as if they can find someone moving here and there. But what a gameplay coming in from the side of Blind. As I said, once they start to kick off, they're going to sweep away squads together, and the way they executed it against them being the perfect third party was obviously visible. Look at the drops which has happened, right? It's far away into the waters, and it's going to be hard for anybody to go in and pick them up. But ultimately, the silent assassins as of now is going to be Team Soul.
Well, let's see what Team Soul does, because they have been quite quiet so far.
Yeah.
But right now, Enigma Galaxy, what they're trying to do is they know for a fact 7C Esports is outside the circle. They know for a fact there's another team in the vicinity. Hot Springs and Cantra is where this action is going to take place. And the best thing is, well, they are still inside the circle now. FS Esports, they've had a good start to this day. Let's see if they can do so over here. Again, a lot of their teams, Dreams. You might be living a nightmare right now, buddy, because you are going to be spotted out, and there you have it. He is not going to be happy about that. Again, the question is, what are you doing out there with your vehicle in the open, completely oblivious to your surroundings? And that is where Vikendi is that little wild card, because, again, if you haven't played it too much, well, you're not going to know where the enemy could be looking at you from.
No, at the same time, Team EXO, they are looking forward for the zone to be shifting towards the side of Winery or something, and they want to immediately capitalize on that, and really able to see that, you know, the rotations will be working out perfectly. Soul is also picking up a vehicle for themselves. So all this is happening in one corner of the map. Whereas in the other corner, we're able to see that 7Cs at the same time are also waiting for the circle to form up. But UMP so far had an amazing day, right? So far, they've had an amazing map. They'll also be looking forward to go into one compound and hold it perfectly to the dead center. Which team will be able to predict the zone next perfectly and get the dead center?
The best thing is, as far as UP50 is concerned, hold on, I might have to hold on to my thought right now, because Atanki just might see some movement in the distance, and well, he might just let loose a few shots with that G36C, and it could spell trouble for Team EXO, because again, Team MG is on the other hand, if, and this is the big if Team EXO is forced to be pushed in that other direction, that is where they could be sandwiched, you know, between a rock and a hard place. But for now, OR Esports, although I like what they are doing, they are quite aware of the surroundings. Atanki up on this roof like a fiddler does know that even if UP50 is trying to gauge him from behind, he doesn't really have a line of sight. But now, the moment of truth, where is the circle heading to?
Oh yes, it does head into the side of Winery. At least most of it is going to be heading towards the Winery. But somewhere I believe the teams in the center are not going to change their position. They just want to hold back to the same spot, because that linear formation coming in from 4 different teams is going to restrict all the teams coming in from the side of Hot Springs to restrict them and take away the finishes.
If I may just, you know, just interrupt you for 1 second. Look at KSR's position. He was scouting for his team UP50 right at the V of Volnova on your screen, and which means that they can find a small little footing in that little town. But for now, OR Esports, they suddenly realize, hey, we were keeping an eye out on Team EXO, but of course everyone else wants a little bit of real estate for themselves. OR Esports making their way to the map. Again, good rotations coming in, because if you keep in mind, they were on the right side of the castle early on, and well, now they are in Volnovo, and they are going to be in a fortified position. For now, Team EXO Sensei just laying down some suppressive fire. Oh, maybe he might not connect, but the enemy definitely saw that muzzle flash, and well, he's going to have to hold his head back in and, well, pick a different window to shoot from, because again, whoever did get a few shots on him could be expecting that, you know, come on, buddy, pop your head once again. And you were talking about Soul. You do see them high atop their mountain, but the question is, can they come down, or will the fight go to them?
At the same time, you were just thinking like a sniper, right? You were like, come on, show those heads. But when you're an assaulter, you know it's not going to be easy for you to take down the complete head, because you need to rely on your recoil and a lot of other things. But yes, Team EXO at this point of time is going to be very happy with this kind of circle they're holding. Sensei is going to be pretty much far away, trying to give away his location. But one problem what they have is the other teams exactly know the location of Team EXO, and that's going to be the side of Team Soul, Team MG, and let's not forget that the Blind in the southern side of the map have a lot more control over the circle itself. I'll tell you the reason why they made that statement, because ultimately if the circle shifts anywhere else to the center of the circle, they can come in from the side of Winery and take care of it. But let's see, we can just, you know, understand that the circle might form in somewhere close to the drop itself.
Well, speaking of the drop, this drop has something for everyone. If you want to get up close and personal, you have the Grotza to basically shred them to smithereens. Or, if you're a sniper, that 8x definitely comes in handy. Now the circle is going to be moving in. It should be getting a little bit of a western push, and let's see if Blind's position is going to be up for grabs. No, it isn't. We are going to have a little bit of an urban warfare situation as OR Esports, now remember, they are still atop those rooftops. They've got to be a bit careful because Aditya and Jelly's focus is going to be on any movement east of that little river, while other teams are coming in. Team Soul coming in hot. They're going to be taking the fight straight to Team EXO, and well, the cars are going to be hitting the walls. Unfortunately, they are going to be taken down one by one. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all she wrote. Team EXO getting 3 finishes for themselves, and well, if you blinked, you probably missed it. Team Soul has been wiped out elsewhere. Another fight is going to be breaking out between 7C Esports and FS Esports.
Now, we have to watch out for the three-way Mexican standoff which is happening over here, right? FS Esports versus Nigma Galaxy versus 7Cs is taking place, where we know that Savitar is the only man pretty much close to the opponents right now. But he's going to be coming into the crosshairs of FS, as well as all the situation as I was explaining. OR Esports are also coming into this fray. So it's going to be more than one team fighting it out. But I'm looking forward for the team which is going to stay silent, watch all of this happen, and strike when the iron is hot.
Well, sometimes I like it. Have you ever tried using a hot iron on snow? Because the way all the water starts evaporating is just brilliant. I don't know why that just came in my mind, but we were talking about OR Esports having to be a bit careful, because sooner or later when you are on the roof, you know, you make a lot of sound, and well, people can see you from far, far away, and as a result of that, Jelly does the right thing and he gets down on the ground. Now, the fact that this is a fortified position means that they are going to get those revives in, and lucky for them, Aru and Aditya are going to be on either flank, making sure nothing comes in from behind. And speaking of the flanks, they do see some vehicles, and when you see some vehicles, you want to blow them up because you want to force your opponents to come out. UP50, they have a good position because for now, they are a bit higher up than OR Esports.
Now, MG is also having a very good time. They predicted the zone perfectly. They're holding it to the dead center. Let's not forget, we can expect 1 or 2 people to actually be swimming inside the waters any second soon, once all detection is going to go away to the position where the number of fires are going to be increasing. Yeah, it's going to be Team EXO having the best spot. Let's not forget how Soul got decimated, right? Soul are pretty much overconfident about their push with the vehicle. They feel that, you know, if they ram into a place, they can easily take players down. But eventually, they came one player at a time, and due to which they got taken down.
Well, we are going to see some action because we are going to have the instant replay, and there you go, perfect timing. Omega comes crashing in, and this is where they make the mistake. They both get out of the vehicle at the same time, and the way they have it all covered, well, it was pretty much Fairs doing all the talking with his G36-3, switches to his Oompa Loompa, and well, that was all she wrote for Team Soul. But now, MG, they are going to have to move up because the circle has taken another shift, and now Punk knows the location. He's going to be waiting. If he's going to be good, this might just be a little bit costly for Ghosty. It is, as it goes off in his face. And, well, the follow-up grenade is going to be coming in hot as well. Now, Team EXO, once again, they've got to make sure they hold down the fort. They aren't going to move because look at the way they are positioned elsewhere. Jelly is going to be hitting them hard, and now Blind are going to be coming in hot and heavy. They are going to take him down fast once again with his UAP doing all the damage. And it looks like this could be it for Blind Esports. But the thing is, they only have one man left. And now it is going to be a 1-on-2 situation, but Punk is a little bit far away, and if he bombards that building with his grenades, it might just do the job. He does spot something. He takes him out with a little pixel through that gap. He's going to make sure he pumps them full of lead, and Team EXO 6 finishes, even though they just lost 2 members.
Now we have to look out for the side of Team RU, slowly approaching towards the side of Team EXO, and MG amongst all this commotion have took a very good hard cover to make sure that they have the right kind of a angle, but they also have to make sure that they watch out for their back because Nigma Galaxy is also trying to do their best. But Aditya on the other side is looking out for the right angle, looking out in the right direction, because as 7C is going to be rushing in towards them, it's going to be easy for them to take him down. But the most important for us to see is how UP50 is going to be taking this fight, because they've been blessed with the zone. They're blessed with some amazing beginning. They need to capitalize on it.
Oh, they are looking good, but who isn't looking good are the boys from FS Esports. As now K47 is going to be the last man standing. Now Nigma Galaxy, they've kind of done something smart. They are going to be sneaking their way pretty much east of MG's location, and they have a little bit of a slope tapering down to the water, and that is where they can pretty much, pitch their tents for now, and if needed, push in on MG's position. Savitar is playing a risky game as Spray God is taken down. He's going to be coming across that bridge, but the thing is, Aditya could have kind of, pumped him full of lead, but now he is going to be at the receiving end of things, hopefully, or well, luckily for him, his teammate Jelly was on hand to make sure he silences, just like he does in the pictures that we see of him, as his opponents were coming a bit closer. Aditya, again, surviving on a sliver of HP, making sure OR are still going to be a three-man squad. Now, this is where OR could be in a precarious position, because all around them, well, the Wolves are howling, and they are going to be trying to come in. 7 first aids on K47. Well, make it 6. He is going to try and make a dash for that vehicle. Let's see if he makes it, because, well, I doubt he's going to make it into the next circle. However, this is what I was talking about. Have a look at that. Nigma Galaxy, they have this little gradual slope to play with, still in the circle, and it is going to work out for them even now. MG is the team I'm worried for.
Now, somewhere I have to say that MG is pretty safe at this point of time. They'll be able to hear the footsteps, right? So as soon as Nigma Galaxy tries to come a little more closer, they're just going to concentrate on the other side, try to put some throwables rather than trying to place their crosshairs and try to get the job done. But on the other side, 7C Savita, look at him putting down the side of UP50 Aditya, and also getting a confirmation as well, as UP50 are in a hell of trouble, because they not only have to make it inside the circle, but also have to do something different.
It's not a confirmation, buddy. Savitar, although he is a one-man army, he got 2 of them on their knees. And, of course, a couple of them, we all make that mistake. Even I thought, wait a second, is that a finish? But now he's given his position away, and sooner or later, as I love saying, that smoke is going to dissipate. However, he does have a vehicle. He is going to make sure he makes a little bit of a fortification for himself. Now, that is what you call presence of mind. Patch himself up, because in about 30 seconds, he is going to have to slowly but steadily move in towards the circle. Now, UP50 over here have a similar conundrum that they are facing, because they are just outside the circle as well as our Esports. They are coming in hard, and again, OR, boy oh boy, they are going to be shaking in their pants just a little bit, because the Wolves are closing in from every single direction.
No, at the same time, it's going to be one silent assassin who is still waiting out to strike. That's going to be the side of MGs. They're not going to do anything wrong. They're just going to wait it out and finally fight when it's required. But ultimately, our Esports have the crosshairs set against the side of UP50. This could be a blessing in disguise for the side of Savitar, as he can slowly make it inside the circle. The only person who can stop him at this point of time is going to be Apollo, because that is where Savitar would want to head towards. But at the same time, UP50, the way they're taking the fight towards the side of OR, getting the Atanki and also finish him off, making OR another team which is vulnerable to take a frontal battle between a 2v4.
Well, that grenade does look good, and it is going to be brilliant, and Rage God is going to be a little bit ticked off right now, as he is going to be finished off by Savitar again, striking at the right moment. An opportunistic parasite, if I may, but he did give his position away. Now, Aditya, all he needs to do is hold his ground and get up and let loose a few shots at the right time, because if he doesn't do that, well, he could be taken off from elsewhere. Savitar coming down to his last few first aids. We're going to make it 1 after this, and I like the way he's positioned himself just at the edge of the circle, but again, at some point, he is going to have to come out. There you have it, UB50 finding themselves in the middle of all this commotion, losing 2 members quickly, and looks like Sarkar might just make it 3. A grenade is going to come in. That volley is going to make him burn. He can't even drop and roll. Aditya should be switching to his weapon, and there you go. That is going to be it. As UB50, 1 by 1, even though they had everything in their favor, are going to be toppling over like dominoes.
Now it's going to be UP50. I would like to say that Savitar has got a lot of blessings for himself, and in the crosshairs, this is what OR's strength is, right? The frontal battle, the perfect, recoil control, as well as MG is going to be rushing in towards the side of Nigma Galaxy at this point of time. Vexy is pretty much far away. All he's got to do is take down Dionysus, who eventually walks into his crosshairs, clears him off. Now he has a lot of job to do. He has to pick up his teammates and also put them smokes, and which he's able to do eventually.
Again, I kind of called it, because MG were being a bit too complacent. They thought they had their thing, but the thing is, had they moved to the other side of that little broken down house, that is where Team XO were lying in wait. And Enigma Galaxy, boy oh boy, they struck at the right time. And even now, they still have a little bit of maneuvering space, because Team XO, all they have is this little corner, as Savitar, again, a valiant effort coming in from the lad from 7C Esports, is going to be bidding us adieu, which means now we are down to the final 4 teams, and Fierce is going to find them. There is
Oh,
taken down
no.
as our Esports are looking good. They are looking strong. All fair members intact, and well, they are just going to be overpowering their opposition right about now.
Now, all 4 men standing with 3 finishes. They have the man advantage because opponents are all 2 and 1 man standing. I know the team OR have a capability of damaging and taking down at least one player before they get taken down. I'm speaking about Jelly at this point of time, but I really want to see whether he has got any kind of throwables with himself, because that is when he's going to be throwing it up. EXO on the other side is going to be coming in a bit more closer. Apollo is going to be finding Fierce in his crosses anytime soon, but Fierce is the strongest when it comes to close range battle. He's proved it in this map before and comes in from an angle with his teammate perfectly helping him out. It's going to be our Esports now concentrating against the side of Team EXO, forgetting about Jelly completely, who's right behind them.
Well, let's see if Jelly is going to make them feel a bit wiggly later on, because they have kind of given up on him, but there you have it. Fierce is going to make sure that the numbers are going to start dwindling as Rockstar, well, he isn't going to be rocking anymore, and now the grenades are coming in because they know someone is lurking on the right side of that little fortification. The grenade goes boom, and Jelly, he just got to keep his patience now. He can't bat an eyelid, he can't move a muscle, because on the other end of that little house, they're going to be coming in. He lets few shoot shots, comes in, and now this is going to be it for him. They might just see him. No first aid coming in. He does bob, duck, and weave under one. Gets a knock on Hero, but Jadu, who has magic in his fingers, is going to make sure, well, that is going to be nothing to be dealt with right about now.
Now, it's going to be Team EXO right now spreading around. That's the best part about Team EXO. Every single time in the final circle, no matter how many people are standing, they're going to spread around and make sure they hold the vantage pointers, which is necessary. Now, Fierce is going to be sticking right next to the fort and allowing the enemies to be walking out of the fort into the crosshairs of Punk, as he's going to be taking all the attention at this point of time, as Kennedy realizes that, you know, there could be a player far away, but least do they know about the player right behind. That's going to be Fierce trying to do their best, but it's going to be a heal battle altogether, where our Esports know that if they hold the center, it's going to be much more easeful. Fierce is going to be striking it hard. He's already taken 2 players down, and from far away could be the backup which is required for them, and eventually they're going to be taking this home as EXO takes in style. A winner chicken dinner for them, where our Esports just walked out of the fort and handed it over to them.
I mean, that is amazing gameplay. That is basically just beautiful. But now, as we are going to be heading into the post-match segment powered by Loco, we're going to just see how all your favorite teams did. But let me tell you one thing, Fierce put up one heck of a show. I'm pretty sure, you know, as we are going to be crowning one of our MVPs, he might be at the tippity top, because have a look at that. Team EXO with yet another chicken dinner adding to their tally, now making it 6, walk away with 25 points. But valiant effort, I must say, coming in from UP50, finally, who have 7 finishes in one game and, well, 11 points in total.
For me, the team, the person who stood out is going to be from the side of 7Cs, right? One man standing, trying to take down the complete, trying to take down the complete squad of UP50, who are looking the strongest over here, could be one of the strongest contenders when it comes to the iQOO MVP itself. There's going to be a lot of teams, you know, who will be finding in the top 5, but we have to wait and watch who's going to be on the top as Blind Esports, and we're able to see the finishes until the 9th position. We're able to see that 4 finishes is what all these teams have got minimum.
Well, now let's find out who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP, and there you have it. We called it. It is going to be Fierce with 8 finishes and almost 1360 points of damage, and again, a longer match than usual. I love the fact that it all came down to the final circle as we have a look at the top 5 leaders, and well, Akshat, despite losing Goblin early on, made sure he carried his team's torch forth.
720 damage coming in from his side with 4 finishes, and on the other side we have 7C Savitar. I mean, I do understand that, you know, it was a valiant effort coming in from his side, but the position points which he could rake up by being in the top 3 is something which you have to look out for. And team UP50 is also coming over here. They've got 3 finishes for themselves. It's a total of 642, you know, and this is something which they needed, right? Because this is the first time ever they're going to be coming into the top 5.
And this might be what they needed. This might be that little push that they needed to, you know, infuse some confidence in, as we have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures. And, well, what does stand out for me is Blind Shadow from the distance, lurking in the shadows, as we did mention early on. Got that longest finish at 330 meters. And, well, this is where, you know, you got to be careful. Again, this is where you have to know your terrain, because if you think you are taking a fight with one team in a compound, chances are someone's keeping a key eye on you from afar, as we have a look at the finished damage graph.
Now, this is the time where we get to know the Team EXO, no matter how many people are standing, they're still gonna take the fight into the face of the enemies, getting 1,917 damage for 10 finishes. Too much of hard work, to be frank, but Blind on the other side looks more clinical for me with 1,000 damage and 8 finishes. Let's not forget, on the other side, we do have several other teams who did dish a lot of damage, but not rewarded with what kind of valiant effort they put in. But let's not forget that Nigma Galaxy 6 finishes for 985 damage is also something which stands out for me.
Well, of course, a lot of oh, I seem to have something in my throat over here. A lot of teams finally, waking up and finally getting that little bit of aggression that we did want to have a look. But now, I do believe we are going to have to wait and see what's happening, because the overall standings are coming up, and there you have it. After 22 matches played, OR Esports are still going to hold on to that little 18-point lead that they have for themselves, and well, looks like it is going to be interesting. And have a look at that, the same number of finish points, which means, well, looks like the boys are coming into their medal.
Now, at the same time, position points is something which matters over here, as OR has been placing themselves perfectly and getting the maximum number of winner chicken dinners. And let's not forget that Team EXO on the other side is able to balance it out as well with 6 winner chicken dinners, the highest by any team in the top 8, but still 115 finishes. So they are making sure that they have a balance as well. 50 points away from dethroning the side of Team Soul is something which you have to watch out for, which they can catch up eventually. Nigma Galaxy is coming in the 4th position. Enigma Gaming is going to be on the 6th position, and one other team, I think it was Autobotz, who came in the top 8 without any kind of winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, another good game this time around, if you have a look at the overall standings, was by our Esports. They are going to be making it to the 14th position, and we've been talking about this up until maybe 9th till 15th. It doesn't really make too much of a difference, as Blind Esports are going to be climbing up slowly but steadily as well. Now, I love the fact that every single team has played pretty much the same number of matches. So everything right now, buddy, is even, Steven. Everything is out on the plate for you to have a gander as we have a look at the 3rd page, because this is where the teams are going to be in danger. Kinetic slipping down the ranks, the 17th position.
Just 1 point away. I don't think so. It's going to be hard for them to bounce back on that. 146 point for 16th position, 147 for the 17th position. Let's not forget, after that is where the fight has to get a little more tighter, heavier for the side of Team INS. RTR Retribution slowly climbing up. GOG on the other side, 2 good, opportunities was given to them, but still they were not able to capitalize on it. And let's see, from now on, this is like the 3rd match done on day 2, right? So this is the exact point where we can say that we are in the midst of BMPS, the qualifying into the finals, grand finals itself.
Well, that is absolutely said brilliantly, because it is pretty much the midway mark right now. And again, I love the fact that, everything is even, Steven, or at the end of the day are going to be making that little bit of an 18-point lead for themselves. Let's see, though, however, can they hold on to it? Because although we are going to have the highlights coming up, although we are going to have a break coming up, the same 2 groups are going to be battling it out against one another in the next round. But before that, again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for making all of this possible. And, we could not have done it without this bad boy in our hands. I'm, of course, talking about our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And once again, let's have a look and see how to slay a dragon, because you might be doing that in the near future. Let's have another look at the video.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch stream, play, repeat. What are you waiting for? I think I kind of know the answer, because before they head over to Loco, they need to have something to stream from. And well, Arca, this is where you come in, because 3 lucky winners every single day can walk away with the iQOO Neo 6.
Yes, it's gonna be the Amazon giveaway, which is starting off right now from the iQOO smartphones itself. So they're gonna make sure that give away 3 of these beautiful devices every single day. So what do you have to do? Get onto Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6. Over there, click on No More. You're gonna be, doing all that quiz, which they're gonna be coming up with 5 different questions, and you know that it's gonna be a very, very easy one for you guys, right? So you're gonna be answering all those things. Leave your name, address, as well, name, email address, as well as the mobile number. Then expect that Lady Luck to be kissing your forehead, and you'll be getting this beauty in your hand.
Well, you could get the beauty, but again, before that, let's have a look at the beautiful map that was Vikendi, and the fact that we had action breaking out right at the beginning. Now this is where the Goblin was brought down, and despite losing their big man, Team Soul did manage to make quick work of Hyderabad Hydras. Now on the other hand, at the villa itself, there weren't any parties taking place this time. In fact, a lot of gunfire that could be confused with fireworks, but it was Team Kinetic that did come out on top at the end. The double-barrel shotgun is going to be the last thing that the boys from BB hear.
Now at the same time, I don't understand why he went in for a DBS when he actually had a UMP or probably an MP5 to work around with. But ultimately, he had to pay a heavy price for it,
well,
and understood it's going to be important. But ultimately, yeah, God on the other side is going to be ending things with a bang. But this was one of the most, I would like to say, relentless thing to see at that point of time. Showing your back against the side of a team which is holding a hard compound is the least thing you want to do.
No, but Ace Black knew Team Soul is going to be, pitter-pattering around that little compound. He still goes in, and I wonder what he was doing as our Esports. Well, lovely teammates to have when they can whisk you off to safety, and this is where Soul came in, and they knew that after this, there's only one man standing. And even though Striker did try his best, he was taken down by Akshat in style. Team Soul good up until this point, but then, well, things kind of fizzled out for them later on. UP50 versus Esports. I Initiative Academy, I beg your pardon. I love the fact that they finally showed what they are made of, but unfortunately, again, when they find themselves in a defensive fight, Arca, I believe that isn't their forte. They should take note from this fight and just go in for the aggression every single time.
No, that is what Fixes was pointing out every single time about UB50, right? They wanted them to go offensive, and all these times they never went offensive in this tournament. They were always trying to be defensive, due to which they had to pay a heavy price. But I believe now they've understood we are midway of the tournament. We are played for position points until now. From now on, we're going to pick up, finish points and make sure we come on the top, and that's what they were trying to do. But ACBC on the other side, Walkouts were just jumping and walking into the crosshairs, and that is how he was able to manage to do wonders, as Blind Esports from far away became a blessing in disguise for the side of Walkouts first, but later turned out to be the opposite, as Blind rushed in and cleared off the side of ACBC.
Oh, they knew that, whoever is fighting in the distance over there, because, you've got to keep in mind, they in fact knocked out members from both teams. And now Spray, he did try his best. In fact, before he finally was taken down, he did manage to take out 2 members of Blind, all by his lonesome. However, it wasn't the fairy tale that he was waiting for. And speaking of fairy tales, Dreams over here was definitely in a nightmare, because, well, you might think that you are safe because you can't see anyone else, but the other people can definitely see you. And Soul over here, once again, had they maybe gone in a bit around that little complex, they could have done something, because once that first vehicle came and hit that wall, chances are that the others are going to be coming in at the same position. So again, a little work on the rotations over there, but this was a beautiful effort by 7C, as you mentioned as well. And finally, UP50 at the end. Such a wonderful game, but they were taken down one by one.
Now Punk on the other side, this grenade, I still remember you asking whether it's going to be going against Gusty. It does. He puts him down, and eventually that was how EXO was able to dominate. But let's not forget Fierce. This is why he was on the top, right? He actually took down the side of Team Soul and also survived to take down another team which rushed in towards them. Blind was also taking place, as Fierce is going to be lofting a grenade, finding people in those pixels and making sure he lands that bullets perfectly, and making sure he rakes up the maximum number of finish points by an individual in a game.
Now, the grenade would have probably done all the talking himself, but he was not leaving it up to chance, as if you do spot the enemy, well, by all means, go ahead and pump them full of lead, which is exactly what Savitar did. And UP50, who were looking, so brilliant, made the same little mistake they made in the map of Erangel, right? They went behind this one little shack, all 3-4 members at once, congregating in. and well, that was the end for them. Now, this is what I told you. Although MG did have that compound, it didn't make any sense because Nigma, they would have pushed in, and if they had moved to the other side, well, Team EXO were going to be lying in wait, which they eventually were, and which is why they eventually finished off Enigma Galaxy.
Now, only with the throwables, EXO was able to, contribute a lot when it comes to the damage itself. Kinetic on the other side did rush in against the side of OA, made sure he put an end for them on the other side. Opolo, he went in for a pre-fire, and even before he realized that, he did not have a proper stance, that is when he got taken down. Now, Fierce from far away was actually doing the damage. As soon as he understood that he has already done the damage maximum against the team, that is when, he went and stuck himself towards the walls of that castle, waiting for the sides of our esports to actually walk in and then assaulted them ruthlessly.
Man, let me tell you one thing. Although Jelly was taken down in, it was kind of nasty. I'll be honest about that. But the thing is, the way he bobbed and weaved and jiggled and ducked around those bullets of the first person and then finally was taken down was just amazing. And, well, that was all she wrote for this game as Team EXO got that chicken dinner, a well-deserved chicken dinner.
Yep.
And, we already kind of anticipated that if they had the center, they love thriving in all that chaos because they pretty much station every single man with their backs towards each other, and all four directions are pretty much covered, and that was on display for us now.
Yes, exactly, and that is what EXO's strength has always been, right? The IGL also, makes sure that it gets the right compound every single time because he knows the strength of their assaulter. He knows who's going to be looking it. He knows who just needs pixels. He knows who needs to be concentrating with the throwables, and that is how a team is made. And you need to lead your team by example and not by force, and Sensei has proved to us every single time he's been there on the battlefield.
If you've watched this really popular TV show of late, and the king says at the beginning, this is the kingdom, without anything, and then as a tight-knit unit, that is when you are the strongest. That is what these teams need to be as well, because yes, you might have your individual prowesses, but as Arka just mentioned right now, it all needs to gel well, and you need to complement each other's game styles, and well, that is what Team EXO are doing with perfection. Now again, 2 chicken dinners in this day. I hope it isn't going to be one of those cases that they come in strong and the next few days are going to fizzle out. Of course, as I say that out loud, I kind of chuckle inside because that is definitely not going to be the case. They have the momentum backing up. And speaking of momentum, UP50 finally crossing that 50-point mark.
No, I know that, after you cross a 50-point mark, the next choking point is going to be 100-pointers. And we have seen that many teams actually make it to the 100-pointers and kind of get stuck over there, not able to move forward because that is where the competition is a little high. Let's see whether UP50 will be able to, challenge that out and prove to us it was wrong. But at the same time, in the map of Vikendi, yet again, the zone became a little, bizarre to be specific because every single time there was a zone prediction coming in. I know that there's one small river which travels around the side, even though it doesn't look like 2 different islands. Once the circle forms to the division, it makes a lot of difference.
I mean, also, you got to keep in mind that, as you go further up north, you aren't really going to have a lot of water to traverse on. You're going to have to walk over all that thin ice, and sometimes the fear is, maybe what if the ice gives way underneath you, or maybe somebody's shooting and, sends you to a watery grave. I know I let my imagination run a bit too wild at times, but, I wish that was part of the game. Maybe someday we might see something of the sort. But again, Vikendi, again, a long game, going to the last circle, and pretty much it wasn't the shots fired that pretty much gave EXO the win. It was the blue circle snuffing out everyone's lives, and had the opponents had a bit more HP, perhaps things could have gone another way. But again, a well-deserved victory over here for Fierce and the boys. Again, 8 finishes, buddy. That's an amazing outing.
No, this is the most important thing for us to see, right? It looked like they knew the exact terrain of where they were fighting. 2 players were there. They knew they kind of pinpointed the center of the circle is going to be over here. So send the assaulter who is actually doing well towards the fort where he's going to be welcoming everyone with lead. But whereas the other person is just going to be behind the compound going in for a heal battle and will only shoot when required. And that's the most important thing, because when, see, the problem is going to be happening like this. Just in case it was the other way around and Jadoo had a view of the opponents, I don't think he would have gone in for a heal battle.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, ifs, maybes, and buts. That's, of course, our job. But you know what we're going to do right now? We're going to take a quick little breather because, well, I seem to have something stuck in my throat as it is. I need some water. Why don't you guys do the same? Because we are heading for a quick little break. And, well, we will see you on the other side of this.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team. I'm firing on all cylinders, 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hain, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच. क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
Oh boy, what chills we had in the last game. But first, welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile Pro Series powered by Loco. My name is Angad Singh Chahal. Perfect timing. You can see it right below. You can follow me at XPcast too if you want. And of course, we have Fixes, and he goes by Fixescast on Instagram. So do one thing, just take a little second. You know, show him some love because A, he's wearing pink for you. And if you do show him some love, a little bit come this side as well. And, well, we'll see you guys on the IG. But again, Vikendi, buddy. This is what Vikendi is all about. It's all about that randomness. It's all about the circle goes here, the circle goes there. Everyone's game plans have a wrench thrown directly in them.
Exactly. I mean, this is what we wanted, right? This is what we were waiting for so long. You know, that first really ridiculous circle just throwing everybody off, and then those even shifts, and that last hard shift towards that eastern side, which nobody really anticipated.
Well, what we can know for sure is the pre-match segment powered by Loco is popping up on your screens, and once again, it's going to be Group B taking on Group C.
And of course, you know, iQOO is sort of on a run, again on a hat-trick over here, buddy. I mean, imagine they open up first chicken dinner, they take a breather, and then come back in Vikendi, get another one. And this is where, you know, I'm pretty sure if they keep on doing this, by the end of the evening, then they're going to be contesting even for the second spot.
I have $1 million, or rather a 2 crore question for you right about now. Or Esports, they are pretty much wrecking havoc in Erangel. But now, Seoul, they are behind by 18 points. Are we going to see the king toppled over again? Are we going to see the throne being contested again? Or is OR still going to hang on to it?
You know, every time Seoul comes into play, it feels like, you know, it's Pandora's box being opened up, right? We really do not know what we're going to expect from their side. Consistency is something that I've been talking about. That is what OR Esports have displayed, right? Ever since the transition from the week 1 to week number 2, I think it has been a Seoul, it has been an OR Esports and EXO game so far. And this is where Team Seoul really need to work around the rotations, the objectives, the fights that they're taking, and they've got a lot of homework to do right now.
You know, speaking of Pandora's box being open, of course, you know, they are going to get all those sins in as well. But the thing is, in Pandora's box, there was another little thing, hope. So let's see if Team Seoul are going to be bringing that hope, because all of their fans are going to be hoping that they do get the next chicken dinner, that they do topple over OR Esports, because again, it's not just bragging rights for the teams itself, right? All the fans, they love going at one another in the chat section as well. So it's going to be, no. It's hashtag Seoul number one. No. It's OR Esports number one. But, you know, before all that, none of this would have been possible, right? They wouldn't be fighting unless or until it hadn't been for BGMI Crofton and, of course, our lovely sponsors, the iQOO, Neo 6, and Loco. And you and I, we love the video, right? And for all of you watching at home, let's watch that dragon being slain once again. I can watch it again and again and again. I just love it. I just love it, the way the two swords come in and everything freezes, and that is basically the essence of the iQOO Neo 6, that cascade cooling system, making sure everything runs smooth, and well, you are never going to have heating issues, but fixes. How do our lovely viewers get a hand on one of these for themselves?
Yes, for all you new viewers out there, I'm pretty sure everyone's sort of wondering, right? This phone is releasing on the 31st, but if you want it before that, all you've got to do is head over towards Amazon, and there you have to press iQOO Neo 6 in the search bar, and then you are going to be partaking in a quiz, which is pretty simple, right? It's all about the specifications of the device. I'm pretty sure none of you guys are going to have trouble over there, and if you are lucky, like I've been saying this, if you are lucky, 3 winners every single day get a chance to win this beautiful device.
And imagine if you're actually really lucky, because I know a lot of you are going to have a few extra accounts. Come on, I mean, you know, we've all been there. Imagine if you are so lucky that, you know, you get a few extra devices. Well, you're going to have a few phones for the entire family. And who knows, maybe it might just be the start of a dynasty as far as gaming is concerned, because once you get this, what you have to do is head over to Loco and, well, go and show your magic over there. Speaking of Loco, of course, India's favorite gaming platform.
Yeah, I mean, it's a revolution going on right now, especially how iQOO is catering to the esports enthusiasts. And Loco somehow, you know, just coming into the scene and opening up new avenues for all those upcoming streamers. And not just that, you know, a lot of fans keep on wondering, maybe if we're not from that lucky tree, what do we do? We've been supporting our teams, and I think, you know, merchandise are in order. And XP, why don't you take the stage and tell how can they have their hands on them?
Well, this is what you have to do. You have to head over to the Esports channel. You're going to check the link down below. There is going to be a form which you are going to have to fill out. But remember, try and keep an eye out on what's happening in the game, because you have to send a few hashtags in the chat just to make sure that, you know, you're a real person and not a bot. You have to make sure you support your favorite team or the team that's going to be ending the day with the maximum number of points. And who knows, you might just get those t-shirts and those bottles to beat the heat. And speaking of heat, I had a little bit of chill down my spine when Vikendi was going on, because, you know, seeing all that snow, it was white all around. But now, let's head back to some warmer temperatures. We're going to have a lot more greenery around, because Erangel is going to be popping up on our screens, which means, well, we're going to be saying bye-bye from the studio, and, well, we might as well look good before we do so.
Oh, yeah.
Teach me how to pose fixes.
Okay.
What do I do?
I like this. Or,
lean back a bit.
Just a jawline, you know, just out. But regardless, I mean, again, coming back, it's EXO on a hat-trick at this point. OR, they've been having the week of their lives. Exactly when we were talking about OR Esports, they've got every single dots right. And now, again, drawing comparison with Seoul, their transition has been a little rough. We've talked over this. But there are a few other teams that I really want to bring up. Blind, as an instance over here. They've been quite aggressive this time. From week 1 to week 2, they've not been shying away from fights. They've been engaging in a lot of them, coming up top. And I think, you know, this is something really good for this team, especially. I think that was the extra thing that they were missing out on. Now they've regained that. The next objective for them is to be going for the position points.
Question.
Okay.
What's going wrong with Hyderabad Hydras?
Hyderabad Hydras, you know, we've been talking about it. I really feel that they're having some internal conflict, especially like we've been saying.
Hyderabad Hydras?
Oh yes, it's with every other team,
but
right?
They've been so tight for so long.
Oh, they certainly have been. But again, who knows what's happening there.
True.
But considering week 1 to week 2, they're kind of having that little bit of a soul phase where, you know, teams have started figuring out their rotations. It's the fights, XP, that really, you know, pesters me a little bit, because every single time you look at them engaging in those 4v4 battles, they've never really come out on top.
And again, you know, I mean, you talk about Maxi, you talk about Manti, who of course hasn't really played much as yet. You talked about, I wish you could see our faces, because we have surprise written all over. But what is not going to be surprising is that this is it. The Big Bird, the C-130, is going to be high above the plains and mountains of the beautiful island of Erangel, as we are going to be heading down from Kameshki all the way over the farm, and things are going to end at the Sosnovka military base. But again, the question is, where is the circle going to form? I kind of feel once again this might be a military circle towards the end, and well, you obviously are disagreeing, so let's hear what you got to say.
I mean, maybe the final game of Erangel could be a certain one, but this one could go again a little bit towards that eastern side, because ideally before the update, had you asked me the same question, I would have said it's a Gatka circle written all over.
I got to keep in mind that, you know, you really dig in deep in the technical aspect, and well, your predictions are going to be better than mine, but off late, buddy, I am 2-1 up on you.
Oh yeah, that you are, because, you know, again, I haven't really offered those delicious dishes to the gods, and you know, someone's on a diet, he's not having his proteins. Of course, I know where they are going now.
It's making all these guns. That's where the protein is going. But for now, we are going to have a look and see where the circle is going to form. And well, we're going to wait with bated breath, because I want to be right. We're both wrong. There you go. You know what? I do not mind this. I do not mind this. It is going to be a bit to the west, and everyone from the east is going to have to migrate due west, just like, you know, well, a lot of animals do. And do you think someone might just quickly change their game plan right about now?
Now, this is where I really want to see what happens to UP50 and Hyderabad Hydras, because it's always those vehicle collisions that they've engaged in. And finally, UP50 finding a little bit of a respite in that game of Vikendi, winning that one fight, and then getting 3 more, 7 finishes to their names. I think they're going to be getting a high on confidence. But for now, anything could possibly happen. But this is going to be such an interesting game. EXO, again, they've got their backs against the walls. They've got to make off some really ludicrous rotations. Can they pull this one off?
Well, we are going to have to find out, and wait and find out, in fact, whether they can pull them off. But now, what kind of concerns me is this next statement. Now, they did good in Vikendi, right? Because a lot of the teams, they aren't well-versed with the terrain. But Goblin, I do believe he knows the enemies are nearby, and I do see a weapon on his back. He's going to be going in for that collision. Almost gets a little bit of a hit. He's going to go back to his bumper car days by the look of things. But for now, they are making a few changes, and Initiative Academy, I like that. They kind of changed their drop spot just a little bit. They're going to be in those apartments, those buildings rather, near the quarry, which means they might be pushing in from the center, or they might even go down south and head along the western highway along Promosk.
Yeah, of course. Now, this really comes in handy when you do not have Autobotz playing in the lobby, but UP50, I was having jitters about it. Now, they've got the entire horde of walkouts to deal with, and now he knows. Imagine the call-outs. It's a shotgun and a bolt action. I mean, had it been UXP,
Come on, buddy.
you would have taken those shots, but UP50, I really do not fancy their chances.
I don't mind this. I don't mind this because now they are going to be heading over to Georgie, right? They do love playing around those containers. And the thing is, they might even head up to Everest in due course of time because the circle might have a little bit of a shift towards that hospital area. We're going to have to wait and find out if that indeed is going to be the case, but it looks like another team is going to be coming in from behind while we focus our attention to, well, this is the team I was talking about. Hyderabad Hydras are going to be making their way close to the enemies as well, but no one over here seems to want to take shots at each other.
So far, so good, right? Especially consider. Now, this is where the discussion comes in. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they're starting to feel the heat. Same goes for Team Soul. Had it been any other day, had it been in week number 1, Goblin would have resorted for a battle. Now, he knows that OR are starting to slowly develop a little bit of a lead. Now, that has been coming up to 18 points.
You see the map here, Fixes. Anything out of the ordinary?
I mean, at this point, it's just Initiative Academy, Soul going with the spread. That's pretty common, right? They've been doing this from a long time. But what I'm really interested is how are all these teams placed on the eastern side of the map going to rotate inside the circle? Is Blind going to be gatekeeping someone, or are they going to be resorting to fights which they've been doing for quite some time in week number 2?
One bridge which we don't see enough of is the bridge that leads to Northern Georgia along the western side of this map. Now, what I see for a few of these teams, especially teams coming in from Yasnaya, teams coming in from Kameshki, because that's where MG is right about now.
Yeah.
They can still come along the north, maybe just, visit Severny, say hi to the locals over there, go through the shooting range, take a few pot shots, making sure the accuracy is on point. They still have a lot of options coming to those tall skyscrapers in Northern Georgia, Paul. So I believe, a few, plans could be in motion for those teams. But again, coming back to your thing, teams like 7C Esports, XO, they are going to have to find, a little course for themselves. I kind of feel, I don't know, I have a little bit of a feeling we might just see some fights breaking out in and around Pachinki sooner rather than later because, again, while you are making these long-distance journeys, right, you don't want to be in the open for too long. You want to at least have some semblance of cover about you.
And again, if you talk about the history of how the circle really forms around, we haven't seen much of a shift towards the northern side, right? Even we had a similar circle yesterday, which kind of ended around those Gatka areas. So this is one of those zones where Soul needs to capitalize, get the chicken dinner for themselves, go for a big one at that, because they're winning that one fight. If you talk about the previous game of Erangel against GOG, but that was just about it, right? This is where you could see them kind of being a little reluctant in engaging in battles in comparison, or rather in contrast to week 1.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case for them, but I've always had this little query, this little question. Now, everyone knows Seoul, they love splitting up in Gatka. I'm sure if you do go over the WODs, you watch whatever you've done in previous weeks, you can pretty much take them out one by one, but that is where the confidence seems to be lacking, or rather, that is where the fear Team Soul have put in their enemies, because even though, like, we saw Goblin, right, just messing around with the boys from IA, I mean, has this thought ever crossed your mind?
I mean, yeah, I think the only thing about Team Soul trying to go around those southern areas of hospital is, of course, trying to find those vehicles. But nobody wants to poke the bear, right? UP50 has tried to do it in the past, but eventually we know how it turns out to be, because there's some other team also in the nearby fray just chimes in the form of Blind, and that is something that really does not work out. And again, coming back to discussion about Big Brother Esports. Now, this has again been one of those teams that has really not performed according to our expectations that did build up in week number 1. And this is again one of those things that we discussed about, XP, considering Sanhok is missing out. Big Brother Esports were having such a good time over there. Now they're starting to feel the brunt of it.
They indeed are, but again, you know, a few mistakes coming in from them every now and again is something that definitely needs to be worked on, because for now, the Big Brothers, well, they are going to have their eyes on the enemy, but blind, they are going to be going past FS Esports, and it looks like FS Esports, they heard all the commotion. They, in fact, do see the vehicles. In fact, few shots are going to be let loose. However, it is not going to be in their favor for now. They do have these ridges to work around, of course. I am talking about, you know, the area around the ruins, the area just south of that giant mountain that seems to be looming just to the north. But for now, they again have this nice little compound and that ridge to play around with. Not a bad position to be in. However, oh boy, I see a lot of commotion, a lot of movement on the circle. We might just see a few shots fired at a few vehicles moving by, and I wonder if one of them is going to go boom.
I really felt that, you know, teams like EXO and Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be rotating pretty late in. Maybe after the second circle comes shifting in, but this is a faster one. And at the same time, it's a good thing considering how blind have already made the transition towards the center.
Right now, on our mini-maps, we can see that one of the members from EXO is going to be going right past the members of NGX, and it looks like Nigma might just be laying down a few shots, but 7C Esports a little out of the element. They are going to be on land, and the position that they are in is not going to be so bad, as the circle is going to implode in on itself, and as expected, we are going to be ending things up probably south of that massive mountain. Call it whatever you like, Olympus or Everest. Now, a lot of teams coming in close to one another. ACBC coming up a bit too close for comfort for the boys from BB, who again are heading straight in Seoul's direction, who again have FS Esports coming at them. We are going to have some shots fired over here. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be CQB action, as I'm sure FS Esports are going to be locking horns with Team Seoul.
And they are going to be susceptible to so many third parties out there. And it is again the race of being the king of the hills, which Seoul indeed have. Now, this portrays two things, right? They want to have all that information relayed at the same time. It's a double-edged sword thing, right? The moment the circle shifts away, Team Seoul, if they're making a lot of noise, they might find themselves at the receiving end of things.
Well, let's see if they might find themselves, or whether they are going to be the gods atop that mountain, raining down death and destruction to anyone who dares cometh at them. But what I did spot on our map, Fix, is if you have a look at our little second screen, are Esports coming in from the eastern bridge from the Sosnovka military base, and well, they do have a long way ahead of them. But for now, no teams nearby, as Hero was going to be on a scouting mission, as Omega is going to do the same. Now, of course, any compound nearby you are going to expect is going to be occupied, as you do see a vehicle, and well, you want to make it go boom.
Typical Omega, right? Very precise, very clinical, knows just want to pop off those tires, want to limit the movements for the other teams, and I get the intention of what Team Seoul is trying to do. But you know what I'm really worried about? If the circle takes a southern shift, if it heads towards Katka, and that is where we're going to have so many of those teams finding themselves in a whole world of trouble. But for now, 7C and ACBC, well, they're unfriendly neighbors. Who's going to strike first?
Well, it looks like Sarang is just trying to, you know, entice them a little bit. He's just trying to, you know, make them make a little bit of a mistake, because although it did seem like they were coming in for a bit of a push, they're just messing around. But looks like shots are finally going to be fired, as Spraygard does exchange a little bit. Well, whoa. That was a bit of a ballsy move over there, because he did kind of expose his head over there, and looks like, you know, he could have been taken off, and maybe would have seen that little blonde hair a bit more closely if his helmet had been popped off. But for now, Savathar, he does know someone is going to be in that window. Ooh, Rain, your position could be devastating. There you see, look at what Sarang is doing. He is just trying to draw them out. Savathar has his crosshairs trained on his position. One more peek, and that could be it for ACBC. But right now, the grenade is going to go off. Sarang is going to go on the defense, and now he does come out the other door. If he comes out the window or jumps out to the other side, it could be problematic for the boy from ACBC. Now, Rain is going to be in a precarious situation. He does throw a grenade out. In fact, he's going to be taken down, as Sarang is now going to be making the push in. And there you have it. This is when 7C Esports are going to be coming in with full force.
I love how they're keeping themselves calm in situations as such, as Haxer needs to step out of that shack, but eventually gets the better out of SprayGod, just burns him alive. And this is something that I'm really loving from ACBC. The kind of a retaliation fire that they're providing certainly shows that they are not intimidated, they are not unfazed over here.
Keep one thing in mind, ACBC are going to back off just a little bit, but 7C's got to be careful because Nigma Galaxy could be lurking in the distance towards their behinds, and well, they could be shot at, but now they are going to move in for that finish. Savitar is going to go through his house while his teammate is going to just take a little bit of a breather, as they do want to make sure they rain down a little barrage of grenades, because from behind ACBC could be in a little bit of an issue. And well, the circle has taken a sudden shift. The action is going to be in Gatka, but for now we're going to have a look and see what's happening elsewhere. Team XO are going to be coming in and now taking 7C Esports' position from before, as we finally have a few drive-bys taking place. And well, Rockstar, even though he is low on HP, Jadu better do something good, because if that car goes boom, with that, our Esports is going to bid us adieu.
Our Esports heading for the sewers might have landed themselves in a really precarious situation, as Caprin has cooked up a grenade. He's going to be tossing it over. Does he get the finish though? No is going to be the answer, as ACBC, they have to reorient themselves as 7C from elsewhere. Like you said, Nigma Galaxy from the far off prey do manage to get Savitar down. Now this has been always the underlying problem for 7C. Every single time they engage in fights and they lose out on numbers, as a result of which they miss out on all those crucial position points.
Well, again, now the question is, ACBC, they can't really do anything because they only have 2 members alive and kicking, because I'm pretty sure they would have been itching to go in and finish off what they started as dreams is going to be shot at. But elsewhere, Walkouts' Mr. Spray is going to make sure that Don himself from Team MG is going to be brought down to his knees, as Capron, I do believe he might be just making sure that his position is secure. He might in fact just go in and throw a grenade through the smoke. Brilliantly done. That should go boom. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't thrown to perfection, and our Esports are still going to be alive and kicking and in this game.
You know, I really like this movements made by Capron, right? He's trying to be proactive, despite the fact that he's outnumbered. He still wants to engage. But this is what you were talking about, Team MG, right? Rotating from the northern side, getting that western Georgie bridge. And Walkouts, well, they were anticipating. Now, this is where homework really comes handy. Pretty sure Walkouts have done their research. Finally, they're being paid off with good results, as Ghosty has no other choice. It's just you what tramples over him. And this is true test of OR, right? This was an exact circle in which they got a really beautiful chicken dinner, but now teams are different. The situation is entirely different. We've got to see if the circle takes the next curveball. Where is it? Is it going towards the northern side, or is it going to take another hardship down south?
I think it's going to be where 7C, RE, and, well, FS Esports are. It might just go a bit down south, and, well, Enigma Galaxy are going to be possibly in a good position. Well, they are going to have to move just a little bit to the left, and that is where Initiative Academy are going to feel the brunt of their attack. Now, Initiative Academy over here, buddy, they are playing in a 2-man split, because Loki and Ayush are going to be at one end. Hyderabad Hydras are coming through all that commotion, and it looks like no one is stopping them in their tracks. And finally, they are going to get a little footing on the south side of the circle. There you have it. We talked about this Ace Black finally opening up, as Bad Baba from Walkouts is going to be taken out of this game.
This is something really good for Hyderabad Hydras, right? Trying to contest for the hilly areas, go against Initiative Academy. But for now, 7C did manage to get Savitar back on his toes, but still have lost out on SprayGod. That's not a best thing. And for now, it's all about holding on to the quotes that they have for now, because ideally at this point, you're going to be looking out for that next curveball that is going to be hitting. And one of those things that really pops out is UP50 prying for the center.
As you mentioned, they are in the center, and this is where Team Soul usually like to find themselves in. But again, now here's my question, buddy. If they are going to be defensive, it's going to be problematic. I'm going to hold on to my thought, because shots are going to be fired elsewhere, as Soul now is going to be laying down lead in Hyderabad Hydra's direction, who do have to be careful, because although, look at Carry, right? He is going to have to deal with MG. There you have it. He does have the higher ground. He's got to keep them at bay. Question is, how does he make it to the circle? Actually, you know what? I'm just going to take that question back, because what he's doing is brilliant, because during the meantime, Hyderabad Hydras can, you know, basically position themselves well. But right now, who isn't going to position himself well is Hero, as he is going to come on a little bit of a defensive position over here. ACBC, Capron, and Haxer trying to make their move. And, well, instead of bullets, I beg your pardon, they want to let the grenades do all the talking. This might be just a bit too much, but looks like it might actually be good. Was it a good one? It was! There you have it. Rockstar is going to be taken out, and now they take the fight elsewhere.
Now, Blinds have also entered into the fray, and we know exactly what they did against Team INS, doing something pretty similar as we find ourselves in a little bit of a different situation. There's going to be the old love story of Kinetic and Soul going up against each other. A 2-2 split working out. Omega and Hector rushing at their direction, spraying through that smoke as God. He's going to do all that heavy lifting.
Well, let's see if he can, because from afar, UP50 are still going to be relentless, putting shots in their back, and now Soul could be in a little bit of a tricky situation as Kinetics, well, their game pretty much looks done for. One final grenade goes boom, and with that, Goblin is going to make sure his team has 4 finishes. Now, Team Soul, yes, they have some smoke around. Yes, they have a few burning buildings, burning vehicles, I beg your pardon. I'm going to hold my thought, because Blind is going to be taking on the 7C. Aladdin and the boys, they've been in this position for a long time. This is what they are calling home, and it looks like whoever comes at them, they better not miss, because for now, Blind seems to be the one that is blinded. One last man standing, and there you have it. Deadpool losing his regeneration abilities, as this time he's going to be put in the ground for good.
Savitar threading the needle perfectly
Beautiful.
fine. I love those plays from him, right? He knew all the sounds coming out, all the commotion over there, and capitalized upon that situation. 7C again holding their fort pretty strong. Now, this is where, you know, they've done the majority part of the heavy lifting. 5 finishes already. You know, they've just lost out on Spray God. That's a good news. But now we're waiting for the next circle shift. Where does it go? OR find themselves again in the very center. And this time they've got all their players alive. And this is what I was talking about. The circle taking another shift as Hyderabad Hydras find a fight against Initiative Academy.
I'm excited that Mosin Nagant is going to be in use over here, boys and girls, because it looks like Omega just had his helmet and, well, his head pretty much blown clean off his shoulders. But for now, they still have a little moment to kind of recuperate and make it into the circle. Now, UP50, buddy, they have that compound in the center. The boys from Big Brothers have the other compound just a bit to the northeast, but now is UP50 ready for a couple of teams heading their way as Sensei, just kind of did a little bit of an oopsie. There you have it, and Walkouts are going to capitalize on his mistake. There you have it, UP50 bringing down Soul Hector. Goblin being taken down by Hyderabad Hydras, which means Soul, oh boy, they are going to be tested, and well, Goblin definitely isn't making it.
Again, you know, being out in the open, few basic mistakes for Team Soul. They tend to win that first fight, but then again, the follow-up is clearly missing. Hyderabad Hydras realizing that it is the perfect time to strike as Exo fight it out against Walkouts, trying to seek revenge, missed the spray, just trying to spray around, but it is going to be Immortal who finds his team up top as Exo rooting for that hat-trick, but finally the numbers are starting to dwindle.
They are dwindling indeed, and for now they have a little bit of respite because fights breaking out elsewhere. MJ, what are you up to, mate? You are going a bit too close for comfort towards the enemy, and, well, Dreams is going to be at the receiving end of things as 7C Esports are going to be laid down there, and now Wixie again. Those vehicles can be spotted from afar, and if you are good with accuracy, you can do a lot more. But now, Soldiers' position is going to be contested. They are going to take the fight directly to Hyderabad Hydras. In fact, it is now going to be a 2v2 situation. Ace Black and the boys up against the other. Make that 2v1 as Maxi is going to fall down as well, which means Ace Black, let's see if he does have an ace up his sleeve, because, well, he is going to go up against Akshat and Omega, and it doesn't seem like anyone's going to be helping him. Well, I stand corrected. Carry is still alive. Grenades are going to go off. However, they're on the wrong side of the wall.
Hyderabad Hydras messing it up all over again as Omega and Akshat, the two players, the veterans over here from Team Soul, they need to step it up when the time is right. As Carry, he's going to be tossing yet another grenade. Does it find its mark? And the Initiative Academy have been such a thorn for Hyderabad Hydras. Have Soul predicted this? That's the big question.
Now, I wonder if they're going to be reading their kill feed, because they're going to be like, oh, wait a second. Someone is going to be going down right outside, and looks like smokes are going to be popped. Aru, our sniper of the moment, is going to be down on his knees as well as the Vithya. He is going to try and sneak his way in. Now, smokes have been popped up. He's going to make sure he is going to be down and low as Akshat. Again, we've seen him in a similar situation in this compound. Let's see if he's going to do something brilliant this time as well. However, it's going to be Carry and Ace Black who have that little bit of an advantage, as Soul have been reduced to that one man. But now Carry, oh, he knows where he is. He does shoot, he does hit, and in fact, 2 guns are always going to be better than 1, and that is going to be it. Team Soul out in the 8th position.
But comes at a cost, right? Losing out on 2 players, which could have
OR's
been
gonna be
avoided by Hyderabad Hydras, and OR are going to be happy. And this is what I love about OR, right? They are committing their resources at the right time. Aru, he was knocked out right in the open. They still, despite all odds, have managed to, keep them alive. But this could be the game that UP50 have been aching for so long. They're the only teams inside the circle, have the best compound. This is their game to lose.
Well, now let's have a look and see what happened over here, because 7C, they went in hard. They got a few knocks over here, and well, they were still relentless with all their bullets. 7C up against Team EXO, and on the other hand, you were talking about Initiative Academy. They are going to be shooting as well, but looks like they are going to be taken down one by one. Fierce's grenade does go boom with that. Aladdin was taken off as Fierce jumps out. Wait a second, he has no idea where he is, and finally puts that final nail in the coffin. He clutched it big for his team before EXO were eventually wiped out, but they did take down 7C Esports with them. Now, UP50, buddy, in a good position. They've got to have nerves of steel over here. They've got to have the cojones, because everyone, wait a second, was that a grenade?
Yep. A little bit of hiccups over there being prominent from their side, but this is where OR, they're just being battered, hammered down. Blazy from the behinds, from the backlines. It all comes down to Aditya, who's barely surviving with a sliver of HP, and the Castiskers hitting as OR Esports are also done from this game. But KS are completely oblivious about Hitman's position. Eventually falls.
Now this is something they should have anticipated, because again, you're the only compound in the center of the circle. There's not enough cover around. Of course, it is going to be easier for all these snakes to be slithering in the grass and all these bushes, so they had to be a bit careful. However, they can still come back down. UP50 is still going to be a full man squad. But now the biggest problem for them, I believe, are going to be the boys from Big Brothers, because they could be coming in hard. Can UP50 pull off the first miracle? Can they get a chicken dinner? Can they propel themselves higher up on that leaderboard? For now, I don't want them taking any chances.
Yeah. I do not want to jinx it either.
Just don't say anything.
Yeah. Aditya. Maybe has a slight idea. The moment that smoke dissipates, he is going to be unleashing all that lead. But for Carry, I love what he's doing, right? Having that little bit of a vantage point, trying to spot out all the slithering snakes in the grass. But Big Brother, they have made some big moves over here, having all 4 of their players alive. But now the big monumental task, how do they get inside the circle?
Well, you got to avoid Hitman, because he is an assassin with a mission over here as Ace Black is switching to that SCD position, trying to see if he can actually get a few knocks and a few shots over there, which he does, which means he is going to go for another magazine. Let's see if Riaz is going to be taken down. Yes, he is, because that vehicle shrapnel just pierced his heart, his stomach, and his liver, and slowly and steadily, he is going to be bleeding to death. As from the other end, UP50 have the same idea in mind, and they are going to be a happy bunch of people. We were talking about Hitman. He takes down not 1, not 2, but 3 members. Well, 2 of them, and another grenade comes in, which means he might just get a few finishes for himself before his position is given away. Now, Explicit still is going to make that first move, as they are going to be trying to go towards that compound. Now, this is where they have to be careful. This is where they have to just slowly but steadily make their way closer and closer and do exactly what they are doing. Rain down death in UP50's direction.
Spanners were being thrown into the works of Big Brother Esports. Had huge numbers, but now look at Hyderabad Hydras. They're right out in the open, but UP50 have their attention diverted elsewhere. Perfect time for Hyderabad Hydras to get in, as Explicit is going to be charging in. This is where UP50 need to strike, and KSR has done it with that first pick.
Well, he has done it with the first pick, but right now it is going to be the Hitman that is still going to be standing outside, and through that little slit in the wall, he is going to try and throw a grenade. If he times it to perfection, it's going to be beautiful. but now it's going to be the weapons of Rage Guard that are going to be doing everything. And there you have it, UP50, buddy, might just win their first game. They are going to go up against a two-man Hyderabad Hydras, Carry and Ace Black. Now, the only problem is they are all in the same direction. The moment a few shots are given, they are going to have that little aerial view. Aditya might just spot Ace Black. There you have it, but Ace Black's precision, his accuracy is going to be what still keeps him in this game. But now they are down to 3 members. His position has been spotted out. He's going to try his best to shoot at every single blade of grass, and it looks like Carry just has this one little drop to take some cover behind. Again, you got to keep one thing in mind, Fixers. If they get a knock or two, oh boy, UP50, you better hold on to your horses because the boys are going to be coming for you.
This is where they have to make good work of all the grenades that UP50 have, right? They need to understand that someone is hiding just behind that airdrop. And there you go, Ace Black being taken down. Carry his position completely compromised. Sarkar, he's going to be going for that bait and switch play. KSR getting taken down though. Wants to trample it home. Carry still fighting. Does get the knock, but not enough XP as UP50 finally have managed to get that winner chicken dinner.
Well, applause for the boys from UP50 Esports as we do head into the post-match segment powered by Loco. And there you have it. Just have a look at that. Take a deep breath, Fixers. UP50, the boys finally did it for the chicken dinner. 22 points for themselves.
Wow.
Take a bow, boys. You're finally back.
I love it. I love what they did right now. They were very sure of what they wanted to do. They wanted to secure that exact compound. Of course, had a little bit of a luck over there. The circle shifting to where they really wanted it to be, and it is all aligned for them today.
Did you still realize though, Carry took down 3 of the boys, and that one dude standing up top the roof, the fiddler himself, made sure that he secured them that victory. But I loved it. This is what I wanted to see, that confidence go out and finish the job.
This was needed, right? Aggression from their side towards the very end, because had they not showed that, it could have been one of the cases where they could have been looking a little bit intimidated. But this is where they're starting to step up, right? Slowly but surely, looking forward to get to that century marker. But talking about the other teams, we did have EXO missing out on that hat-trick yet again. I think for the 3rd time in this tournament so far. But I think it's time to take a look at who the iQOO MVP is going to be.
Well, we are going to find out. It is going to be the Hitman himself. Oh my goodness, he was relentless this time. He was clinical. He used his grenades to perfection. 4 finishes, 2 assists, 1,085 points of damage.
Oh yeah, and this is where FS were also having really good position till the very end when they had to move in. They had to fight against the players of Big Brothers, gave away the position to UP50. They were so well prepared. As we take a look at the top 5 players, Savitar, for what he's done, especially that one fight against Blind, 2 of the most aggressive team battling it out against each other, finding the minute areas of openings and capitalizing. Well, 7C, they are on a prowl.
Oh, they are definitely on the prowl right now. In fact, Hyderabad Hydra is also not a bad outing for them. We were talking about what happened to these boys. I love the fact that UP Aditya makes his first appearance in the leaders as well. As we go over to the match summary, and let's have a look and see how many grenade finishes are popping in. I kind of had an idea it was going to be high, 11 to be precise.
Oh, I love that. And that one vehicle finish, I think it was around that Western Georgie bridge, right? The players of Walkouts just walking over MG. But yes, 11 grenade finishes.
I believe, right?
I think it was Coasty,
He
right?
got crunched.
He got absolutely trampled. But yeah, 11 grenade finishes. It is something that we are privy to when we see all these Katka circles being built up. Not a lot of areas to maneuver around the small little buildings, and teams did capitalize. As we take a look at the FT graph, and this is what I was talking about, baby. UP50, look at the number of damage, right? They really made sure that this game did count.
It looks like these boys are finally out of their slumber. They are finally waking up, and I was talking to Arka earlier about how Goliaths are going up against one another. Looks like a David finally showed up, and let's see if they take the fight to the top 16. Now, of course, they've got to keep one thing in mind. They have a little bit of momentum working in their favor, but the thing is, they are still going to be in the next game as we, of course, transition into the overall standings. Now, OR, I do believe they are going to increase their lead to about 23 points. And wow, that was, I'm kind of proud of myself. I did that little maths earlier on, and there you have it, 23 points in hand. Team Soul, again, one good game, and all of this could change.
The same old storyline, right? One good fight, and then instantly they kind of crumble down, trying to make those very cocky decisions, this time being punished by the players of Hyderabad. Hydras, and still same finishes for these lads. But yeah, I think Team Soul really need to start getting serious about how the lobby is, right? Everyone playing so cautiously. OR Esports finally managing to build up a healthy lead. But it all comes to that one game chicken dinner that Soul can have. But talking about teams rising, BMPS Esports have gotten themselves back on that 6th spot. 7C also inside that top 8, and still the only team which does not have a chicken dinner.
You know, if history teaches us anything, I'm kind of worried that if OR does have a good lead, will that kind of, will they have a little bit chokiness towards the end and, stick to their 2nd position? But let's see if that's going to be the case right now, because, well, I'm going to be stating facts over here. They play amazing, and Hyderabad Hydras finally one good game, coming back up to the 8th position. As of course, we are going to have a look and see who is going to be toppling down. Well, looks like Enigma, for the first time, well, in a long time, they're going to be heading down to page 2.
I really thought that, we could get to see a lot out of Autobotz, which we eventually will. They still have a couple of games to play though. But Walkouts, they are also stepping up, and same can be said for ACBC as well. But Blind Esports, now this is where they're having those similar style of play like 7C are up to, Global Esports are up to. They're getting those finish points on board, but they surely need to work on those position points for now.
Well, they are going to have a little bit of respite over here, a little breather, so to speak, because they aren't going to be playing the next game of Miramar, which means they can, take a quick break, just go over what's going wrong, because again, they have been, pretty much fascinating us is what the word I would use, the way they've been pushing in and taking over other people's compounds. But now, although these teams are in danger, I love the fact that UP50 finally raking up a few points for them and grabbing that delicious chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, and it's a sigh of relief, not just for UP50, but even for us casters, because I really felt that we're being kind of the outcasts over here, right, at the competition. Look at them, they were sitting at 40-something points right now before the game, before the day started. One good game in Vikendi, carrying on the momentum, and they still have one more to play before the night ends. So UP50, surely this is the day that they've been waiting for. I really hope they make some big strides from here onwards.
But the question is, the next map, buddy, is going to be in the deserts of Miramar. Now, it's a bigger map, and you can see your opponents traveling in the distance a bit too much, and that is where they've been taken down one by one. As a defensive squad, not so strong over there as well. Aggression did seem to help them in these last couple of rounds. How do they go about it in Miramar, though?
I think for now, what they did in the game of Erangel was try to take the center. They hope that the circle will come down to them. They did defend it the way they wanted it. In Vikendi, it was about the edgy play. So Miramar, the rotations have to be of complete focus. If they can get it right, maybe a good game there.
Well, one thing that is absolutely right is the fact that this tournament is, again, a pedestal for all of these players and teams, and it would not have been possible without iQOO and Loco. So once again, I'm going to talk about the Dragon. Let's have a look at a quick promotional video from our sponsors.
Watch it, earn it.
Normally I'd ask the same question. what are you waiting for? I guess we already know the answer, because in order to get onto Loco and start your streaming career and maybe, you know, be on the screen yourselves, you are going to have to use a good device. Now, out in the market, you have a few options, but there's only one that is going to be standing head and shoulders above the rest. That is an iQOO Neo 6 and Fixes. What are we supposed to do?
Head over to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, participate in that quiz, and all you've got to do is answer very basic, simple questions, right? It has been all over the stream. I did give you a little bit of a hack there, though, right? Should not take a screenshot. It's going to be even more easier. Now, if you're lucky, you never know. If you're blessed, you might have one of these bad boys.
Well, and then when you do get your hands on one of these bad boys, well, all you have to do is, you've heard of Loco, right? Of course, India's biggest esports gaming platform, where you can see all your favorite BGMI streamers stream their gameplay and also have official tournaments streamed exclusively. And you know what? There's a little bit extra. Now, you all lovely viewers stand a chance to win some BGMI UC instantly on Loco. And all you have to do is check your link down below. It's going to be the first one. Hit it up, and you are going to have an in-stream quiz, which is pretty easy. And, well, you might just get all these amazing skins and, well, covers all for yourselves. And, in fact, we're going to do that too. Have you won anything till now?
Sadly, no. Now, I've been asked strictly by the production to stay
You get a lot
away.
from BGMI anyway, so I'm kind of jealous over here, buddy.
But you know, again, talking about the highlights, I love what 7C were doing over here. They came in, take a fight, just thwarted ACBC out of their compounds. They went into a sewers, but again, it was ACBC still not losing out on the gas, right? They knew they had been kind of hunkered down to this spot. They were holding on for so long, and then suddenly, our Esports, they held themselves pretty well there.
They did, in fact, ACBC. Now, this is where, you know, well, he can't really do anything. He knows he's done for. He's like, all right, buddy, you can take me along with you. And, well, that was an easy little ride over there. But again, our Esports over here, they did try to hold their ground, but then Capron, he knew exactly where he was. Now, I love the fact he held that grenade. The grenade goes boom! And, well, it was a little bit of a tennis ping pong shot over there, because they did bounce off the vehicle, then off the wall, and then he was like, uh-oh, I am done for. But again, you know how karma comes back, right? The exact same thing happened. Oh my goodness, that wasn't a single grenade, that was boom, 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 and, you know, the entire team was blown far away.
See, this is where, you know, Team Soul managed to get the wipe. Good, but right after, we'll get back to that, but this is a push again coming in from Blind. Just when they were all high and mighty after eliminating ACBC, right? Savita, look at how he finds those minute angles. Now, we as spectators know there's someone running, but he had no idea. He was just shooting in the dark, and suddenly it all connected for him, and it all got really awry with, you know, with all these teams trying to traverse around. Sensei was the one trying to scout a good location, eventually just got picked off over there, and this is where Team Soul wanted to get back to the compounds. What they could have done is laid that pathing smoke properly. It was not a complete trail, and that is where Hyderabad Hydras really capitalized. Now, it was a 2v4 situation, yet Team Soul reduced them to a two-man squad.
They did indeed, but then again, you know, they did come under fire from elsewhere. But 7C Esports, they did really impress me in this game, especially that one man we love calling Savitar. Now, the way he played around his enemies, the way he played with their minds was beautiful. Have a look at that. Spray God coming in hard, but Savitar is going to be on the left flank, and now this is where I thought everything is going to go wrong for Team EXO, but this is where he picks out that clutch, fixes, break this fight down.
Look at Pierce, he has that perfect vehicle coverage, that one grenade takes two down. Now what Sarang wants to do is want to get inside the vehicle, try to spot where Fierce is, but at the same moment, Fierce steps out, he knows he's got someone inside that,
I love this angle.
Instantly picks up. Now the moment Sarang tries to move behind, it is all too late, and you know, OR, I think commends to Aditya yet again for trying to survive for so long. Did manage to get Aru back on his foot, but that was all that was there. As Initiative Academy, again, one of those teams that had been struggling over the late past, but Blazy doing whatever he possibly could. And in the midst of it all, UP50 knew that this was the game that they had to win, and eventually did do that.
This grenade coming in from Hitman, point blank range, it goes flying, basically flinging shrapnel in every single direction, and well, then there was one, and there's only so much the Hell God himself can even do, because, well, the blue was chipping away at his HP. He does try to make a dash for it, but it's the play zone that took his life for his own. In fact, sending him down to the depths of hell where he belongs.
This is where the tipping point came for UP50, right? This was the most crucial fight that they had to win. And the moment they do that, they had the entire coverage of the map. They had the perfect high ground advantage. But despite all odds, it was Gary who put up such a valiant effort. Now, everybody knew where his position was, right? All they had to do was just flush him out of his cover, which they eventually did. But still, Gary, before just burning down, managed to get not just one, not just two, but three players out there. And this is where, UP50 could have afforded it, right? Had it been a 4v4 fight, they would have never had so many of those personals committing to go after them. It was a 1v4, and still, Carry put up quite a show there, but it was theirs to take. UP50 take a bow.
And now, had that Molotov not been there, he still could have just gone and hid behind that box, but that is where UP50, as soon as they lose one, they lose two, the eyes are going to get bigger. The third loss, the phone would have started shaking. And but, after that, I'm pretty sure they must have yelled in excitement. They must have been elated. They must have all high-fived. They must have been the happiest people on earth right now. Because, again, this is something that they desperately needed.
I'm pretty sure tears must have come out because this is a moment of joy.
Look at how happy we are for them.
Exactly, not just us, but all the viewers watching out there. Because, UP50, you talk about them, they've been a pretty old squad. They've been grinding for so long, making it into the semis, into the quarters, even in the BGIS. They tried to come up close, but could not make it to the semis or the finals over there. But still, they were relentless. They kept the grind real. They had their hustle in, put in those hours. And, few trivial facts about them. 3 of the players of UP50 still play on mobile data, still do not have proper devices, and this is where BGMI, Crafton, they're helping them out, sending them over those iQOO Neo 6 devices so that they can be on equal playing fields as of everybody out there. And this is what they needed. Little extra notch, little extra push, and bearing results finally.
Speaking of data, of course, when you have the Snapdragon 875G network in your hands, well, things are going to be seamless. And like I said, they needed to keep their calm. They needed to keep their cool. And that is, of course, with the Cascade cooling system helps as well. Shameless plug over here, but I like it. And of course, iQOO, if you're listening, you're welcome. But again, I love the fact that, they did do this, of course, BGMI Crafton, making sure that all their players, despite wherever they come from, despite whatever walk of life you do come from, everyone's going to be given an even fair chance. And again, that is what this tournament is all about.
Yeah, and this is where they're finally starting to show results, right? Because in the previous devices, of course, did not have the best of ones, considering to what the esports standards really meet at this point. At some point of the line, at some point down the line, you cannot feel, had I had a better phone, had I had better internet connection, maybe I could have done better. But things are slowly getting there for them. It is all paying off eventually. After this, they're going to be signed off by some big org, maybe an international one, if they get into the top 16, because that's still a long way to go.
Now, this next question is just for you viewers. Can you spot any difference in the studio today? And of course, you might not win anything, but since in due course of time, I'm going to be moving out, and well, the sun himself is going to be sitting where I am, I'm going to be heading over the chats. I wonder if you can tell us what is different over here, as of course we are heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means bye-bye from me, and well, Arca is going to be coming where I am.
Now, along with Arca, we also do have teams from Group A coming in, and B, they're going to be sitting this one out, and this is where, we've been talking about a lot of the other teams. Global Esports try to have a really good game in Miramar. They're going to try to do exactly the same again, but this time a little bit of more emphasis on their position points. But Arca, at the same time, there has been another team that we haven't really seen a lot of this time. Has to be Enigma Gaming. You talk about week 1, they were in the top 8, the only team without any chicken dinner, but slowly they're starting to, get to the mid areas where 7C have taken their place.
See, when we saw the unthinkable happen or the unpredictable happen from the side of UP50, that gives a ray of hope for Enigma as well, right? So eventually Enigma is also going to do one or two good games is enough for them, because they have been there in the top 10 fighting it out for their position without any kind of winner chicken dinner. And one good game of 30 points can actually boost them up into the top 6 very easily. And this is what we said in the game of BGMI. Nothing is done until the final war is fought. So let's look forward to see what's going to happen next, because it's going to be the map of Miramar. Few teams have to perform over here to make sure they have a fighting chance, because the team in the least bottom right now, the UP50, they have made an impact. They have made an impression that now we have woken up. We're going to move in towards, going up the table. But above them are few teams who need to actually make sure that they put up some points by the end of the day.
Pretty sure they've kind of reduced the gap, right? They were sitting at 40, now somewhere around the 78 marker. Steam rolling through if they have another good game of Miramar, and that's the only point, right? If is where the emphasis really comes. They might have that hundo by the end of the evening. Of course, their final game for the night, but this is where, I think the conversation has to come down to the other teams, like Team Esports Wala WSF. The last game of Miramar, I think the two Miramars they've been playing, even yesterday also, that one game, they were getting consistent, right? If not the best of finishes, but the position points were surely there.
Yeah, they're finding an average. They're striking an average of 60 to 70. I'm so sorry. I hope it happens. They're getting an average of 6 to 7 points every now and then, and making sure they're in the fighting. Probably, I wouldn't say it is a fighting course, but also I would say that being in the safer side of making sure in the 20.
But right now, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into the battlegrounds, we have a message from our sponsors, our friends from iQOO, with a special message for you guys. Arca, I'm sort of starting to wonder if it's a dragon or a wyvern. I think we've got to ask the chat. It just gets frozen there. But you do not have to freeze, because you have your chance at winning the giveaway, winning a iQOO Neo 6 by the end of the evening, and Arca is going to tell you how.
Okay, guys, I've done this already several times. I'm going to still do it for you guys, because I know most of you deserve this device for yourself. So what you're going to do is get onto Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, and there with there click on No More, answer all the 5 questions, and eventually once you're done answering that, give away your information, and then later on just wait for your luck to kick in, and when the time is right, you're going to be getting a call, or probably you'll be receiving an email telling that you won this device.
Oh yeah, you certainly will. And as we transition into Miramar, a few substitutions have been made. Of course, Coops coming in for Craniacs. Now, Coops has been one of those players that I think has always excelled in the map of Miramar. What have you got to say about him?
Somewhere I feel that for them right now, they need assault. They need to take the fight to the enemy's face, and that is when Craniacs is going to stand out, right? So I do believe that it was important for Craniac to stay back with Coops and add on to that support and the firepower and make sure that they can do better. But it's all speculations, right? They exactly know what they're doing in the boot camp. So let's see what's going to happen next.
But for you guys, it's no more speculations, because you have been knowing that which team has been dominating. So support your favorite teams to win the merch that we have for you guys. All you've got to do is hashtag your favorite team that you think might end up on top by the end of the evening. And the 10 lucky winners, we're going to read all your names out as you get your hands on those zippers and those cool summer t-shirts, an exclusive BMPS merch for all you guys out there. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of demand, but I would have kept it to myself. You can do the same as well.
I hope we get those t-shirts. I mean, we did give away our sizes and all those stuff. So I'm just hoping that, someday we're going to be sitting on Steam and telling them how good does it feel to own such merchandises. But coming back into the game, I have a question for you coming in with the new group which is going to be coming in. That is going to be the side of Team INS. I mean, every now and then we're able to see them. They're on the screens. They're trying to lurk around here and there. But when it comes to a fight, I strongly feel they're falling down hard. Do you believe that, they are not able to, stand up to the kind of firepower which is put or thrown against them?
I I think INS is one of those teams that loves to defend, right?
Yeah.
Every single time someone pushes at their direction, we saw that fight against Walkouts where they kind of came out supreme. But then the next push comes in, and it was against Hydra officials where they kind of were left stranded, right? I think one of those things that INS really need to work out on is to restabilize themselves after a fight, right? Try not to get third-partied. But, well, I mean, we're going to find out our answers as to how INS is going to be performing in this one, ladies and gentlemen, as we quickly take a look at the casinos in Picado, home for Team Soul, where they're going to be dropping off. Now, every single time you talk about Miramar, it is Soul and UP50 right beside each other. There has been one instance where UP50, for a moment, we felt that they could have won that fight against Soul, but Akshat turned the tables down with that one grenade, taking down 2 of the players. But today, things are different. Today, UP50 is on a whole different high, but at the same time, our Team Soul, they have been having little issues in their department.
I strongly feel UP50 have to watch out for the game now, because I know that it's going to be a confidence boost, but at the same time they have to be careful not to take unwanted fights in the map of Miramar, because we have been seeing there are few teams who tend to become a little overconfident, try to come out in the open and get taken down. If they avoid that, I strongly feel they can replicate what happened in the map of Erangel.
Okay, tell me, is it wise at this point for UP50 to pick a fight against Soul? I mean, in this game.
No.
What do you think?
I strongly feel no, as to, this is going to be the reason. They're still not strong enough in the firepower, or probably the confidence is not as much as how it has to be to take down a team like Team Soul. Because, once Team Soul is going to get taken down, we saw previously as well, it was Goblin who got taken down in the map of Vikendi, but still they retaliated and they went back to take the fight. So UMP, I don't think they can sustain for a long time in a fight, but it's going to be easy for them as we're going to be stepping back into the map, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be match number 35, one map away from the second day done, and I don't know how to say this, but it's a wake-up time for all those teams on the bottom. As we see bottoms, as we say bottoms, we have GOG, RTR all coming on our screens, and let's not forget UP50, and we also have our Esports as well.
The final game for teams from Group C. This is where they have to make it all count, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Torre Hamuda to West La Drillera. Now, we've seen a pattern with Miramar these days, those really ludicrous western circle shifts, right? Now, teams are certainly getting adapted to it. They're kind of trying to figure things out. We've seen some new maneuvers being made by teams like Global Esports, trying to take over that vertical climb, hold on to that little bit of a hilly area, and then OR Esports also executing those perfect strategies. Of course, the winners of the first Miramar game of the evening, as they kind of took down Autobotz in that final skirmish. But for now, our eyes are going to be on where the zone is forming. Is it going to be a rather centralized one around San Martin? We've seen two variations, right? Either it is somewhere around the Monte Nuevo area, or is it somewhere around the water treatment sites. Let's just wait with bated breaths, as oh my goodness.
I was about to put in my bets on the lower side of Lost Learnis or the southern side of Lost Learnis, but it was just waiting for you to complete. And strongly, there has been this one thing which I've been hearing in the community lately, and also in the boot camps lately, telling that the flight path, in case the circle hits the flight path, it's going to end in the flight path itself. But that's not going to be the case. But now it's time for some entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, as our Esports in close proximity towards the side of WSF, if I'm not wrong, and let's see which team is going to be daring to take a fight and come out with a maximum number of finishes for themselves. And it's important for us to understand both these teams more position points and finish points for themselves. So if they're losing more than a player in this unwanted fight, then it's going to be much more dangerous for them.
Oh yeah, it will. And this is one of those things that neither of them really did think of. But it's just not them, right? RTR Retribution picking up a fight against 7C Sarang. Jonu is wide out in the open. Sarang does have that Winchester though. But I think he has not spotted him out yet, because again, knowing from how aggressive Sarang can be, if he spots of any enemies in his nearby vicinity, he is going to make them have a run for their money. But for now, again, he's just going to do the same old thing. And for the people just wondering what he's doing, fisting in the air, it is to kind of not give your position away, right? This has been a new thing that's been going on. A lot of the players that head over to those flanks sort of resort to all these tactics. All these small little plays really make big differences in those fights.
Now, 7Cs, I know they're not having such a great day, all right? but still they're doing wonders. But how safe is it for them to go in for such a split, coming in where two players, one player is at power grid, the other one is at Picardo, where the other two are almost near El Pozo. I mean, this split, just imagine if a team is going to rush in against them one player at a time, it's going to be bad. But Jado at this point of time, as his eyes set on the side of Honey from WSF, before he gets into cover, if he does the damage, it would have been better, but doesn't want to come out as he knows there's going to be a retaliation from another angle from the side of Bajwa.
Now Jadu, he's not moving a muscle, right? He's just waiting, not letting his head really stand out as Rockstar. Just hiding behind the boxes, waiting for someone to offer Esports Wala WSF to come out in the open. And look at that setup, right? I really love it. They've got a crosshair built up, but Tango, if he can find the right angles, he can certainly get something done.
Absolutely. I'm still waiting for the side of, Esports Wala to actually make a move, because we did talk about this, right? It was important for them to, take the fight, and eventually Karan is trying to do something different, try to come in from a top angle and try to take the fight towards the side of Rockstar, giving away his location, but it's going to be two people firing at him as they found him vulnerable at this point of time, and Rockstar might be getting taken down, obviously, as Karan is going to be pushing in. But one thing to watch out for over here is going to be something that he doesn't have a helmet or a vest. A retaliation coming in, he's going to be pretty strongly vulnerable. But our Esports on the other side, the split gameplay did not work out for them.
Oh yeah, not making sure they had their angles covered, had to pay the hefty price for it. As Bajwa, he's not going to let Jadu move. He is going to deny the magician from his tricks as Canary. He's been one of those players to always watch out for, right? He's been the star for our Esports. He's been making all those big brain moves, all those big plays, and this is just the right time. Now, for our Esports, they had a really good Vikendi game, but they somehow need to get themselves also a good, desirable result, even in the map of Miramar. Now, talking about the situation, of course, Esports Wala WSF, they've got the numbers advantage. Now, this is one of those fights none of them really wanted, but they had to pick off. But, taking a look at this circle, I really feel it has EXO and OR written all over it.
No, let's not forget that nobody's gone into the side of Los Egos, which I was expecting to see, With Hyderabad Hydras taking the side of Campo, I was expecting GOG to actually take the bet of placing themselves in the southern side of the map. Did not choose to do so. And eventually look at what GE is doing at this point of time. The Joker, AJ and Nakula way far away, but Manya is there to stay so far away from the team, as it's going to be Enigma versus the side of Kinetic, as BEO is in the crosshairs, or pretty much close towards the side of God, as God has already done the damage. He's in the crosshairs of Rex as well, puts up a proper smoke screen in front of him to avoid this damage, but at the same time, behind which coffin is he going to hide, as the backup is going to be coming in towards Eggy, from the side of Eggy, as he's going to be Eggy trying to get inside, but from an off angle comes into the side of God. Oh my God, so much of commotion, I'm losing my mind.
I mean, Team Kinetic, the way they handle the pressure over there, sort of baiting the players of Team Enigma to push at their direction, leading into that beautiful crossfire, and this is where God, now he's going to be making those proactive plays, right? He knows that Avi is down on his knees. It is Rex holding over that third-party angle as he steps out of his cover, does spray him down, but eventually gets also shot from behind. Look at the amount of HP he is still surviving on. The last solo player of Team Enigma, the last ray of hope, finally maybe coming to a fall.
Now Rex on the other side is going to be healing up. He's the last man standing, the last ray of hope. As a grenade is going to be coming in next to him, he's going to change his position, but also give away the position which he's trying to do. The grenades are going to be used, but three scavengers are going to rush in together. That is where Rex is going to be in a huge trouble, as damage has already been done. And eventually, it's going to be Kinetic raining heroes to take down one of the strongest squads over here. That's going to be Enigma, and making sure that they climb up the ladder, which was absolutely necessary for them.
And you could see that little smirk from God over there, right? Especially just after that wipe. But this was so well placed by Kinetic, right? They had all their players stationed at the right positions. And commends to God, at those moments, even the best of the players tend to crumble, right? He somehow maintained his calm. He had that smoke being lopped over, just that perfect smoke screen, like you said, and eventually just drew the players of Team Enigma to their graves. As now, a lot of teams are going to be taking a rotation down south, and the good thing, OR Esports, they're going to be missing out on this one, right? Because had they been playing, this could have been their game. But for now, Retribution RT Arm. Now, what do you have to tell about them?
I don't know. Probably rotation clashes is something which they're not able to, you know, come probably move around with. But at the same time, I've seen them, by the time they reach that 4th or the 5th circle, they'll at least have one man down. I don't know how that happens. I don't know whether it's the unwanted fights they're going in, or probably the, you know, mid-circle rotations where they get tagged off with one or the other teams and eventually have to pay a hefty price for it. But this map, I just hope they do wonders and try to do what UP50 did in the previous game.
And for Team X, of course, you know, they've been denied from their hat-trick, maybe for the 2nd or the 3rd time overall. And they've always been there, just a little shy. But Team Seoul. Now, Team Seoul, they've also started rotating around. They want to take the center of the circle, just still floating as a circle. Takes a shift down towards the southwestern side. And this is where UP50 find themselves again at a very promising location along with Hydra officials.
Now let's not forget the teams outside the circle as well, right? So we are able to see GOG yet again coming in very, very late. 7C is also relying on the same kind of strategy. RE Esports as well as WSF. And we all know WSF is going to be coming in close proximity towards the side of RE through all these rotations. Hyderabad Hydras coming behind Kinetic as well. The southern side of the map is where I would like to, you know, draw our attention. GE is spreading around the terrain as well. But the most important thing for us to see, in case the zone is going to shift towards the side of Los Higos, and if that comes down to happen, which team will be actually choosing to come in from the side of Minas, Disor, and make sure they hold that compound inside Los Higos?
If that happens, then we're all going to lose our minds. But for now, Dynamite has been delivering for Team Hydra. As you can see, those vehicles being tossing over finally, just managing to safely flatten the tires out. Team Hydra, they've got a beautiful spread to work around with. A lot of map coverage. If you can see on the mining map, you're all there, 4 players looking at every single direction, not even a single blind spot. But now it's the time for the Titans to collide. The clash of Titans. Team EXO going up against Team Seoul. Now, the big question is, do they know that it is them maybe locking horns with each other? Because, again, if you talk about Team Seoul, they never really back off from a fight.
Absolutely. Now, EXO on the other side, I don't know, your wishes have not come true as of now, but I know that anytime soon we can expect that to happen, as a huge group of teams actually, you know, forming up right to the dead center of the circle at the most southern point, where, you know, we can expect the zone to be shifting more towards the southern eastern side, or probably taking a drastic, I strongly feel it's going to go southern eastern again. So let's see, the drop has happened towards the side of Minas, the valley, and we're able to see that GOG is going to take their own time to make it inside the circle. And once they do, I just hope that nobody's gatekeeping them, because there's a large chunk of teams thinking the same route as well.
You know, GOG, Hyderabad Hydras always have a similar style of rotation, right? Rotate pretty late inside the circle. Make sure you've got a lot of meds, you've got a lot of utility for yourselves, as now an important game. They haven't really been making those big moves yet. GOG yesterday was a really good game. We did have MJ taking down 3 of the players of EXO, but really could not capitalize upon it, and EXO eventually did come out as the victors. But our Esports, now, they did lose out on Rockstar at the pre-start of this game, but they've been a fairly decent squad, right? The way they've been playing, they might not be the best, but they're certainly not the lowest or the worst of the pack that we have in the overall standings.
Yeah, they're also the team, right, which we've been speaking about. An average taking team of 6 to 7 points to make sure that they do not hit the rock bottom anytime soon. They still have a fighting chance, and when the time is required, they hit the pedal hard to make sure they make it inside the circle. But on the other side, Team INS have an idea that GE is pretty much close to them. I was expecting them to go bizarre when the players were actually close by, but eventually they took the fight a little late. Now giving away the location not only towards the side of GE, but also towards the side of EXO, as towards the western side of the map, where we can see that Hyderabad, Hydras and FS are going to be coming in a bizarre turn of events at this point of time, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to see who can actually hold the high grounds towards the side of Chumasera and take this home.
Now, 7C, they really have to fight their whole lives out over here, because so many of those teams are going to be contesting for the spot that they're holding on to, because taking a fight against Hydra at this point is what I would definitely not recommend. But GE, you know, they love picking up fights. You know, they are the high school bullies, never really shying away from picking battles, but could be the case as UP50, they're going to be holding on to their position. Autobotz right on their tails. Now, it's going to be interesting. How are they going to defend their compound if they strike?
Oh, everything is gonna be every question is gonna be answered as after the calm comes the storm, and it's been kicked off by the side of Team Soul as they take down ABC Hell. And I do believe that, you know, that is going to be the worst vehicle for you to use in the map of Miramar to maneuver. Just in case you don't have anything else, and that is the only point we're going to rely on that. But Akshat on the other side, a bit of retaliation did come in from the side of Fox. We did that, you know, Akshat had got a lot of damage. His helmet is also damaged at this point of time. But we all know, they know exactly how to recover, as Kinetic is going to be grabbing a little bit of an attention of Team Soul, as he's going to make sure that he runs away but trembles on the way. Will this be enough for the side of Team Soul to dominate against him, as he's going to be walking into the jaws of death at this point of time?
Still clawing and scratching his way inside the compound. Alive though. Two of his players, they are going to follow suit. But for now, it is Goblin who is pretty impatient. He knows that he has Canary. His back's against the wall. And this is where he's going to make all those big moves. But somehow Canary needs to buy time. Time enough for his teammates to really strike as Akshat steps out. Wants to pick a fight as he spots him out. But he is not going to overextend. As Goblin, he's going to be pushing from the other direction. As Akshat in tandem do get the better out of the situation. Hero coming in pretty late, gets instantly decimated as Team Soul, like they love to do, they are winning fights.
Absolutely, it's going to be Jadoo who's going to be reverting away from this fight. He realized that they made the biggest mistakes ever, as the, you know, it was like more than the buggy tumbled, it was the cookie which crumbled at that point of time. I just hope that he had enough time to, you know, go away into some other direction, but still he chose to came back to the same building and had to pay a hefty price.
You know what they could have really done was Kinetic could have bought some time. Hero could have been creating the distraction. The other player could be providing cover fire from the backlines, and these are three things that you need to have in sync in order to take against the mammoths in the lobby. The likes of Soul as UP50 getting the better out of the Autobotz, as Esports Wala WSF have a fight against the players of GE, as now it is INS who are striking at Soul's direction. Crazy Soul entering in through, but Goblin providing cover fire from the backlines gets the better of things, as Hector, he is now going to be making those moves, just jiggling and juggling around, knows that the players of INS are going to be trying to come in, creating enough room for Crazy Soul to come into safety, as Billion opens himself up, the grenades being tossed over, still no damage done.
I mean, Hector has just misplaced a grenade for himself, and that's why he'll have to fall back and try to find a different direction. At the same time, he's going to be cooking up smokes, and that's a very clever thing to do. Restrict the opponents from getting information about where you're going to be maneuvering. Akshat on the other side is also cooking up some throwables. I know that they need a $1 billion move, and will Billion be able to do that? No, he's going to be showing his back, due to which they have to pay a hefty price, as Hector is going to be leading the fight from up front. He's giving information to his assaulter to make sure he cooks up a perfect grenade to take down two players of INS right behind that play.
It's pretty interesting considering INS, they've just been clobbered down to that one spot. Joker, the final surviving member, he has to find it against all odds, and seems like Team Soul, they are angry, right? Someone has poked the lions in the lobby and they are here to shine and bright, but there you go. Joker trying to retreat. Goblin says, not on my watch, as Omega, he's going to be the one putting the final nail in the coffin, as Team Soul finally waking up from their hibernation. 7 finishes already, as we have the circle shifting into the laps of UP50 yet again.
I mean, you know what's awestruck me at this point of time? How does Team Soul find so much of time and there's no commotion around when they're taking a fight against the team? Rotate around. What a rotation coming in from the side of Goblin, you know. With all those commotions, he's going to be like, I'm going to coming in with the vehicle, and if make sure that, you know, you remove all the others as Bullet. Oh, it's going to be GOG leader who gets taken out because of the high ground disadvantage going in their favor yet again. I don't know what is this love story between GOG and the Dunes, where they always have to meet their death over there.
Oh yeah, I mean, GOG got in a really precarious spot, have nowhere to run and hide. The moment the smoke dissipates, I think you would find two graves over there. MJ and Bullet still trying to show some resistance over here, as MJ's position somehow being spotted out. But Team Kinetic really have to watch out, because you've got the other teams. Team EXO might also chime in, and the same can be even said
No,
for
let's
Esports
not
Wala
forget.
WSF.
Let's not forget the finish feed. I'm so sorry to cut you in like this. It was the side of Soul which came in and took down the side of BO, but still Kinetic Onyx is persistent. consistent in getting this finish points of Bullet, that is where he's going to be tossing in some grenades. And look at what happens. Onyx is going to be paying the price as a grenade is going to be coming in from the other side, and EW is also coming into the fray. Kinetic right now is going to be the most vulnerable team, as more teams are going to be placing their crosshairs towards them, as KO on the other side is still persistent to remove GOG out of the equation.
Soul being the guardian angels for GOG, they removing them from that little bit of a top spot over there, but Esports, Wala, WSF, they are all not going to shy away. But for now, KU, the lonesome survivor over here, as Dango, he is directly moving at his direction. Now he knows his position is compromised over here. Ooh. Dango still making sure he gets those finishes before he goes in for the final finish over there, as now a little bit of a help coming in from his teammates, but eventually just decides to back off.
No, it doesn't. He wants to put up a smoke screen just to make sure that, you know, he pushes in when the time is right, and he's going to wait out for the smokes to come just in case there's going to be retaliation. He knows exactly where to place the crosshair, and he does it to perfection with that AKM. He's going to be getting a finish for himself. Now GOG, MJ on the other side also gets detected. No, he's not going to get detected because he's got the right kind of cover behind the truck. He's going to be surviving a little more. Top 6 is what he'll be aiming for to get some average points for himself, as the drop is going to be falling in the hands of GE. Let's see how much of advantage they can take out of all these things. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Manya at this point, he is got to fight against the entire world, right? It's a very ludicrous exo split, a 3-1 strategy a lot of teams are resorting to. And it is a fight against Team EXO there. But Retribution RTR finally meet the makers in the form of UP50, who still have that compound. But the big question is, for how long?
I think Team Soul is going to challenge them anytime soon, because Team Soul really knows when to strike against a team which is holding out compounds. They've failed in the recent days, I do agree on that, but ultimately there's going to be a love story which might form up if that's the case. That's going to be a Hyderabad Hydras versus the side of Team Soul in the map of Miramar. If that kicks off, I'm going to lose my mind, because ultimately what's important at this point of time is to watch out for the fight which is happening in front of our screens, as FS Explicit has a vague idea of where the positions of Team Hydras, all 4 players, is. But it doesn't have any kind of backup, as GE is also taking a fight more than required from their side.
Still has that little bit of a stealth to work around with, right? Because his position not compromised, and this is what I was talking about. Manya, he's got to fight against the world, and it is, of course, Team EXO. You know, if they spot out some isolated player, they're going to make sure that they dig their graves and send them into the depths of hell and despair as it catches up to them, as finally that you were talking about has happened. UP50 this time go against Soul, as KSR has already taken down Akshat. Aditya somehow holding his ground, but for how long? Hector on a sliver of HP. Finally Aditya does fall from that cover fire that comes in, as Rage God just spraying around, raging through the lobby, as Hector will finally come into aid for his teammates.
I don't think so. It's going to be easy after this, as KSR has actually hit the proper nail in the coffin, and it's not going to be hard for them to take down Hector, the last man standing. His location has been compromised. UP50 have 2 men standing who's going to be rushing in towards him to make sure they put the final nail in the coffin. I think they are going to do it, as Hector is going to be jiggling around, trying to grab all the attention as much as possible, as Rage God is going to just land it and make sure Team Soul is going to go out in the 9th position or the 10th position, but they have 10 finishes for themselves.
Took them 35 games, but here they are, ladies and gentlemen, finally taking down Team Soul, as Hyderabad Hydras still respecting the edges of the circle, still being very aware of their surroundings, are gonna slowly move inside the circle. Team Hydra officials, they've also done a very decent job at keeping things at bay, keeping things under control, as now this is where they're truly tested, right? This is where they need to understand when to find out that perfect time to go inside the zone.
Now, at the same time, I really want to see whether, you know, Hyderabad Hydras are going to think out of the box, leave a person behind for cover fire, where the rest of the teammates are just going to rush in with the vehicles, find a proper high ground or a dunes for them to, you know, kind of re-strategize, which is going to be hard for us to find out. But at the same time, it's also important for us to see how many other teams are going to retaliate. We have WSF with 4 teams inside, 4 men standing inside. We have Hydras with 4 men standing inside, but it's going to be the case, as it's going to be Explicit already striking against the side of Hydras, as Dynamite gets taken down, giving an opportunity for Jackson to actually heal up for his fullest potential. Explicit is doing wonders over here, as he puts down the 2nd player, the 3rd one walking into his crosshairs, but jiggling around. He's got that UMP, but ultimately gets taken down because of No helmet coming in from his side. Hydras are going to be breathing a little bit until a backup comes in for him for the side of FS.
Oh, I mean, the little switch creating all that delay over there. But Hydra official, they hold on to their horses for now as Manya somehow has miraculously been revived as those nades keep on coming in. Knuckle already on his feet and Punk has already been taken down as well. Sensei acting like a little bit of a distraction as Esports Walla WSF strike in from the backline. Scarlet getting the better out of Joker as he was caught with his pants down.
I mean, this is going to be a blessing in disguise, obviously, for the side of Team EXO, as Joker could have struck against the side of Sensei. And look at the composure in the cameras below. Ladies and gentlemen, he's just going to wait it out. He's just going to keep himself calm. Cool as a cucumber can he be. But on the other side, he's got to be a grenade which might put an end for them as Knuckle is cooking the grenade of death as it's going to be lofting towards the side of Team EXO.
Knuckle somehow he's managed to keep himself alive as Punk has his attention shifted elsewhere, gets the better out of the players of UP50, still trying to get a few finishes before they might bow out. But it's still not over as we shift into yet another fight. Esports Walla WSF creating all that distraction and making things worse for Team EXO and Global Esports combined as Hydra officials still have 3 of their players alive. 5 finishes already to their name. Eyes on the prize.
I mean, Team EXO gets eliminated with 0 finishes, and that is not something we can cite every single day. But ultimately, let's see who's going to be taking it home. We still have UP50 fighting it hard with 9 finishes, 1 man standing. GE on the other side, they have all 4 men standing with 3 finishes. WSF and Hydras have 5 finishes each, but 4 and 3 respectively. Now we want to see who is going to be taking advantage of this circle, because it's just in the favor of GE at this point of time, but they are behind the dunes or behind the ridges where grenades going to be cooked towards them.
This is where, teams like Hyderabad, Hydras and Hydra officials, if they, move together, right, create a distraction for Global Esports, maybe it could be a lot to handle at this point. But now we've got a little bit of an eerie silence before it all breaks out as the hell breaks loose as Rage got the lonesome survivor. But look at UP50, 9 finishes to their name. They know that they have done their job. They are going to have a peaceful sleep. But are they aware of Maxi making all those strides over here? Ace Black closing in. K47 just being burnt to crisp. Or maybe not.
Oh, the boosters, as we all speak about, it's going to be the boosters which needs to come in. But look at what's happening on the other side. It's the 2 of the strongest bulls with the manpower locking horns. It's going to be EW losing a player at this point of time. And also the side of GE equal. It's going to be a blow for a blow, an eye for an eye at this point of time as a push comes in from the side of AJ to recover one of their fallen comrades. But at the same time, grenades are going to be cooked in from the side of Hydras as well. It's going to be a blessing in disguise. It's going to be a goodbye for the side of EW.
And Team Hydra officials now sitting at 9 finishes strong, capitalizing upon the situation. They have their eyes at their next target, a bounty on the heads of the players of Global Esports as they somehow manage to recuperate under dire circumstances. Manya needs to heal himself up, but look at K47 still just hiding beside the little tractor out there. How long can he do that? But for Team Hydra officials, they have been playing their cards right. They know when to strike. They're waiting for that perfect opportunity where GE has their attentions diverted. That is where they might go in, but maybe not. Legend fighting it against Knuckle as he comes up top, gets that beautiful knock. The head's being cracked over as Part delivers a blow, but Joker from the back lines again making sure the numbers are in the favor of Global Esports. But this is where they've been making those defensive moves. This is where we have seen the reluctancy from not going off into finishing the squads, but rather going for the revives.
No, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be a 2v3 situation as Hyderabad Hydras from the other corners is just going to be waiting to strike when the time is right. Hydras on the other side now, 2 men standing, going in for revival yet again. Ace Black still being calm, still making sure that he's going to slither his way into the circle and strike when the iron is hot. But it's going to be GE taking all those real estate, quickly maneuvering inside the circle.
Hydra just prioritizing, somehow need to buy enough time to get Jackson back alive on his feet as now Ace Black, he has no monkey business there, right? He's just going to let Global Esports and Hydra officials just fight it out. Whoever remains is going to get the better of them as Global Esports still 7 meters shy of entering inside the circle. They're going to do that in due time. They're still somehow waiting to find a chink in their armor. Can they do it though?
Now this is where I would love to see how the helmets are intact, what kind of guns they're holding. We're able to see Legend has got that Groza. He has information about Ace Black at this point of time, if I'm not wrong. He's just waiting to get that perfect information before he takes the strike. Ace Black on the other side is going to be going towards the truck and hide himself. It's not going to be easy for Ace Black to survive this, obviously, but ultimately Legend is going to be finding him any second. So there he finds him, sprays it out, but ultimately doesn't find him properly as Ace Black has a point of retaliation. Is this going to be redemption coming in? No, Legend is not going to give any point of chance as his level 2 helmet is going to be intact. AJ on the other side has got information about Legend, but Legend is going to be recuperating for all the bullets he just shed out.
Now, this could be a blessing in disguise for the players of Global Esports. They know where Legend is. And AJ, he is not going to stop himself from getting that knock. If you showing your bodies, make sure you have your covers right. But Hydra officials learning things the hard way out there as Spark is going to be pushed over by the other players. Knuckle landing the final blow. There you have it. Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen, finally land themselves yet another chicken dinner after a long time as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what an evening has it been, Arka.
I mean, I just love the way Hydras played this out, right? I really wanted to see more coming in from their side where they can pick up as many finishes as possible. But still, 12 finishes for 12 position points, a total of 24. They're going to be happy in the position they were holding. But for me, the team which stood out over here is obviously going to be UP50 as well as Team Soul because of the, finish points they were looking out for, but not for position points. But yeah, FS Esports, Esports Wala, Kinetic, all of them are going to be very happy with how they performed so far.
I think I loved how Global Esports played this time. Every single time, they do not have any care for anything in the world, right? They spot some bodies, they go after them. This time, however, they were playing defensive, finally focusing a little bit on those position points, and when it mattered, got the chicken dinner, right? It was the right, perfect opportunity to strike. But for UP50, I am so glad, so happy for how these boys have come across. 15 points in this game. Hyderabad Hydras, they were also, trembling down, a little bit of shivers. But I think finally they're going to have their senses calmed.
I want you to shed a little light on this thing, okay?
We'll come back to that.
Yeah,
just a second.
I'll bring you there. Slowly, I'm gonna bring you there. As iQOO MVP is gonna be coming on our screens. Obviously, it's gonna be Parv coming in from the side of Hydra. I mean, doing the right kind of damage when required. He was always there, trying to be as clinical as possible. 7 finishes, 751 damage for him, and there's gonna be a follow-up of every other team getting it until Jackson is gonna be trying to reflect what Parv did in the beginning itself. 3 finishes for 600 damage.
But I really loved how Tango also played this time around, right? Especially making all those right maneuvers, those fights that he picked up, and having GOG stranded. A lot of the other teams were also trying to come in, got the better out of them as well. Rage God also living up to the hype as, ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at the match summary, and what really catches my eyes, a lot of knocks again. Good par for 303 meters, nice. 31 assists, yeah, okay. 10,000 healings, 1,000 higher than the average. We get 6 grenade finishes. Good, in considering it's Miramar.
I mean, I still remember Hydra was a blessing in disguise for the side of GE when they're taking a fight with somebody and one man of GE was just left out, right? But look at what's going to happen after that. They're going to be coming back and striking so hard that they take away the winner chicken dinner from their hands. Yes, the FT graph is going to show us the team which is doing the most hard work was obviously the side of Hydra, a very new team to be specific. I mean, I've never seen them so aggressive in the map of Miramar. They want to take every single fight and capitalize to get 12 finishes for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, finally they've managed to spread their wings, and it was all about getting over those nerves, right? In the first few weeks, even in the round 4, they were kind of prioritizing a lot on position. Now finally finding themselves confident, they know they've gelled inside the lobby, and how does that impact on the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen? Look at Hyderabad Hydras. Finally, they were kind of potted off from the top 8. Finally, just clawing their way back in. Hydra official, however, have been one of my favorite teams so far. But Global Esports getting that chicken dinner, get themselves into the top 8.
I want us to always remember this, only one team amongst the teams who have made their through the BMOCR over here, and all the invited teams on the other side are there in the top 8, right? Look at that: Hyderabad Hydras, Hydra Official, Global Esports, Nigma Galaxy, EXO, Team Soul, EOR Esports, like most of them.
It's all of them. It's all of them invited teams there.
Yeah, all of the invited teams coming in, except for 7Cs, right? So if 7Cs had gone up and put down FS Esports, I know that FS Esports is also one of those invited teams, but you know, I meant to say that most of the experienced one, FS is one of the new ones into the lobby compared to the side of 7Cs, right?
You know, comparatively, taking a look at BGIS we had in the past, it was Tactical Esports that had been acquired, so they did have that little bit of a tier 1 status for themselves. But as we transition along, this is where UP 50 finally have diminished that gap, right? It is just barely few points. I think 9 points, and I think they've already accrued somewhat around 55 to 60 points through the entire evening, right? The way they've played, what a way to end, you know, the journey, at least for this particular day. And I'm pretty excited to see what comes out from them. But GOG, I mean, again, quite uncomfortable, reluctant in engaging in those fights. And the same can be said about the others. Even our team INS at certain situations did not really look like they were confident. But what I really liked, another team that I have to point out, is Kinetic Esports. Especially that one fight against Team Enigma. I loved how they baited them and just had them come into their den and they just ate them over.
Yeah, that is what we call the false flag, right? That's what we call the false flag, you know, where you're just going to lift up your flag of white, which is colored white, trying to say that, you know, we're almost going off, but immediately you're going to retaliate so strong that that flag is going to turn red. But, you know, one other thing for me which stood out was the fight of Team Soul, where they got decimated, right?
Okay.
Very, very well executed is what I would like to say. Taking down Goblin in between the match was the key point for them, or else if that one man had survived, we all know what he could have done.
We certainly know what he could have done, but we also know what this device can do. And well, for you guys who do not know, well, we've got our sponsors. iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
Now? Proper.
Watch it, earn it.
It's all a crazy party out there in Loco. And for all you viewers who still do not know, you can get your hands on those juicy that we are giving away. And all you've got to do is head over to the Loco streams. And if you're watching all the games, I'm pretty sure you're not going to have any trouble answering them. But at the same time, you know, huge shout out even to our sponsors, iQOO Neo 6. Now, there's a thing. You can also have your hands at this phone before it even releases on the 31st of May, and Arka is going to tell you how.
Oh, every single time it's going to be me. And I'm kind of proud about it, you know, because ultimately I'm going to give a chance for somebody to put a smile on their face. But at the same time, yes, get on to Amazon, click iQOO Neo 6. Make sure you type it as quick as possible. Search for it. No more answer 5 questions. Put your name, your email address, and your phone number. Wait for yourself to be getting notified about it, and there's going to be a notification button. You're going to click it, or else you might not dominate like how Karan has dominated against the side of Rockstar over here.
Yeah, of course, as we take a look at the highlights. Now, this is where Karan created the flank of his life, you know, finding that perfect angle on Rockstar over there.
Yeah.
And this is again that one fight we were talking about, how so much of a space was created for God by his teammates, right? Just drawing the players over from Team Enigma. They did not know that they were walking to their own deaths. The final player, Rex, he was really out of options, did not have a lot to fight with, you know, everyone just pushing at his direction. But Team Soul, they were looking very aggressive. It felt like, you know, someone did hurt the Lions and they were roaring through the lobby till the point they were put to a stop by the players of UP50.
Now, this is the point where, you know, it was an unnecessary fight again coming in, but Team Soul knows how to take such fights. But ultimately, the one thing which I love the most from the side of Team INS, where I really felt that they dominated absolutely well, is at this point of time where, you know, Billion shows his back. If not Billion had shown his back but retaliated against the side of Team Soul, it would have been much better. But we all know the scavengers, when they're on a hunt, they're gonna chew through you and make sure they digest you to the fullest.
I think the only thing that stood out for me in this fight was Goblin's position, right? The campfire,
yeah,
opened
exactly.
things up, right? But now this is where Hydra officials, they were holding their back strong. And Team Kinetic, they were a little, you know, over-eager. Few of their players being taken by Team Soul, and that is where we had the other teams also chime in. And Tango did a lot of magic over there, as Explicit also tried to hold on to his spot for quite a long time, but could not do it. And this is where, you know, we really felt that he might be, you know, going ahead a little bit, but he waited. He waited for his teammates to come. They pushed in tandem. He knew that someone was providing cover fire from the backlines, made sure they made these moments count as Team X. So for the first time, I really felt they were looking a lot unsure. But talking about this fight, Team Soul really messed it up.
I mean, look at this. This is where Goblin gets taken down, and I feel that was the most crucial part for us to watch out for. He comes out, finishes a person, did not expect KSR to backstab him, and that is what I would like to say, that it's important for you to take the biggest of the beast first when an army, to make sure you find the weakest link later. And ultimately, it was breaking through the barrier. But at the same time, Joker on the other side, ooh, XP is going to have a very good smile on his face when he realizes an AWM was used by Joker to take a player down.
I mean, not impressed though. It was not a headshot.
But still, an AWM in Miramar.
You do not know XP. He's very picky about those heads being cracked open. Eventually, it did come out from Dynamite though. But again, in that UP50 and that Soul fight, Soul could have done better. Was they kind of should have spread out a little bit, right? Everyone just came in from that one direction. They were kind of funneled. They were tunnel vision. Did not have a lot of options. But Global Esports, for the first time ever, I found that a little bit of a defensive approach, and the moment they did that, they earned themselves a chicken dinner.
And this is where I would like to say that, you know, when Team EXO as well as the side of WSF were taking down the side of Global, Hydra came in as a blessing in disguise. And I don't know how, you know, they got taken down so bad. It was WSF, they started off, took down Manya. You did point out that, you know, when you're a single man running away, it's going to be hard for you. Joker is also down on his knees at this point of time. AJ is the only man alive, and suddenly Hydras come out of nowhere, please, a blessing in disguise. And what happens, and how does Global pay back to them as a return gift? Taking away the winner chicken dinner, which was in their grasps.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, they really knew that, you know, it's better to just kind of slow things down a little bit, get your numbers back up. Hydra had their attention shifted a little bit towards Ace Black, and in that moment, I really felt that, you know, Ace Black, had he waited for the max to just end, and the moment he was out for a reload, could have at least gone for a greedy knock and finish. But that did not happen eventually, as Hydra redirecting their attentions to Hyderabad Hydras. This gave enough room and space for the players of Global Esports to strike, and they knew they had formed that perfect U over there. All they had to do was just focus on those players in front of them, got the job done, got that chicken dinner, and finally, they're also happy.
Now, so very rarely we get to see a perfect formation coming in the final circle, right? No matter how many people are standing, especially when we saw the map of Erangel, where it was almost taken away from the side of UP50, because again, there was no formation over there. One player at a time was actually rushing in. But this time, this is where I feel the experienced team show to us that sometimes formation is very much important when you're taking that final fights in, and also several other fights. And Team Soul, again, losing out to their formation, which they usually hold out to, and Goblin gets taken down against the side of UP50. I would like to say UP50 executed it perfectly with one veggie formation, where KSR is just going to be on the backlines trying to take down players who actually go in for the rotations.
No, this is where I really still feel it was just not Goblin's knock that made all the difference, right? It was the delay from Omega's side, where he could have just tried to get onto the backlines of the other compound, because they did not have their flank secured, right? Had they, like you said, Goblin just charges in. He spots anybody, he shoots, and this is where the little bit of a misdirect. He did not really know that there was someone from the backlines going to strike at his direction, right?
Yeah.
This is where Omega really comes into play. He's the one who watches from the behind, right?
Yeah.
He's the one who provides that cover fire to Goblin. And the moment he got knocked down, there was no trades being there. And even Akshay just getting taken down, it was again UP50 sort of anticipating Soul making such a move. The moment he tries to strike in, one of their players falls. Then Goblin just gets in, gets a knock, gets traded. It all came down to Omega trying to maneuver in the little mini boss, which is pretty slow, just got blown. And it came down to Hector towards the end. All he could do was just fall into his graves. But beautifully well executed fight by UP50. Still, got what they wanted, got even more than what they bargained for. That revenge for what Team Soul has been doing for so long time in the map of Miramar.
Absolutely, but the defense on on the defense, my honor, I would like to say this, that it was Goblin. Just in case Goblin had that capability of just going, reloading, and healing himself, as you correctly pointed out. He can do wonders if he's standing over there. And all he had to do was take care of 47, who was right behind him. And if that was the case, just imagine what Hector and Omega could have done. And that is why, I said that, that Goblin's finish was something to watch out for. But yes, what you also told out over there was actually something which you have to learn and try to execute against the side of Team Soul. Make sure that one support doesn't come in time. And that could be the weak link against the side of Team Soul.
Now, this is where I have to say that to my learned counsel, we're getting into the Baron bench, ladies and gentlemen. I love that. But yeah, this is where the discussion comes back to the natural instincts of Goblin, right? He's one of those players who never really shies away, doesn't really get back to patching himself up, always is one of those players that gets the momentum being carried forward. A player like you talk about Ninja Jord, you talk about Jonathan, he's got that same confidence exuding out of himself, right? Once he gets the knock, he goes in, he pushes in. Akshat is a player that kind of stays down, stabilizes himself, heals himself up, does the big brain plays, and Hector, he's also one of those categories. But with Goblin, he does get into his mischievous ways, and that has always been the go-to way with Team Soul. But that is the end for the games of the teams from Group C, as we transition into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, as this time I'm going to be taking a leave as the big man joins the fray.
Oh, that's how he does it in the final moments, where there's not going to be any kind of retaliation whatsoever coming in from the side of Fixes. He's going to just shoo him away, as it's going to be the big boys, bass voice, which might be hitting on a mic, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to increase the volumes, as it's going to be the legend coming back on the mic.
Oh, thank you for those kind words, but I'm glad that Fixes is out. I'm telling you one thing, Arca, you might have made just a little bit of a mistake over here, because of course we know that Fixes does have a law degree, that's fine. And, you might just cost us a really good caster in the business, because I do feel he kind of felt good. You could see the smile on his face, Your Honor, the council, and in my defense. But anyway, lovely to be back here. That was an amazing game in Miramar once again. And let me tell you one thing. Oh boy, it was close action. UP50 again getting a good job, although they had an initial elimination. 9 finishes, not so bad.
You know what I would like to say? Even though UP50 was doing a valiant effort over there, when we did speak about this, right? UP50 have turned into a new leaf. Just midway, until the midway, they're trying to play for placement points. And ultimately, when that was not working out, now they started to get finish points for themselves, which has been working out for them. We did predict this, speculate this, and ultimately we're happy when few of our speculations do come out right. But one other thing which actually stole the limelight away from them is the number of finishes Soul took away, right? 10 finishes with just 1 placement point, but still was able to put themselves in the top 5.
Well, of course, they were coming and gunning for their top spot again. So the competition at the top is obviously going to be something that we are going to be talking about throughout this tournament. But you know, on the bottom half, on the other end of the spectrum, it is getting close because, you know, all these teams, they are still exchanging a few positions every now and then. And although, you know, you do have a little bit of hesitancy shown from a couple of these teams, you know, maybe they just might come back bigger, better, and stronger, as we did this time with the iQOO BMPS powered by Loco, because, again, it is the biggest tournament so far. Again, shout out to BGMI Crafton for making all of this possible. You know what this means. We're going to have a look at that video once more, and you know what? We are waiting.
You know, very rarely do I like a promo coming in, because in this promo, it's so much informative. You know, every time a person gets taken down and every time there's a fight in front of him, what's important for you to make sure your device is going to live up to your reflexes, right? And that is where, you know, they have that, you know, refresh rate coming in. They have that sampling, 1200 sampling coming in. And then eventually, I'm so sorry, eventually it's the charging again, which you had correctly pointed out before. 12 minutes, 50%, 30 minutes, 100%.
That's the basic, that's the game changer in these devices. Remember, you guys can win yourselves one as well, but before we get to that, again, we are going to have a few substitutions popping in as Invader. Let's see if he comes and conquers whatever lies in front of him, as Honey is going to be going off for Esports Walla WSF. And I believe another team is going to be making a little bit of a switcheroo, as is going to be evident on your screen. Wixie is in, and, well, Max is going to be out for this month. But quickly coming back in, all you have to do is head over to Amazon and search for the iQOO Neo 6, take part in that quiz, and who knows, you might just walk away with this bad boy for yourself, as iQOO is walking away over here, and Phobic is going to be coming in for Initiative Academy. Maybe this might be their initiation to something bigger, better, and stronger.
Yeah, Phobic is one of those players who plays a little aggressive, so that comes up to say that this is one of the team to watch out for when they're taking a fight. And I'd really love to, you know, get such information prior hand itself, and that is where we'll get to know which team to watch out for. But at the same time, one other thing to watch out for is obviously going to be the giveaways, which is going to be coming in from the side of BGMI, because they love to give it back to the community, because the kind of love you guys show to us is so heavy that we have to give something to you guys in return, and that is where this merchandise are going to be coming in. I'm going to be as quick as possible before I'm going to give it to you. It's going to be important for you to get onto the Esports channel. There in the description, you're going to find a link. We're going to be filling up the form to make sure whom we're going to give it away. Come back into the chat and make sure you spam out the team which is going to be coming on the top by the end of the day, and if your predictions are right, that's going to be easy for you to get this merchandise for yourself. But coming back right into the map itself, in the map of Erangel.
Take a deep breath, buddy. That was well done over there. Again, lovely the way he brings out all that information. But now, as you said, we are coming back full circle to Erangel. So we are going to say bye-bye from the studio over here in beautiful Hyderabad. And, well, now we are going to transport ourselves to the map of Erangel.
Oh, the map of Erangel, the map where few teams have to perform. Because when I say have to in capitals, I'm speaking about the side of GOG. They had 4 maps today, okay? And they've not even put decent 10 pointers for themselves.
Well, again, this is well, not just a fan favorite, but this is, of course, that one map which every single person playing this particular tournament is going to be well versed in. Now, GOG, let me ask you, what do you think is going on in that camp? Because we were focusing on UP50 early on, but looks like our attention is going to shift away from them since, well, the Davids have finally woken up. But what about GOG? What do you think is going awry in the camp?
The position where they're holding after the rotation comes in, especially in the map of Miramar, they always want to get into a dunes, right? I don't want to be a broken record telling that, you know, dunes of death is what you find in the map of Miramar, but every single time you get there and you're not watching out to every single direction before you get into the dunes is the biggest mistake you do, because ultimately somebody's going to come over the horizon and take you out.
Because you might think that, oh, there's a little bit of a dip that I can work with, but if someone sees you before somebody comes over the horizon and those silhouettes suddenly start shooting at you, a lot of grenades are going to be lobbed in your direction, and you know what we say, they love being centered around the center because, again, that is the safest spot at any given time. But again, those grenades, they seem to trickle down and somehow find their way as we are going to be leaving Milta behind. That Erangel is going to drive off in the distance, and now for the last time in this night, the big bird is going to be taken to the skies. I love the fact that it has that escort of those choppers nearby, and a similar flight path as we've seen in a lot of Erangel games. We are going to be coming down from the south, heading to the northeast direction, flying over the farm, shelter, prison, and finally ending things at Lipovka. It is going to be Group A taking on Group B, which means, well, you're not going to see Team Seoul in this one, but OR Esports, they're going to try and rack up a few more points for themselves.
Yeah, 10 points is already which came in. And remember, this is one of the strongest map for the side of Team OR. Look at that. They've got 179 points. That's the highest you can get in the map of Erangel. And let me remind you, since they're dominating on the map of Erangel, that's played the most number of times in a day, they're going to be on the top of the table, obviously, when they have Aditya coming in on the top with 35 finish for himself. And let's not forget that after that, you know, you have 2 players of Team Seoul coming in, and then we have Atanki of Team OR as well. But Spraygor from 7Cs is still making a mark over here with 19 finishes in the 5th position. But the difference of 25 to 19 is something we have to look out for.
Well, we definitely have to look out for that, but what we are going to look out for right now is where that pesky little circle is going to form. You think it's going to be north? Well, it is kind of similar to what we saw early on. A little bit, you know, concentrated towards the center, which means there's not a lot of water to work around with. But I wonder if we are going to see action take place at the end at Gatka, because I want something different over here. Maybe, I don't even mind Severny shooting range or Northern Georgia Paul. Now, Northern Georgia Paul, we've never really seen any fights break out. Now, yes, all right, I get it. It is pretty similar to Yasnaya, but then again, we haven't seen fights at Yasnaya as well.
Again, the one other thing which I keep telling about, I don't know whether the teams are actually listening to us every single time I say this. The northern side of the map always been abandoned towards the side of shooting range and Severny. How much of placement points you can gain over there, as it's going to be the wishes of yours almost coming true, as Global Esports did not hit the ground early, and that is where OR thought that we're going to be shooting down some birds, just like the duck hunt back in the day.
Oh, I used to love that game, and I was pretty good at it too. I guess that's one of the reasons why I took BGMI to my heart so well, as I'm sure a lot of other people. In fact, you as well. I mean, we were discussing this the other day. We are the old school boys, and what Aru is doing is going to go for that little bike with the sidecar over there, but he better get out because GE are going to be on the move as well. Now, I did say I want to see some action towards Yasnaya or Northern Georgia, but looks like for now, Hydra Esports are going to be calling Yasnaya Polyana their home, as shots are just going to be fired to keep the enemies at bay, while Global Esports, well, they're going to be heading up north as well. In fact, looks like they might just take some cues from you here, buddy, because chances are they're going to take a left out of the gas station, probably head towards Severny, but oh, lo and behold, another team has the same idea. They are going to disembark from their vehicles. He should be going a bit to the left if he wants to lay down some shots, but for now, he is going to try and see what all he can pretty much gather information-wise. But again, looks like Walkouts had the same idea, and they know that someone was nearby, which means for now, again, Global Esports seem to be cut off from their destination. But you know what? They still have Brozark to fall back on.
Now this is where I don't understand how Global Esports are going to be getting that farming done exactly before a team is going to be coming in. Yeah, because they are moving around, just moving around. They don't have any kind of resources. And we also have this Knuckle, the person, the one lurker for the team, which is always so far away from the team. Just in case even he's got the right kind of farming and he gets taken down, nobody in the team has got the right kind of resources. But let's not forget, towards the side of Milta is where my eyes had set. And we had seen the side of GOG and also the side of BB, you know, in close proximity, where they wanted a fight to take place, as Enigma from the side of Shelter, that three-way, you know, face-off which might take off. I know that it's going to be hard, but that is where the circle is formed in, and somebody wants to gatekeep the other.
Well, of course, you know, speaking of Enigma, they do have a little bit of a split coming on right now, as Rex is going to try and make his way in towards the circle, hopefully finding a little footing for himself. But for now, Global Esports, as we did kind of predict, do have Rozok for the taking. In fact, the Ruins and Water City are going to be their loot spots right now as well. Autobotz, on the other hand, are going to be down south in Promotional, a little out the circle, but again, they have a lot of options as and when they need to migrate due north. Now, you pointedly mentioned out, right, BB, they are close to GOG down near Milta and the surrounding areas. Perhaps we might see a few clashes coming up, but for now, again, everything seems to be at a little bit of a standstill. However, if we could have the map pop up on our screens in due time, you will see that Enigma Galaxy and Enigma, I love the fact that, you know, it's a little bit of a tongue twister when you say both those teams together.
Yep.
They might actually have a little bit of a head-on collision. In fact, I do believe Eggy is going to be driving right past Apollo. But for now, we're going to be just having a look at what RTR are doing, and well, they have Nova Reply all to themselves, but the question is, buddy, how did they make it to the next circle? Because I'm pretty sure GOG and the big brothers are going to be waiting, or rather lying in wait for them.
Now, I know that, you know, one time or the other, these teams are going to make it inside the circle, so the late rotation, or try to take a boat as always, you know, try to maneuver in the land, in the waterways, try to travel all the way towards the side of Giorgio. But yet again, where I add a little bit of a ray of hope that, you know, I think Walkouts were listening to us, and, you know, they'll be making it towards the side of shooting range of 70. They're saying, nope, nobody's listening to you. We're going to keep those places abandoned.
Well, at least now the map is on our screens. We did see a few collisions almost taking place. However, it seems like everyone is going to stay away from one another's spots. And I do think INS, in fact, might just be taking the fight to the boys from... Wait, ooh, that is going to be interesting because there is going to be BBs moving further back in. Now, we kind of assume that, you know, big brothers, they're going to try and solidify the position around the periphery and maybe slowly and steadily move in because, well, if history teaches us anything over the last couple of days, being in the thick and thin of all the action hasn't really worked out in their favor. Now, Joker just making sure that he sees all these vehicles run past him because I guess he still wants to hold on to the position and loot a bit more. And, you know, I wouldn't blame him. They are kind of near the center of the circle. It is the farm. They do have that nice little ridge for cover on one side and, you know, the lay of the land on the other. And if they play their cards right, well, you might just see them walking away with that delicious chicken. But for now, just outside the circle, it is going to be, oh, I beg your pardon, just inside the circle, in fact. Hydras again, no one ever contesting Yasnaya. I mean, it is such a massive city. I would expect a couple of teams to drop in at either end and, you know, finally fight somewhere in the center. But nope, ain't happening this time.
Because everybody knows that, you know, there was one legendary team which used to get on over here. The side of God, Elu always wanted to go to Yasnaya. Nobody went in over there. Yeah. They used to come here, but ultimately nobody even dared to go in over there. Then ultimately Hydra are going to be like, you know, we're going to do the same over here. Make sure that, you know, until and unless there's not going to be any other, we're going to be as, they are also as good as the legend themselves, right? Because they've been proving the metal every single time. But yeah, they're going to be converting or converging our eyes towards the side of BB at this point of time, towards the side of Pochinki, where we're expecting the circle to be dropping down yet again in the same spot.
You know what? When I used to play, for some reason, these particular couple of, you know, these big farmhouses, these warehouses over here, just east of Pochinki, were my favorite because on one end you have that giant mountain which gradually slopes down. So, you know, you can see the enemy coming and you can kind of just set up a few angles. And also, you can just pepper anyone in Pochinki if, again, you have a few bolt actions in your hands and just, you know, just deplete them of their resources. But it looks like finally... Oh boy, I'm kind of excited. Someone is going to be entering Pochinki, and it has been a while here, Arca, that we haven't seen any action take place in Pochinki. And speaking of action, we haven't seen some action at the bridge as well, but looks like RTR are going to be heading in for a little bit of an ambush. Hold on to your horses. Shots might just be fired at the right time, but wait a second. They are just going to let them go past. Maybe they're going to wait for the last members coming in. There you have it. Nick is going to be opening up at the gas station, which means Coops, in fact, is going to be run over by his own fault as Bullets finally is going to finish him off. I love that little trigger discipline. And now they know someone is still going to be nearby on the bridge. I do believe MJ might just spot the feet sooner or later. There you have it. One of them is going to connect. The second one just might, but he jumps out of harm's way. A little hop, skip, and a jump over here for him. But now the blue zone also is going to be chipping away at his health, and I wonder what all Duty has in his backpack.
Now this is old textbook play, right? It's old school play, and I really love it when that happens. Nobody was expecting a bridge block to be coming in at this point of time. The IGL of GOG was pretty smart at this point of time. Amazing jiggle coming in from the side of leader OP as well as MJ. They rushed in together. That was a good thing, because in case they're given space for the opponent to actually go in, they would have rather rushed in for a finish. RTR at this point of time yet again is on the receiving side and not having the best spot, and they're going to be going in with the vehicles, and MJ is just going to wait for it, as he's going to be allowing Dotty to be moving away and making sure he comes into his crosshairs. But at this point of time, GOG have done enough. They've got 3 finishes for themselves. No matter how persistent they're going to be taking this fight further, it's better they prioritize the zone and make it inside the circle.
Speaking of the zone and the circle, we are going to be shifting just a wee bit to the northwest, which means, well, the ruins might be where we see some action later on, because looks like Global Esports, they are going to be hitting a team head on, and in fact, it is going to be a kaleidoscope of colors on your screen as, well, Team MG are going to prepare for a little bit of a face-off now. The ruins, again, a very open area, but for now, Global Esports, they do have those little houses and the church under their control, which means they do have a little bit of height. Hold on. Another team that does not have an advantage is Invaders WSF, because he is down on his knees, and INS are going to have the man advantage. Question is, can they capitalize on it, as Joker is going to go in from the side? I do believe they have a little first aid pass coming in. Crazy Soul jumps out. Crazy Soul shoots. He does not connect. However, on the second try, he does with no bullets in his magazine, as he is going to switch to that Scar L, and well put, coming down in the ground.
Now, at the same time, on the other side, a good grenade coming in from the side of Joker is also converted. Another finish, another knock into a finish, as there's going to be a person trying to run away, as Global Esports from far away has watched all this commotion. They're just wanting to come in and capitalize, but they're waiting, right? They're the scavengers who wait and then scoop in and take away, and that's the best part about them. They're not going to be rushing in. With lack of, manpower is what something which is going to be restricting them, but somewhere far away, Sniper again coming in.
And the funny thing is, Abrar, who of course is a well-known marksman himself, is the one who took a shot right between the whites of his eyes. And well, that Mosin Nagant is, or rather was, known for its accuracy during World War II. However, a different kind of war is taking place on our screens right now, as there you have it. This is where that fight took place. It was Blazy, in fact, who laid down the shot down range. Ooh, baby. Let's have a look and see if he can pull off another one over here. Production, please don't go away just yet, because I want to see a head pop up, and well, that bullet goes straight through the cranium. But again, a few more fights are going to be breaking out elsewhere, as I do believe Blind Esports are now going to be taking the fight to another team. Elsewhere, keep in mind, GOG, they are out of the blue. They're still going to make it back, but have a look at that little dot on the bottom of your screen. That's the last remaining member from RTR. He is going to make it in the circle, as well as the circle is going to take a shift towards Rozok, which means, well, Global Esports, you might not have wanted to leave your city, but the fight is going to break out. There you go. Blind is going to be taken on by OR Esports. I love the fact that they do have the orange color in their names. They are going to like that. This is what I was talking about. Now, Blind have lost a member, right? They've had to move out of Pachinki, and I'm pretty sure they are going to be still well versed with the terrain, in and around that city, which means they still haven't lost all hope. They do have compounds for themselves, but then again, OR could be laying down a little bit of a trap for them, coming in from all directions. And speaking of coming in, BB's position is going to be contested by Global Esports.
Oh, on the other side, he's going to be showing it back again. Nakul is going to be paying a hefty price for it, as he gets cleared off as well, as Joker is going to be trying to run in. Oh my god, retaliation comes in from the other side. Zen OP is actually trying to be overpowered, takes the third person down, waiting for the fourth one to walk into his crosshairs, but ultimately backup does come in. 3 finishes against a strong team like that, with fourth one coming in, ladies and gentlemen. A clutch from Zen OP.
This man is in the Zen mode right now. He is indeed too OP, as one of the big boys, Global Esports, were made to look like a bunch of novices, but now they have to do it all over again, because INS is going to be coming in. Can Zen OP pull up another miracle overhead, because INS is going to be coming in a bit stronger. This time, Hellgod is going to be the first one who is going to be taken down on the side of BB, and well, he is going to be finished, as he's going to be put 6 feet under screen, wasn't paying attention, and he is going to be shot at from Crazy Soul, who now have to build a wall for himself. Zen OP, the man of the moment, the last man standing. No, he isn't. Finally, he is going to be overpowered, and this is when Team INS come in and mop up whatever is left. However, there's still one 4-man lurking somewhere in the distance. And, well, if I'm not correct, he is a bit too far off to the north. But, oh my goodness, what a valiant effort coming in for the boys of BP. However, the victory was a bit short-lived. And now I love the fact that INS are going to find themselves defending that position. Again, that is going to be a ghost town over here, baby, as INS's man is going to be blown to smithereens.
Now, at the same time, it's going to be hell also cooking up a grenade. A lot of grenades are be cooking in, and most of it is in the right direction. Billion on the upstairs has to watch out. If he does a $1 billion grenade over here, that is what I'll be looking out for. But ultimately, that's not going to be the case. A lot of resources have been burnt out over here. We can see GOG somewhere far away also coming in closer towards this fight. In case they're going to be the next team walking in and taking away this position, they're going to be very happy because Waterhouse is somewhere to the center of the circle always from here on.
Now, although Autobotz are going to be having an eye on Team INS as well, they've got to be careful because if you look behind them, someone is going to be creeping up over that horizon, and GOG might just be in a nice position to put a few shots in their backs, or rather a deep serrated knife. But for now, Crazy Soul is going to hold his own. The question is, where is the circle going to take us? And for now, Water City is still going to be in contention as ACBC are pretty much centered around Rozak. But the question is, the one who has the hill is going to be in a position to, have a good 360 vigil all around and, lay down shots, not just close to the base of the mountain, but far, far away as well. And in case you missed that action, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the squad wipe coming in. There you have it. He does have his UMP. He shoots. He does connect, runs back up while still reloading his weapon. They come up shooting with that pre-fire. He gets two. Now this is where it gets interesting. He hits the deck, a prop shot coming in, and AJ had no answer for him, finally switching to his other weapon. Nope, it's going to be the UMP once again, as the fourth member, against all odds, was still ballsy enough, in my opinion, to come up. But elsewhere, we have a fight breaking out. Nigma Galaxy up against Initiative Academy.
No, Nigma Galaxy has already done the damage. He's going to be rushing in and putting the final nail in the coffin. The bullets went right through the skull and putting an end for them. Enigma on the other side is still trying to move around, This is one thing I've been observing from the side of Abby, He goes in, he goes in with the vehicle around to make sure he grabs all the information possible. Look at what he's going to do next. But ultimately, it's going to be GOG versus the side of INS. Have already done the damage against the side of Joker. And GOG is strongest in this place. Previously, we have seen them perform. But Joker is going to be healing in and trying to come out. He's also getting tagged from somewhere far away. A good retaliation coming in from the side of GOG as Nick OP at this point of time in the crosshairs with the side of Bullet as well, as Bullet might get taken on. What is Joker doing? Still waiting it out. Ultimately finds it as retaliation is going to be coming in perfectly. Crazy Soul is going to be pushing in as well. GOG in a very, very vulnerable spot.
They are, because Blind is going to be shooting them from the other side as well, because INS, although they did look like they had the advantage, let's just have a look at the finishes. Blimey. 9 finishes for them already, and now the smokes are going to be deployed as well. GOG have been made quick work of. But the thing is, they were getting fired upon from another team, as you mentioned correctly. That was Blind Esports. And, well, they're trying to make sure that they do blind their opponents with all this amazing smoke screens. Looks like INS are still going to be up on their feet, but this gives Blind Esports enough time to reposition themselves on another one of those little hills. And Shadow is going to make sure that he scars around his surroundings, making sure he picks up any sign of movement. But this is where Autobotz, they could be getting that high ground for themselves as well. Duty, we don't know. He's the last man standing for RTR. He is going to bide his time. He doesn't really have a lot of options. And, well, let's see how long he survives for. But for now, all the action is going to be taking place just south of Rozak, as Blind is going to be making sure they pick up their members and, well, move to a better spot for themselves.
Yeah, if I was Dodi, you know what I would do? Somehow make sure I get into the Waterhouse, make sure I maneuver around, and make sure I go to the top of the sniper tower, which is over there.
Teams. He is going right through all these teams. Of course, shots are going to be fired. Orba is going to be the one who capitalizes on that finish. But again, I think he might have expected that the Water City buddy is already going to be occupied.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a very good thing to see that the center of the map is not taken by anybody. It's going to be OR on the other side. Look at the position of Jelly. That is one which I love the most, because that is where you would want to hold control. 100%. Obviously, you're going to have control over the school. You're going to have control over the Rozak, where multiple fights are taking place, and also towards the side of Waterhouse as well.
multiple angles over there, and now there you have it. Although Aru, Aditya, and Atanki are still outside, Jelly is going to make sure that they hold down the fort, but they have to be very, very careful because Blind is going to be on their back foot. However, another team that needs to be careful is ACBC, as MG, Powerful, and Dionysus are taking the fight through them. That's a good grenade. However, he does go down to the ground floor in the nick of time, and now they are going to be sending grenades. In fact, 2 grenades were sent out at the same time. Unfortunately, they didn't find the mark, but this one definitely did, as Rain, baby, is making it rain with all that shrapnel.
Now we have to see what the other 2 players are going to do, right? Because they're pretty far away with no grenades. They're just standing in blind. But on the other side, ACBC is also taking a fight against the side of Walkouts, as they're going to be lofting off a grenade, expecting that UOP is going to be coming in and landing to do the same as well. But Evil Sky gets the knock against the side of UOP. A divided attention from the side of ACBC. Least did I expect from a team like this.
Of course, they have to do this because, yes, they are in the center and the thick and thin of all the action, right? And they have to make sure every single nook and cranny is covered and every single direction has at least one pair of eyes looking out. Now, they have lost Haxa. And Capron is going to make sure he deploys enough smoke because he wants to get in the building. He wants to take the fight up close and personal. There you have it. Rain is going to be given some cover as well, but he realizes those grenades coming in from the other team could be a bit problematic. And for now, they're going to be moving out of harm's way. Elsewhere, up top, or Esports. Wait a second, Crazy Soul is a big cray-cray right now because he just took out 2 members of Autobotz with his vehicle and did lay down some shots, but now it is going to be, I do believe, a 2v1 situation coming over here as INS do spot a few fallen enemies on the ground, and well, they are going to make sure they make quick work of them.
Yeah, Blind is also coming in the same direction. UR also knows what's happening over here, as Blind is going to stop themselves inside the smoke which has been put up, but a good retaliation. Billion is going to be putting that spray. He knows the location of the second player, but eventually gets taken down as a lot of third-party fights are also happening over here. A group grenade comes in. A frontal battle is where Joker is going to have the final laugh at this point of time. Has a lot of job to do. He has to heal himself, pick up his comrades as well, as it's going to be OR from far away who might cook up a grenade towards him.
Oh, they definitely might be lobbing something in. Before now, they are going to have their weapons out. They are going to fire a few shots in the man of the moment. Joker is going to be taken down in a flurry of 5-6 rounds fired his way. And now, from this little height, from this little bird's eye view that they have, they can all just train their weapons in one direction and fire indiscriminately because, well, INS, oh, that's a grenade that's gone in. That's a grenade that's gone in, and there you have it. That is all she wrote. It is Donkey who is creating a little mini red zone over there, and with that one boom, down goes INS. A valiant effort on their part. 14 finishes in this game, but it looks like OR Esports, oh boy, they are looking good, but now Enigma are coming in to contest their position.
Absolutely, it's going to be Oro trying to push in. He wants to cover up all these high grounds, and that is why they ran without the gun in the hand. Does the damage. It's going to be Aditya against them. It's going to be Rex who gets taken down as well. One last man standing. It's going to be Rex, I'm so sorry, and let's see how much he can retaliate as he comes out from his cover. Eventually, he's going to be walking into the crosses of Aditya as he does a 1v4, if I'm not wrong. Gets at least 1v3 for himself. An amazing gameplay coming in from the side of OR.
Oh, baby, these boys, I'm telling you, we've seen them do this in the past, and let me tell you one thing, 11 finishes for themselves in the blink of an eye. They are making sure they rack up all those points, but now elsewhere, OR Jelly is still in prime position. He is still the king of the hill, as the 2 teams are going to be battling it out down below. Of course, Nigma Galaxy up against MG, and well, MG all split up. ACBC trying to make their push inside. However, Dionysus, the god himself, Zeus' son, is going to make sure he keeps them at bay, and well, the M4 is going to be popping out. The shots are going to be fired. In fact, he is going to be ADSing right now, while Dionysus is just going to finish them off, and now the AK needs to be reloaded. The AK is going to shoot, and well, when that AK goes, ta-ta-ta-ta, everyone falls down in its path.
Now, one more player of MG was there, right? I don't know what he's doing at this point of time, or probably got taken down, and Rain is going to concentrate on that one man. He's trying to push in forward and see where that last man is standing, or probably get himself in cover to make sure he picks up all his fallen people. But at the same time, Dawn, yes, there are 2 more people coming in from the side of MG. It's clear that they're playing for placement points, trying to go in slowly into the circle with no helmet is going to be something to point out for.
Have a look at what Aru just did, right? He's gone across the mountain, he's gone to the other side, and now, wait, I'm going to hold him apart because NXT, they're going to be making their move, and well, all these weapons are going to be a bit too overpowered as Apollo is going to put the final nail in the coffin for one of the opposing members. And, well, I do stand corrected. It was MG Dawn, in fact, who made sure that Apollo is going to finally fall. So right now, we are down to the final 4 teams. OR Esports looking good, baby. And have a look at the angles they have set up. Even if Aru does get taken down, Jelly and Atunki are going to be a bit too prickly for the boys from Walkout. And there you have it. Ghosty is going to be taken down. He spots the second one as well. Dawn almost getting knocked out. However, he is going to be the last man standing for his team for now.
Now, at the same time, I really want to see what's happening with Jelly pretty much far away. Aru pretty much far away. Grenade is going to be cooked in. I did see that, you know, a Brar got taken down and also finished off. It's going to be the last man standing probably. Oh, he also gets taken off because of Aditya from far away. And let's not forget the complete domination coming in from the side of Jelly is almost put to an end, as it's going to be retaliation coming in from the side of Team MG, who's going to be walking into the crosshairs of Aditya, and 1 or 2 more bullets it takes to put an end for him.
But this is how quick OR they are going to be responding. Of course, smokes have already been deployed, and Atunki might just be picked up. But over here, Evil Sky does get that final finish on MG Dawn. Does get taken down as well. However, can he be picked up? Because, well, Wayne is going to be far away, and, well, Wayne is going to have a lot of bullets rain in his direction. But there you have it, as expected. OR Esports, one of the most heavy-hitting teams in Erangel, do the job again as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco.
I mean, look at that. OR on the top with 16 finishes, 31 points yet again.
The lead.
Exactly. You know, that's what I said. One more chicken dinner and it's going to be a leap, which they're going to be taking against the side of Team Soul. But let's not forget to see how INS have played this 14 finish points for just 1 position points. And this is what happens when you go offensive. And you're going to be like, we're not going to lose anything, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be in the boot camp. It's going to, boys, let them show what we're made of.
Absolutely. And they are exactly proving their mettle, not just to the other teams, but to the world right now, as they did put up one heck of a show. 1 position point, but, you know, we are happy for them because, well, 15 points is something that is going to propel them further up that leaderboard. But ACBC coming in third, getting that 2nd position, again, one of the highest that they have in the last few days. But let's see who is going to be crowned the king or queen as the iQOO MVP is popping up, and this time it's OR Esports' Aditya.
Every single time I've seen OR on the iQOO MVP.
It's just OR or it's OR.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, somewhere I feel that in case there was a giveaway every single day, for example, you know, how we have in the other games like in IPL, right? So they're going to give the person with the...
It's going to be coming.
Yeah, 1 lakh or something like that. Oh my God, just imagine how much of money OR would have had in the bank accounts right now.
Now keep one thing in mind, when of course we are going to be playing the grand finals, that is going to be where they can rake up a lot more moolah for themselves, because we do have all those additional prizes, my friend. I like how your brain works, because again, you know, that is going to happen. And yeah, 6 finishes, 3 assists, 948 points of damage, as expected from these gentlemen. And now let's have a look and see who else is going to be joining him. Of course, Joker had to be up there, 6 finishes for himself, a tremendous amount of damage. Aru doing what he does best, 5 finishes for him. Zenopi, oh yeah, you can pose all you want with that little, you know, imaginary gun, because you did amazing. Those 4 finishes coming at the expense of just 1 squad.
I mean, I don't know how to say this, but I would like to say this, that, you know, next time you go in close to the side of Big Brothers, just don't walk into the crosshairs of Ben OP. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to keep it a little low at this point of time, you know, try to make sure that we take this away, as the longest finish comes in for 282 points.
Well, I mean, you know, we didn't really expect a lot of bolt action. We did see a few in use, though. However, it is going to be all right. I think we can talk normally right now, even though we might have something. But again, so basically, you know, every once in a while, you know, something happens, but everything is good because production over here is so smooth. But again, what a lost game over here, Arca. I mean, I love the intensity that was on display by all these teams, and a couple of new teams popping up in the top 3.
Yeah, but at the same time, 29 assists is something which catches my eye. That's the least you find in a game. Obviously, there was no space for anybody to...
everyone was just murdering one another.
Exactly. OR on the other side, look at that, 2,373 damage for 16 finishes. I would call them clinical, but, you know, INS is going to make me spit out other words, telling that, you know, we were more clinical at this point of time. 2004 for 14 finishes.
You know, let me tell you one thing. of course, the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be coming in next. And as expected, OR Esports are going to make sure they still have a bit more of a lead over here because, well, it is going to be almost, 43 points that they have in hand. And, well, Team Seoul are going to be lagging behind just a bit. And finally, that little stalemate between the finish points has been broken because now they have 6 more than Team Seoul. And I like the fact that finally, after a long time, all the teams on the first page have at least 2 chicken dinners to their names.
350 points. I mean, just imagine that. And we have to compare this to the bottom of the table and see where they stand, right? That is how you start to compare things, you know. 187 points is the least. We can see on the 8th position. 186 points is right behind them with 7 Cs with no winner chicken dinner for themselves. And all right behind them is going to be more numbers of 183. So you need an average of 160 to survive at this point of time, and we'll look forward to see how, you know, where teams are standing. On the 16th position is going to be 154. The 17th position, we have to see from there on how many points they need to rake up to make sure they come into the top 16.
Well, Arca, you know what they say, ask and ye shall receive, because, well, the third page is going to be popping up on our screens in a few seconds. But again, a few teams are slipping down, but I like one thing. Right now, over the last game, the first to the 12th position, no one has made any movements. Everyone has been holding on to their spot as the third page is going to be popping up. And there you have it, 153, just 3 points. Basically separate the top 16 from the rest. Our Esports holding down the fort, while Team MG finally move up, and Initiative Academy, well, they are slipping slowly down the ranks.
153 or 154 is what, 3 points difference, right, from the 17th position. Now let's consider if MG has the capability of racking up. What do they need? They need a 40 pointer game or 2 good games to make sure they hit the 16th position. But at the same time, they would also want to keep their fingers crossed, telling that, you know, the teams on the top are not performing, for example the middle bracket, and that's the only way for them to make it through into the next round. But let's not forget, Team INS have picked up a very good pace over here, and I think that if they continue to play the same, they can do wonders yet again.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, we did see all their wonders on display over here. Joker and the boys just relentless with their attacks. Again, the aggression on display. They aren't ones to shy away from a fight. Like we like calling them the loose cannons. But again, we saw, again, you know, we had ghost towns, right? Water City, that one house was pretty much scattered, littered with bodies all around. But this little crater from remnants of a past war was the next mass grave that was kind of dug over there, because 1 team, 2 team, 3 teams all lost their lives in that area. But again,
one more other place was also like that.
I liked how then OR Esports, they come in and make sure they put the final nail in the coffin. Like you said, someone's going to come over the horizon like silhouettes against the backdrop of the sun. Backdrop of Arca, rather, if you know your Sanskrit.
No, big words.
You know, they were shooting down, because if they're shooting down, you know, sometimes the sun kind of just gets in your eye and you can't really see anything and you're kind of blinded.
Yeah.
But also, keep in mind, Enigma tried to come in and take the position away. But like you mentioned, they put their guns in the back, full sprint forward to make sure they cover the distance as quickly as possibly. And, well, OR Esports, again, lovely gameplay coming in from them.
Yeah, but also there was that death of dunes, which we always keep speaking about. GOG first, and then came in 2 other teams. One was Blind, and then OR finally coming in and dominating over there. I mean, this is 2 places in the map of Erangel which turned out to be a complete graveyard, as you correctly pointed out. And it's important for teams to actually avoid such places the next time they're rotating around in a circle like this, because you better learn from the hard way, or else you're never learning in any way.
Or take it easy and come down last, because, you know, everyone is going to be still patching themselves up, maybe crawling on the ground and maybe just, you know, being like, all that adrenaline's coursing in, the kind of panic sets in, and, you know, just throw in a couple of grenades, which we did see OR Atanki do. That was basically the final boom that took out INS. They did go out with a bang, however, and again, I love the fact that they had so many finishes, but OR Esports, boy, once again, a class apart.
I mean, I have nothing to say. Today was a complete entertainer. You know, from the first game till the last game, every single match, it was the graph was building up. You know, it was in the beginning we felt that, okay, the games are going a little drab. The second one became a little interesting. Vikendi became a little more interesting. And later, the final 3 games was so strong, and so many good teams, so many new teams taking that winner chicken dinner is going to make sure that the tournament is going to be more tighter for the 16th position until the final game is played. I don't think so we will not be getting to know who is going to go home and you know, to play, or who's going to go forward to play the finals of BMPS.
And that is the beauty of the iQOO BMPS, powered by Loco, of course. Because we love it when the competition is razor thin.
Yeah.
Because again, we are literally biting our nails over here. We are sitting on the edge of a seat. Sometimes these guys aren't even sitting when we're casting over here. We're jumping all over the place. You see all this space over here? We are walking all around when the game is on. And oh my goodness, if we could have a little behind the scenes, showcase someday, you'd be surprised as to how animalistic we normally act. Arms flaying all around and what just happened over here? But again, as you said, a very entertaining day.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that you guys have enjoyed this. If you guys have enjoyed what we have done on the stage over here, being the clerks of the course, please do not forget to come on the socials and put a pat on our shoulder. Every time you guys drop in, there's going to be a
huge... have the
huge...
names pop up right now, hey?
Exactly. But at the same time, one other thing is still left out before we call it the day. That's going to be really revealing the names of whoever have got the giveaways, right? So...
Of course, I like the fact that, you all are still sticking around. Probably they'll be like, yeah, we get it. All right, you guys did a good job. Wonderful. Did I win? Well, we're just going to make sure that, all the information is going to be correct. And the lucky winners, again, it's all on random that is picked. I mean, you have so many computer software these days that, basically just pick something out at random. So that is taking place right now. And, of course, all your names are going to be compiled in a list. And we shall see who gets all those amazing T-shirts and those bottles. But before that, again, none of these giveaways, none of these phones, none of these games, none of these tournaments, none of this amazing money would have been possible without BGMI Craft. And, of course, a massive shout out to iQOO, Neo 6 and Loco for making all this possible. One last time, let's have a look at how to slay a dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
I mean, we are going to be talking about this amazing device in our hands, the iQOO Neo 6, and all of you at home do stand a chance to win this again. I know it's the end of the day, but until the clock runs out, your chances are still open. I mean, of course, Amazon with the amazing giveaway. Thank you so much. But before that, let's have a look and see who's going to be walking away with all that good BGMI merch. I wish my name pops out because I did, in fact, fill out the form marker. I want to see Angat Singh Chahal over there. Chances are it might not happen. But if it does, oh, that'll be amazing. But for now, congratulations to Deepak K, Rajat, Rajdeep, and Arshad Sheikh. Congratulations, mates. You're getting some amazing goodies your way.
Yeah, and 4 more names are going to be popping up anytime soon. It's going to be Akshay Birla, RJ Tiger, and Vikas. Oh my god. Again, unique names.
Maybe he's a radio jockey. Maybe he goes by the name Tiger. I mean, that is amazing. Well, when you do wear your shirt, make sure you go and growl out in public. But also congratulations to Rudraksh Mathur and Raju Gogoi.
Oh.
I know a Gogoi. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not wrong, is that an Assamese name?
I think so, the very sweet people, so you can expect sweet names like that. Yeah, Ayush Kumar going to be coming in, Rupesh Gupta with Hardik Gulati. Yeah, Gulati. I know Gulati from a very famous talk show.
I know a lot of Gulatis.
Yeah, a very famous talk show.
I see. And of course, some new names are going to be coming in because Shah Jahan Ali, the King of Kings, is going to be walking away with some BGMI merch, as is Anshu Jha. And, let's just do one thing. Let's give it away to one more person because Kalyan Kumar Mikala is going to be getting a T-shirt and a sipper heading his way as well. Congratulations, all of you. And, well, my name didn't pop up, but you know what? I'm not that disappointed because, again, today was just an amazing day for some BGMI action.
Absolutely. A lot of things to cherish about, I know that, you know, there has been one limelight being taken away from this side on the very bottom, trying to get a winner and a chicken dinner for themselves, and trying to, yeah, they do, you know, they do deserve everything we say on the desk, and also all the applause, right?
Hey man, listen, we are going to be casting a game, right? We're going to be unbiased, because if you do bad, we're going to call it out. But if you do amazing, well, we are going to be singing your praises. And that is exactly what happened today. Day 2 was all about massive lows. But again, it's not what happens when you get down. It's what happens when you get back up. And, you know, this action is going to continue into day 3.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to like, subscribe and share this stream to make sure, you know, you guys know when to come back, or have a notification if you guys are busy, so that we're going to be here to tell you all the stories which is going to be happening over here in this tournament.
Well, the story for now is OR is still at the tippity top, but the question is that going to be the case tomorrow? Because for now, I do believe we are going to take your leave. We are going to bid you adieu, but day 3 is going to be an epic affair. I want to see a few more comebacks. I want to see maybe Team XO might go up, but for now, we're going to say bye-bye. We're going to say goodnight. We'll see you all here tomorrow. Be tuned.